A bolt of lightning struck the router, and then asterisk boom asterisk my life exploded. A voice screamed in my head, Myriad Realms' almighty shopping system activating. Suddenly, I could crush rocks with my bare hands, my stats skyrocketed, and 10 billion yuan appeared in my account. A glitch, maybe? My ex and her rich boyfriend sneered at my broken heart and discarded gift, but now? I've got a Lamborghini, a seaside villa, and a system that's practically printing money. They're still trying to act superior, but their surprised faces when they saw me at Starbucks? Priceless. This system's bugs are my best friends, and my revenge is only just beginning. My surname's Lin, and I'm not deaf. You're a student, I've already given you half a month's grace. When are you paying the rent? Let me tell you, in this neighborhood, demand far outstrips supply. If you haven't got the money, get out. Don't make me throw you out. That infernal banging on my door woke me early this morning. Just hearing her voice gave me a headache. She comes every day to hound me for rent. My salary isn't paid until the end of the month. I yelled. Just a few more days, can't you wait? I've rented here ages, never missed a payment before. And your internet's atrocious, $200 a month. It's highway robbery. I'm so sick of it. Every morning, and then again in the evening, it's relentless. I had no choice but to open the door to that monstrous, menopausal harpy. This place is prime real estate. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the school and the shops, she screeched. The rent's a steal. You're always late and complaining. I'm giving you an ultimatum. I'll be back this afternoon. If the rent's not here, you, and everything you own, are out on the street. Get lost. She stormed off, leaving me to sigh, slam the door and throw myself on my bed. The apartment's tiny, one bathroom for each room, no kitchen. Barely 50 square meters, it's unbelievably basic. The only plus is the internet cable and router, which are constantly freezing. There's nothing else. Not even a TV, not even a cheap, second-hand one. I know TV's less popular these days, but still, it feels empty. My room's cramped, but not exactly empty. I was lying there, staring at those cheap clocks on the wall I picked up for a song, feeling utterly lost. My money wasn't asterisk tight, but I'd spent everything on a birthday gift for my girlfriend. I used all my holiday savings. I went to surprise her yesterday, only to be utterly blindsided myself. An Audi was parked downstairs. A guy got out, put his arm around my girlfriend, and they drove off. I approached with my gift, tried to talk sense, but she just tossed it to the ground. Lin phone, we're over, she spat. This is my new boyfriend, he owns a billiard hall. He's rich and handsome. You can barely afford to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. We're not in the same league. I froze. I never expected this. Wow, look at you, the guy sneered, all dressed down, but you still splurged on a fancy cake. Shame, I just got a 5-tiered masterpiece from a 4-star restaurant, $1,000. Keep yours, even though it's on the floor. Oh, I just stepped on it. Don't eat the dirt from my shoe, haha. Let's go, Xiaomei. I'll make this birthday unforgettable. He dragged her away. I clenched my fists, wanting to say something, but she was completely unmoved, as though she didn't even know me. I couldn't speak. I watched them leave, then slowly knelt down, staring at my discarded gift. I pulled away the wrapping, revealing a beautiful necklace. My hand tightened around the box. Months of saving for this, and now you've thrown it away. Remember this, Zayakun. You'll regret this. I ran home, a mess of anger and despair. My red, bloodshot eyes showed I'd barely slept. After getting rid of the landlord, I picked up my phone, hoping to find a cheap place to stay, because I couldn't stay here. The phone showed no network connection. What a load of rubbish! I roared. No signal, and you charge this much for this garbage? I stormed towards the router. As I reached out, a bolt of lightning out of nowhere struck. I was yelling something about being scared to death when, suddenly, the router, seemingly electrocuted, sparked. A jolt surged from it into my phone, throwing me against the wall, knocking me out cold. Before losing consciousness, I heard a voice in my head. Discovering lifeform merging myriad realms almighty shopping system activating binding host binding successful. Receiving novice gift pack ding. Unknown error receiving gift packs X2 X3, I woke up aching all over. Remembering what happened, I broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap, the electricity's still on. I muttered, I told you I couldn't stay here, it's cursed. Welcome to the Wanjie Almighty Shopping System, host Lin Phone. A pleasure to meet you. I heard a voice and jumped. I thought a thief had broken in, but why would a thief target this dump? This thief must have a story. Who's there? Show yourself. I'm broke, there's nothing worth stealing. My confident shout was really just for my own benefit. The answer came from next door, a volley of abuse. Hey, Lynn! What the hell are you yelling about? Even if you're proud of being poor, don't shout it from the rooftops. The landlord's not here, so pipe down. The gruff voice from next door mortified me. What an idiot I am. Ding. Triggering system task, obtain and spend 10 yuan. Reward, 1 billion yuan, 10 points. Warning, unknown error, mission conditions altered. Obtain and spend 10 yuan. Reward, 10 billion yuan, 100 points. I heard it clearly. What in the world? Am I dreaming? Did I really get a system? And is it glitching? I slapped myself hard, it hurt. I'm not dreaming. I really got a system. Maybe it was that lightning strike? Suddenly, this dump didn't seem so bad. I have a system, something only found in novels. Even that awful landlord seems better. Host is lucid. Please complete the task. Novice gift pack is in system space. System experiencing unknown errors and anomalies. Please initiate system repair upon accruing sufficient points. The system's voice echoed in my mind again, but this time, I didn't panic. iPhoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme enough novels to know the drill. I quickly got the hang of it, even bringing up the system interface with a thought. The functions were laid out clearly, it felt like using a computer. The system was stunned. It had thought I was a bit flaky, but now, I was a pro. Like the saying goes, I mused, nothing's perfect. A little flaw adds character. I love your bugs, don't fix them. This system's glitches were a gift from the gods, why would I fix them? Unfixable, absolutely unfixable. The system was speechless. What could it do? My exploiting its flaws was inevitable. System mall, system tasks, host status, points balance, those are the basics. It feels a bit sparse, I admitted, but that mall, wow. The myriad world's almighty shopping system truly lives up to its name. So much stuff I ignored the system's silent protest, happily browsing. Then I froze. The items in the system mall were astonishing. The prices alone were breathtaking. Many items had glitched price displays. Normally, the price was blue and astronomical, the glitched ones were red and incredibly cheap. You could buy them, but the bugs made them dirt cheap. And the bugs were dynamic. Every minute, the prices shifted, an item would plummet, then sometimes bounce back. I love this system more and more, I chuckled. Lamborghinis for 2 points, villas for 3. Martial arts manuals, cultivation techniques, elixirs, high-tech gadgets, and things that don't even exist in reality. This thing has it all. A truly ethical system, not some scam operation. Every compliment sent the system into a fresh spiral of despair. Not only had I declared that I'd never fix the bugs, but I was actively hunting for bargains. Heartless. It clearly didn't want to talk to me anymore. Besides missions, I said, are there other ways to earn points? I could find things on my own, but it was a blind search. I needed some guidance. Points can be exchanged for money. Any currency. The system replied, its tone dripping with resentment. 1 renminbi equals 1 point. Despite its mood, it was still professional. Any currency? Do you accept Mingbai? I blurted it out, an opportunistic habit. I thought I might have found another bug. The system couldn't take it anymore. No. If you want to spend money, I'll send you to another dimension. I broke out in a cold sweat. I'd been having too much fun, neglecting the system's feelings. It felt like I'd insulted my boss. I panicked. What if it actually kicked me out? I immediately caved. Ah, just kidding. The system huffed, then fell silent. I checked my phone. I didn't have much money, but that didn't matter. A few dozen bucks to start. First, the mission, then the 10 billion bug. These system bugs were too unpredictable. What if the mission itself vanished? I'd be devastated. Luckily, I still have 200 yuan. The task is to get 10 yuan from someone else and spend it, so I can't use my own. But there are ways around that. I've got this. I dashed out and into the nearby shop. Boss, I need to break this 50. 5 tens, please. Mission, Phase 1, complete. Now to spend it. This bread looks good. 2 loaves. Here's 20. No change needed. I was thrilled, exceeding the task, so I was being generous. But my face burned. A sharp pang of shame. That's imported bread. 15 each, 30 in total. No change needed? You still owe 10 yuan. The shopkeeper rolled her eyes, her tone withering. Mortified, I fumbled for a tenner and fled. What a humiliating failure. Ding. Task complete. Receiving 1 billion renminbi and 100 points. Worth it. I almost jumped for joy. If I wasn't worried about scaring people, I would have danced for half an hour. 1 billion. Many people only dream of that kind of money, and I got it for 2 loaves of bread. My phone buzzed. A bank notification. The billion was in my account. Seeing that massive balance, it felt real. Before, even though I knew I wasn't dreaming, it was still surreal. Now, it was crystal clear. I'd hit the jackpot. Thanks to the landlord's crappy router and broken apartment, I'm rich. First, I'll pay that rent, that wonderful lady deserves it. 1 billion is nothing compared to the points, I said. System, I want a Lamborghini, a bodybuilding pill, Bajikwan, Yufengbu. I went bug hunting in the system mall, grabbing several items. My points dropped to 90. Items exchanged. They're in system space. Items requiring licenses are provided. 7-day warranty, even if they're destroyed, they'll be repaired. The system's efficiency impressed me. A conscientious system with a warranty? Fantastic. Oh, and those newbie gift packs, I added. Open them all. The system obliged. Ding. All novice packs opened. You have received 100% shares of Chichuan Bar, a seaside villa, a Harley-Davidson limited edition motorcycle, 10 by 100 million RMB, and 5 by 10 points. Also, the appraisal technique and the Wanjiaju cultivation method. There were apparently 10 packs. I had no idea why, but it probably had something to do with those bugs. What's this appraisal technique and the Wanjiaju? Special skills and manuals are directly uploaded to your mind. Want to learn? Yes. As soon as I finished speaking, the items vanished into the system space, and then, the appraisal technique, the Wanjiaju, the Bajikwan, and the Yufengbu all flooded my mind. Instantly, I understood how to use them. A surge of excitement shot through me. Incredible, I muttered. This appraisal technique can identify anything. And the Wanjiaju is even more amazing. It unlocks cultivation for me. This inner energy adapts to all types of power, it's like a universal energy source. The Bajikwan and Yufengbu are powerful too, but my physique is too weak. I need that bodybuilding pill first. Otherwise, training will be tough. I was eager to find some privacy, pop that pill, and start training. But my current apartment was a no-go. The noise and poor conditions were unsuitable for cultivation. Time to head to that villa, I thought, the seaside one. I never dreamed I'd own something like that. And my Lamborghini. Let's take a look. I opened the system space and materialized the car somewhere secluded. Suddenly, a sleek, yellow Lamborghini appeared. My heart skipped a beat. Appraise. To test the appraisal technique, I used it on my new car. A blue scan, invisible to anyone but me, washed over the Lamborghini, and the information flooded my mind. Identifying Lamborghini 2019 Aventador SVJ 63 Special Edition, 7-speed ISR gearbox, mid-mounted 4-wheel drive. Price, $920 million. Brand new, perfect condition. High-end interior. Includes license, registration, and Beijing C88888 plates. I took a deep breath. The detail was insane, a full inventory, down to the smallest component. I didn't bother reading it all, I couldn't understand most of it anyway. As long as it drove, that was enough. I have a license, and the system took care of the paperwork. Sweet. A $900 million sports car. Time for a joyride. Nobody could resist that. This was my first time in a supercar. I got in and felt my legs tremble. I almost slammed the accelerator. The system's warranty would cover any accidents, but I didn't want to showcase my poor driving skills. With a roar, the orange-yellow Lamborghini shot out of that dilapidated apartment complex. Neighbors rushed to their windows. Wow, honey, look. What kind of car is that? A Lamborghini. Seriously? This is the wrong neighborhood for that. That streamlined design, the shine, that massive rear wing. It's brand new. Showing off his wealth. It's so heartless. I didn't know the stir I'd caused. I was too busy enjoying the thrill of that acceleration. Of course, this was only between my apartment and the main roads. Once I was on the open road, I had to follow the rules. Otherwise, I'd get a visit from a lovely traffic officer and a ticket, not a date. This dashboard is awesome, but the gearbox is weird. The power and the pushback incredible. And the system even filled the tank. I love this system. You're dead, hee hee. After a 10-minute cruise, the initial thrill faded. I was thirsty. I'd been scrimping to save for my girlfriend's gift, even skipping sodas. Now, I could treat myself. I don't know if it was the system or the car, but my mindset was shifting, my whole demeanor changing subtly. It's like the weight lifted from my shoulders made me look years younger. Starbucks. I used to walk past it and never dare to go in. Now, no problem. Let's see what this fancy place is all about. I pulled up to Starbucks, using my newfound driving skills, or lack thereof, to park somewhat successfully. Getting out of that heavy, clunky car door, I grumbled, "Man, this door is heavy. What a hunk of junk." My comment was a little arrogant. A guy on a bike ran into a pole and fell, luckily without injury. But he looked at me strangely, and I felt he wanted to slap me. "Ahem, nice weather today," I mumbled awkwardly. He fell himself, it wasn't my fault. Inside Starbucks, I was greeted by a panorama of long legs. I realized, expensive has its perks. Despite my casual attire, several pretty girls kept their eyes on me as I entered. However, most only saw the car from the window, not me, so it wasn't a huge deal, and I didn't notice their stares. "Sir, can I help you?" The barista was perfectly professional, despite my clothes. I've never been here before. Let me see the menu. I'll take a couple of drinks." It was hot, and I was parched. "Sir, please pay here and take your number. We'll call you when your drinks are ready." I paid with my phone and took my number. I found a quiet corner, pulled out my phone, and saw a new app icon, a cluster of asteroids. Ding! This app links to the system. It'll be installed on any phone you use. Its main function is to deliver items from the system mall. You can select items, and a courier will deliver them. You can also browse the system mall through the app. It's designed for modern shoppers. I nodded. A conscientious system. I really like mobile shopping. The system store is quick, but it feels less refined. I complimented the system. Then, I opened the Wanjibu app. I clicked through the items, reading descriptions. Hey, have you seen that sports car outside? So awesome. Buy one, and take me for a ride, will you? A familiar voice cut through the Starbucks chatter. I looked up, and froze. It was Zaya Kunmei, the girl who ditched me yesterday. But my mood was different. I felt detached, almost like an observer. That familiar face felt unfamiliar. It's a special edition Lamborghini, the guy with her, the billiard hall owner from last night, bragged. Rare as hen's teeth. Top of the line. Over 900 million. A billion wouldn't buy one now. If you want a ride, I've got a Porsche, but it's not quite the same. He didn't know I owned that Lamborghini. If he did, his jaw would have dropped. His total assets probably wouldn't even reach $1 billion. That's enough to fool naive college girls, but not enough to avoid trouble with the wrong crowd. Billiard halls attract all sorts, day and night. Wow, it's so expensive. Zaya Kunmei exclaimed. I wonder who owns it. Maybe I could meet them. She was playing games. I'd never understood her. She always saw me as a meal ticket. She'd used me until she found a richer guy. She saw this guy as another stepping stone, but seeing that Lamborghini and his reaction, she realized he wasn't in the same league as the car's owner. She saw an opportunity. What? We've only known each other a day, and you're already looking for someone else? The billiard hall owner, Tai, grumbled. It's for you, brother Tai. Zaya Kunmei wailed. Meeting the owner of that car would be amazing networking. Sponsorships, business deals, it's all for you. You misunderstood me. Her crocodile tears worked. Tai quickly apologized and showered her with promises. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Let me buy you your favorite milk tea. And a new handbag. They say retail therapy cures all ills, haha. Zaya Kunmei's face lit up, and she fawned all over him. My stomach churned. I might have felt a flicker of regret before, but now, I was indifferent. Maybe she was right, we were never on the same level. Emotionally, she was shallow. She might think she'd upgraded, but compared to me now, the gap was immense. I was calm, I didn't bother mocking them. Even with my newfound wealth, I wouldn't. My perspective had changed. It's like an elephant encountering ants. I could crush them, but would I? Would my feet get dirty? They were just clowns. There was no need to let them affect me. Jingle. Fate, however, had other plans. Just as I decided to ignore them, my drink was ready. Reluctantly, I went to get it. Zaya Kunmei and Tai were ordering milk tea at the counter. They couldn't miss me. Sir, your drinks, the cashier said with a smile. Then, a voice cut through the air. Hey, look who it is. Chunmei, that's your broke ex. Look at him, at Starbucks. He must have won the lottery and thinks he's fancy now, haha. Tai hadn't noticed me at first, but seeing me get my drink, he recognized me. He saw a chance to show off again. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme uses people like that. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. If you can, go all out. Don't be silly, Zaya Kunmei said, feigning innocence. He was just a friend. He got feelings for me, so I rejected him. We're not even friends now. The onlookers started to watch. Some believed her, others didn't. Those who'd seen my Lamborghini were skeptical. No one spoke, they were waiting for the drama. Anyone with a brain could see that even if I wasn't rich, I was affluent. I could easily afford more cars than Tai's Porsche. One of them was lying. Excuse me, pal, you're making a scene. Can you keep it down? My tone was dripping with disdain. Tai and Zaya Kunmei stared, shocked. Yesterday, I was a nobody, today, I was something else entirely. You dare talk to me like that? What's your name? Don't leave. I'll settle this. Tai was desperate to save face. He hadn't even registered my name yesterday. I'm your father. I said it casually, then walked away. Ha ha ha. Interesting guy. Come sit with me, little bro. A woman nearby winked at me. She'd seen me get out of the Lamborghini. Oh, I don't think, but my body betrayed my hesitation. I smoothly slid into the seat beside her. He, you're so funny, little bro. You've got 2 drinks, mind if I have one? I wanted to refuse, but this girl was lightning fast, faster than any 20-year-old bachelor I'd ever met. Before I knew it, my drink was gone, already on her lips. There was nothing I could do. Actually, I stammered, I already took a sip. It's okay, I don't mind, she said. I do, I retorted. You're so funny. You're getting cuter, she teased. I managed. I was speechless. What was going on? This girl wasn't playing by the rules. Shouldn't she be furious and leave? This was unreal. Lin Feng. I knew you were trouble. Tai, deal with him. He's disrespecting you. Xia Kunmei, despite her disgust towards me, was clearly annoyed. Seeing me laughing with a girl as pretty as her, she felt slighted. The guy she dumped, shouldn't be so happy in front of her. She was vindictive. She wouldn't let me go. Seeing me happy, she wanted to ruin it. I've texted Leopard and the guys. They're nearby. You're not leaving today. Tai sneered, equally irritated by my cheerful exchange with this girl. That should have been his scene. He wanted to interrupt. I didn't care about their opinions. I chatted with this girl, Xiaoyu, a yoga instructor at a nearby gym. No wonder you're so fit. I'm going to the bathroom, wait for me. After my drink, I needed water. More importantly, I needed privacy to take the bodybuilding pill and boost my strength. I had a system task. Ding. Task: defeat Tai's goons, and slap Tai and Xia Kunmei in the face. Show them your power. Reward: Spiritual Power Meditation Method, Spiritual Power Application Tutorial, 10 points. Ding. Unknown error. Point reward, minus 10 points. I was taken aback by the negative points. Points deducted for failure? What was that? Fortunately, it was only 10 points, a small fraction of the 140 I had left. It was still a worthwhile trade for spiritual power meditation and application. There were no bugs affecting these items, they usually cost hundreds of points. This was a wake-up call, though. Not all system bugs are beneficial. I needed to be more cautious. Kid, don't try to run. We're guarding you. Tai sneered, but I ignored him and headed to the bathroom. In a secluded corner, I swallowed the bodybuilding pill. With my current fitness, my Bajiquan is limited. I need more strength to face multiple opponents. This pill will help. But a problem occurred. System, this pill won't turn me into a mud monster, will it? This wasn't my bathroom. Emerging mud-caked would be humiliating. It's a strength enhancer, not a detoxification pill. That won't happen. Use it freely. I understood. It wasn't a cleansing pill. Just pure strength. Good. But when the marrow washing pill goes on sale, I'm getting one. As I muttered, power surged through me. Before, I could maybe lift 50 kilos. Now, it felt like several hundred. With Bajiquan, I could probably shatter the marble sink. Exiting the bathroom, I saw 4 or 5 thugs. Before I could leave, the cashier approached. Sir, those guys are here for you. Perhaps you should handle this outside? I don't want any trouble here. Her tone was neutral, but I understood, she wanted me to take the beating outside, away from the shop. I'll think about it, I replied coldly. Her fake smile vanished. I suggest you apologize. You can't afford to offend them. Don't cause trouble, she warned. She returned to the counter. I sneered. This was pure self-preservation, leveraging her manager's authority. So, you were hiding, huh? Perfect timing, our guys are here. Neil, apologize to Tai, and we'll let you go. Zaya Kunmi smirked, confident she had me trapped. Love? Don't be ridiculous. I just finished a very expensive drink. I'd rather not vomit, I laughed, walking past her. Xiaoyu was still there. Xiaoyu, I'm going. See you later. I left without exchanging contact info. Fighting inside would be messy. He didn't even ask for my WeChat. What a waste, Xiaoyu pouted, feeling rejected. Outside, Tai and his goons were smoking. Tai saw me and grinned. Leopard, that's him. He's been harassing my girlfriend. Teach him a lesson. Tai was clearly deferential to Leopard, showing that he relied on these goons for protection. Just a kid. You should have handled this yourself. Give him a few thousand, he probably just wants money. But since you asked, I'll help. But you're buying drinks tonight. Leopard, a man with tiger and leopard tattoos and bulging biceps, looked menacing. Absolutely. My treat. Tai agreed. Leopard and his 4 men surrounded me. We'll give you one chance, kid. Kneel and apologize, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, we break a hand or a leg. Your choice. Leopard sneered, convinced this would be easy. I didn't seem like much of a fighter. Lin Feng, just cooperate. I don't want to make things messy. Hurry up, we're going for a Porsche ride. Zaya Kunmi urged. Zaya Kunmi slithered up to Tai, clinging to him like a leech. Hee, I didn't want to bother you too, but you're being pests. Don't blame me for being blunt. I'm going to make this memorable. You'll learn the difference between heaven and earth. My words drew some laughs, nobody took me seriously. Kid, looks like we're done talking, Leopard growled, gesturing to his 4 goons. They charged, but I was faster. One gut punch later, I used him as a shield against another attacker. With 2 quick blows, I took them both down. The other 2 didn't even react before I decked them. Even without my full power, my Bajiquan was enough to handle these punks. The bodybuilding pill had given me extra strength. Tai and Zaya Kunmi were shocked. They hadn't expected this. Zaya Kunmi, in particular, realized she'd completely underestimated me. She didn't regret my strength, she knew this wasn't a world of brute force anymore. But she still wouldn't admit she was wrong. I didn't realize you trained. But don't get cocky. Leopard's earned his name. He's fought many pros. Let's see what you can really do. Leopard was a pro. He moved like a seasoned fighter. He feinted with 1 punch, the real attack coming from the other hand. I dodged the fake punch and countered with an equally swift blow. Our fists collided. Leopard didn't get to react to my phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme, a sharp pain shot through his hand. I'd broken his hand. He recoiled, clutching his hand, sweat beading on his brow. Despite the agony, he gritted his teeth. How are you so strong? Who are you? Leopard, experienced as he was baffled. My power was clearly beyond ordinary. He sensed my abilities, I wasn't the nobody Tai had described. I could go much further in this world than he ever could. You don't need to know who I am, I replied, but are you sure you want to stick with them asterisk? He hesitated. My identity was unclear, and Tai's info was unreliable. He'd been hired to deal with a poor student, not this. Students who fight like this clearly trained. This he stammered. Leopard, don't listen to his nonsense, Tai interjected, he's just a strong guy. Chunmei knows him, he's broke and powerless. Just beat him up. Zaya Kunmi was panicking. She hadn't expected this. She was worried that I'd retaliate against her. Leopard hesitated again, weighing his options. Oh? So sure? Then let me enlighten you. I pressed my Lamborghini key. The car beeped, stunning Tai. Leopard whirled, slapping Tai. Tai, you said you checked him out? A multi-million-dollar car and this skill? An ordinary poor kid? I'm gonna beat your girlfriend up, this is on you. Get to the hospital, now. I don't wanna hurt you anymore. Leopard, realizing he was outmatched, abandoned Tai and left. He wasn't interested in prolonging the fight, this was their own mess. Leopard, wait. Tai pleaded. He hadn't expected my background. A $900 million car, those skills he turned on Zayakumi. You stupid bitch. Look what you've done. He backhanded her across the face, sending her sprawling. Mr. Lin, I had no idea that woman lied, saying you were a loser who abused her. I believed her, please forgive me. Tai was a coward. He only picked on the weak. Zayakumi was stunned. A few days ago, I was her doormat. Now. She deeply regretted her choices. She'd lost a potentially good thing, and made a fool of herself in front of everyone. Hee, you messed with me first. Now you regret it? Too late. You said you'd let me go, right? Do that, and maybe I'll forgive you. I glared at Tai. I would make them pay for yesterday's humiliation. Mr. Lin, let's forget this. I have connections here. We'll cross paths again. No need to make things too bitter, especially over a woman. Tai's tone had changed. He couldn't bring himself to kneel and apologize in front of everyone. Not for her. It's between you and me. Kneel, or I'll break your legs. I didn't want to waste any more time, I was eager to see my new villa. Don't! I punched him unconscious. Ignoring him, I went to my car. The engine roared. I drove past the cashier, who was staring, completely dumbfounded, then I waved to Xiaoyu as a farewell. Take this coward back, I told Zayakumi, who was still conscious, and tell him to behave. If he bothers me again, I'll make him disappear. I wanted to make sure they wouldn't cause more trouble. A strong deterrent is the best defense. Lin Foam, I'm sorry, Zayakumi started to whimper, feigning regret. My response was a cloud of exhaust fumes as I floored the gas pedal, leaving her with a smoky farewell. Whatever happened after that was none of my concern. My mood was excellent. I was about to move into a mansion, and I could start my training. I taught that para lesson, my spirits were even higher. I drove smoothly to my seaside villa. With this Lamborghini, I made quite the entrance. Getting out, I gazed at the huge villa. How many people spend their lives striving for a car and a house? I had both overnight. I felt a mixture of awe and disbelief. Fingerprint and facial recognition locks. High tech. But the system's best. My info is already input, and the deed is in the system space. Entering, I expected emptiness, but the system had done a complete job, even the interior was finished. I could move in immediately. The system provides free decoration, but appliances and furniture require points. 30 points for a set of high-tech furnishings. Do you need this? 30 points? That seemed excessive. A sports car costs 2 points, and you want 30 for furnishings? That's not fair. That was an error. That's the discounted price, the original price was 510 points. I'd forgotten that the system's glitches made everything cheaper. My face flushed, I felt like I was haggling over a steal. Fine. And with the 10 points deducted from the earlier task, I have 100 points left. But I got the spiritual power meditation method in tutorial, so it was worth it. I'd completed that task when I left Starbucks. Now, I could finally practice the Wanjiaju. Host, the marrow washing pill has a bug. It only costs 5 points. The system seemed to have accepted its glitch-prone nature and was now offering me deals. The system's getting wise. When I don't need to rely on bugs anymore, I'll think about fixing them. Give me the pill. And let's see what defensive items are glitched, I'll grab some. I wasn't foolish enough to miss this opportunity. I figured these system glitches would continue for a while. Meanwhile, I needed some defensive items. Marrow washing pill purchased. Golden silkworm armor added to system space. You have 90 points remaining. The system efficiently completed the transaction. My villa underwent a rapid transformation. Furnishings materialized, arranged perfectly. The furniture was elegant and magnificent. But the appliances were from other worlds, they were incredibly advanced. Welcome home, master. The smart furniture system is at your service. I am Xiaojia. Ask me anything. This was a technological paradise. Smart appliances, furniture, projection tech, virtual controls, it was like Iron Man's house. Xiaojia, fill the tub with warm water. I would be using the marrow washing pill and needed to wash away toxins. Yes, master. Each bedroom has a tub. I collected the golden silkworm armor, it resembled a golden vest, soft and smooth. It felt comfortable, so I stripped off my shirt and put it on. The golden silkworm armor offers high defense, fire and water resistance, and damage reduction. It also self-repairs and stretches, you can cover your body completely. It can also be used as a rope, limited length. In its thread form, it's 1 kilometer long. I was thrilled. This thing was amazing. I went to my master bedroom. The size was a vast improvement over my old apartment. The bathroom was enormous, the tub was already filled with perfectly warm water. It was a smart home. Xiaojia had adjusted the temperature perfectly. The tub had a constant temperature function and a self-cleaning feature. I could have milk baths or wine baths without worrying about contamination. It was sophisticated beyond my understanding. This is the marrow washing pill. I wonder if it'll make me taller, more muscular, even more handsome. I soaked in the tub, anticipation building. It wasn't as bitter as I'd expected, better than any traditional Chinese medicine. It dissolved quickly, easily swallowed. As the pill dissolved, warmth spread through my body, flowing from my stomach to my dantian. Energy circulated through my meridians. The cleansing began, my meridians and blood were purified, and my body strengthened. You can now use the Wanjiaju to enhance the pill's effects, potentially reaching the first level of the warrior realm. I followed the system's instructions, carefully channeling energy from my dantian, guided by the Wanjiaju. It wasn't easy at first. Controlling my qi was awkward. It took over 10 minutes to complete the first full circulation. The process sped up, each cycle became smoother and faster. After half an hour, the marrow washing pill's effects were gone, and my body was transformed. Wow, this strength. It's like I have endless energy. My mind is incredibly clear, and my dantian is warm. This is true qi. You said I reached the first level of the Grandmaster realm. How does that work? I knew cultivation had different levels. The marrow washing pill, combined with the residual effects of the bodybuilding pill, and my practice of the Wanjiaju, had propelled me to the Grandmaster level. I was curious about the details. The cultivation system in your world is structured as follows. The initial stage focuses on physical strength, using fists and feet. This is the acquired realm. Next, cultivators develop true qi, enhancing their attacks. This is the innate realm. Above that is the Grandmaster realm, true cultivators who, at advanced levels, can achieve feats like flight. Each realm has 10 levels. After 10 acquired levels, one can attempt to break through to the innate realm. Similarly, 10 innate levels allow one to attempt the Grandmaster realm. While the Grandmaster realm also has 10 levels, the difficulty increases exponentially. It marks the true start of the cultivation journey. The system's explanation clarified the levels and their significance. So, I'm a first-level Grandmaster. That's just the beginning. And my true qi reserves are low, less than 1/10 of what's possible. That emptiness felt like hunger, a little unsettling, but I would get used to it. The Wanjiaju would help replenish my true chi. System products are always top tier. The Wanjiaju offers incredible resilience and transformation. Your purified body and exceptional talent make your cultivation speed extraordinary. True chi generation and usage are faster, more powerful, and more enduring. Keep training, take on more missions, earn points to grow stronger faster. The system's encouragement was a boost. After washing off the impurities, I stepped out of the tub. The smart home handled the rest. No cleaning for me. I stood before the full-length mirror, stunned. My body was perfectly sculpted, balanced strength and aesthetic beauty. The little belly fat was gone, replaced by a chiseled six-pack. My skin was unbelievably whiter than many women after makeup. I envied this natural fairness. My surname is Lin, don't pretend to be dead for me. You are a student. I have already given you half a month's grace. When will you pay me the rent? Let me tell you, in my area, the renter as demand exceeds supply. If you have no money, move out for me quickly, or don't blame me for being rough when I find someone to throw you out. Early in the morning, Lin Feng heard a loud knock on the door. Just hearing this familiar voice gave Lin Feng a headache. Come here every day to collect debts. Didn't I say that my monthly salary will not be paid until the end of the month? There are only a few days left, so can't you give it a few more days? I have been renting here for so long, have I ever owed you rent? Are they all not bad? And your internet speed is so poor, but you have to pay $200 a month for the internet fee alone. Do you know how much I wasted? I'm really annoyed. I come here every morning and once in the evening. The urging is so tight, it's like a timed alarm clock, it's annoying. Lin Feng had no choice but to open the door of the room, and started nagging at the indescribably overweight menopausal woman in front of him. In my location, it's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the school and the commercial street. I'm in a prime location. It's a good deal to charge you a monthly rent of dash. You still pick and choose. And you rent in arrears, dragging me to the end of the month again and again, and being picky. I will give you an ultimatum. I will come to collect the rent this afternoon. If you haven't prepared the money, I will throw you, including everything. Get out, you can sleep on the street for me. Bah! The landlord, who was like a shrew, left Lin Feng's field of vision cursing. Lin Feng sighed and slammed the door shut, and then threw himself on his bed. The whole house is not big, there is only one bathroom for each room, and there is no kitchen. Nearly, square meters, it looks unusually simple. The only consolation is that the network cable and router that are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme stuck to death are still considered objects. As for the others, there is nothing at all. There is not even a TV set, not even an old-fashioned antique TV set that costs less than 100 yuan. Although the number of people watching TV is indeed decreasing with the advancement of technology, it will always feel a bit empty without a TV at home. Of course, Lin Feng's room was narrow enough, and it wasn't empty at all. He was lying on the bed, looking at the clocks hanging on the wall that he bought at his stall for dozens of yuan, feeling a little absent-minded. In fact, his money was not so tight at first, but in order to prepare a birthday gift for his girlfriend, Lin Feng still spent all his money, and used all the money he saved from working during the school holidays to prepare the gift. But when he went to find his girlfriend full of joy yesterday, and was about to give her a surprise, he was completely stunned by the surprise given by the other party. An Audi was parked downstairs where his girlfriend lived, and a man got off, put his arms around his girlfriend intimately, got into the car and was about to leave. Lin Feng approached with the gift and began to reason, but as soon as the gift was handed over, his girlfriend Xiao Chunmei directly threw it to the ground. Said the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Okay, Lin Feng is not suitable for us, don't pester me anymore. This is my new boyfriend, he is the owner of the billiard hall, he is rich and handsome at a young age, look at you, you can't even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme with yourself, well, don't bother me anymore. We are not from the same world. Hearing Xiao Chunmei's indifferent words, Lin Feng froze on the spot. He never imagined that such bloody drama would happen to him one day. Yo, boy, it's not bad. It looks like you're wearing tattered clothes, but you can still spend a lot of money. The packaging of this cake should be custom made, and it should cost a few hundred yuan. But it's a pity, I just bought it for the star-rated restaurant, ordered a big 5-story cake, which cost me 1,000 yuan. You should keep it for yourself, even if it fell on the ground, but don't waste it. Say yes. Ouch, I accidentally stepped on it, so be careful when you eat, don't eat the dirt on the sole of my shoe, ha ha ha. Xiaomei, let's go, brother will give you an unforgettable birthday tonight, ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, the kid took Xiao Chunmei away. Lin Feng clenched his fists and stared at the two people in front of him. He wanted to say something, but under the bullying of the other party, Xiao Chunmei, but she wasn't moved at all, as if she didn't know herself at all. This attitude made Lin Feng hold back all the words that came to his lips in an instant. Watching them leave, Lin Feng knelt down slowly, looked at the birthday cake that fell on the ground, stretched out his hand and pulled the handle of the cake away, revealing a delicate little box. After Lin Feng slowly opened the packing box, he saw the crystal clear and beautiful necklace inside. The hand holding the box felt tight. I have worked hard to save for several months. I saved money to prepare this birthday present for you. Now you have lost him. Very good, Zaya-kunmei, please remember. One day, sooner or later, I will let you pay for today. Regret your decision. Gritting his teeth, running crazily, clamoring about his sense of powerlessness, Lin Feng has been there ever since he returned home. Some red eyes showed that he didn't sleep much last night. After sending the landlord away, Lin Feng got bored and took out his mobile phone. Originally, he wanted to surf the internet to see if there was any cheap place to stay for a few days, but this place couldn't last anyway. In the end, he found that the mobile phone he took out showed that the network connection failed. What kind of broken network is this, and there is no signal, and you can toss with the router all day long, and you still charge so much money for this broken place? Lin Feng was in a bad mood, so he complained a few words, and then walked towards the router. It's just that Lin Feng just walked up to the router and stretched out his hand with the mobile phone, but suddenly a thunderbolt flashed in the sky, and there was thunder on a sunny day, which really shocked Lin Feng. I just wanted to complain that I was scared to death, but I didn't get the words out. The dilapidated router seemed to be electrified by lightning outside, and suddenly a smell appeared. Before Lin Feng could react, the router was connected to the mobile phone in his hand, and a substantive electric current suddenly gushed out, just like an erupting faucet, and immediately knocked Lin Feng away, hit the wall and passed out immediately past. But before he fell into a coma, Lin Feng vaguely felt a voice coming out of his mind. Discover life forms is merging. The Myriad Realms almighty shopping system is activated, and the host is being bound. The binding is successful. Get a novice gift pack. Ding! An unknown error occurred. Get the number of gift packages x2. Get the number of gift packages x3. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Feng felt that his whole body was sore, but he finally woke up, and slowly opened his eyes in a daze. Recalling the situation just now, I was suddenly frightened into a cold sweat. I'll go, but it's still connected to the electricity, so I said I can't stay in this crappy place, it's terrible. Lin Feng thought of how he was directly blown away by something like electric current just now, and suddenly felt a little scared. Welcome to the Wanjie Almighty Shopping System, the host Lin Feng, please take care of me when we meet for the first time. Lin Feng, who was in fear, suddenly heard voices and was startled. Looking around quickly, I thought some thief had entered the house, but this thief even came to patronize this kind of place. This must be a thief with a story, otherwise he wouldn't be so tempted to steal a place poorer than himself. Who? Come out for me, don't play tricks, let me tell you that I'm poor and have nothing of value. Lin Feng said loudly and confidently. Of course, this is also to embolden himself. It's just that Lin Feng got the answer soon, but it wasn't the answer he wanted, but a burst of shouting and cursing came from the room next door which wasn't soundproof. Boy surnamed Lin, what the hell are you talking about in broad daylight? Even if you think you are poor and you are proud, don't be so conceited and shout out. The landlord is not here, so don't cry about being poor. When the rough uncle's voice came from next door, Lin Feng was suddenly embarrassed. It was really embarrassing. Ding! Trigger the system task, use any method, get 10 yuan and spend it. The task reward is 100 million yuan, and the points are 10 points. Warning, an unknown error occurs, the mission conditions are changed, get 10 yuan and spend it, the mission reward is 1,000 million yuan, and the points are 100 points. Lin Feng heard it very clearly this time, but what the hell is this? Is he still dreaming that he has obtained a system? Then this thing has a bug, loophole and error disorder? Thinking of this, Lin Feng slapped himself very bluntly. See, it still hurts. I'll go, I'm not dreaming, I really encountered the system. Could it be because of the current? Lin Feng thought about it, and suddenly felt that this house was not as bad as he thought, and this also gave him a system that only existed in novels. Even Lin Feng, the shrew landlord, felt that he had a better impression of her. The host is very sober now, please complete the task as soon as possible, and the novice gift package is already in the system space, please check the host. At the same time, unknown errors occur in the system, and abnormalities phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme occur. Please ask the host to take the initiative to repair the system after enough points in the future. After hearing the voice of the system appear in his mind again, Lin Feng did not lose his composure this time. As a scholar who has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme countless novels, Lin Feng is very aware of his current situation. And quickly got used to it, and even directly called up the system interface through thinking about it, and saw the large and small functions on it. It was as casual as playing with a computer. The system I looked at was amazed. Just now I felt that my host was a little off-kilter, but it turned out to be so professional in a blink of an eye. Well, as the old saying goes, there is no perfect thing in the world, and things that are too good are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme less perfect. A little flaw is actually quite good. I really like to system your bug, so don't fix it. The bug of this system is too late for Lin Feng to be happy. How could he choose to fix it? It is impossible to repair, and it is impossible to repair in this life, slightly. Facing Lin Feng, the host, the system was speechless. There was no other way. The host would be a fool if he didn't take advantage of it. The system mall, system tasks, host status, and point status. These are roughly the functions. It really feels a little lacking. But it's a good thing to have a system mall. It really deserves to be called the universal shopping system of myriad worlds. There are so many things. Lin Feng was ignoring the system and crying, browsing the system mall, but suddenly froze. Because of what he saw. What the hell are the things in the system mall? Let's not talk about everything. Just looking at their prices is enough to make people excited. Actually, there are bugs in the price display of many items. The normal display is blue, and the price is very expensive, but the abnormal ones are all red price display. It's not that you can't buy it, but that the bug has made it extremely cheap. And it's not fixed yet. While watching it, Lin Feng found that the bug was being automatically transferred every minute, and maybe an item suddenly dropped in price. Then some of them returned to their original price. I like this system more and more. Lamborghini sports cars can be purchased with only 2 points, and villas only need 3 points. There are also martial arts cheats, cultivation cheats, and elixir. There are also many high-tech products. Products, and things that are completely out of place in reality, are all here, and it is really omnipotent. It is a conscientious system, not a black shop that sells dog meat. Lin Feng is really more and more satisfied with the system, but every time he praises, the system is crying, and he is so broken. The key host not only said that he would never repair himself for the rest of his life, but also fell in love with picking up leaks. This is simply too heartless. The system said that it doesn't want to talk to Lin Feng anymore. By the way, apart from earning these points by doing missions, is there any other way to redeem them? Although Lin Feng can see and find many things by himself, the key is that there are no hints, so he needs to consult the system. Can be exchanged for money, any type of normal currency can be exchanged for points. 1 renminbi can be exchanged for 1 point. Although the system is full of resentment, the service is still in place, so I introduced it to Lin Feng. Any type is fine? Do you accept Mingbai? Maybe it was because he was used to picking up things, so Lin Feng asked directly without thinking about it. He felt that he might have successfully found another bug. It's just that this time the system couldn't take it anymore, so it directly replied to Lin Feng. No charge. However, if the host wants to spend money, this system can send the host a ride and send the host down. After hearing the system's words, Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He seemed to be having fun, and he didn't care about the system's feelings. It feels like the employee has offended the boss. Lin Feng is actually a little flustered now. The system will not run away in anger, or really send it to himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng resolutely admitted his cowardice and said directly, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. The system snorted coldly, and then there was no movement. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and began to check how much money he still had in the card. Although the result is definitely not much, but it doesn't matter, we still have a few dozen dollars. First think of a way to complete the task, and then take down the 1,000 million BUG. After all kinds of bugs in the system are very unreliable now. Don't wait until the mission bugs disappear suddenly and change back to the original state. Then Lin Feng will really cry. Fortunately, I still have 200 yuan in my pocket. The task is to let me find a way to get 10 yuan from other people and spend it, so I can't use my own money directly. But this task is not without flaws. As long as I find someone to turn around, I will get it from others. I have it, I know what to do. Lin Feng rushed out of his house excitedly, and ran all the way to the small shop on the street. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Feng said directly to the boss. Boss, I have a $50 one here, and it can't be broken. You can change it for 5 $10 ones for me. In this way, Lin Feng's money went out, and he got 5 10 yuan bills in the hands of the boss. This is considered to have completed the first half of the task and obtained 10 successes. Then just spend it. This bread is not bad. Give me 2. I'll give you 20 yuan. You don't have to look for it. Lin Feng was very happy to directly exceed the task, and he was generous for a while, and after giving the boss 20, he said that he didn't need change. But soon, Lin Feng felt his face flushed, as if he had been beaten. This is imported bread, 115, 230, there is no need to look for it, you still need 10 yuan. The store owner rolled his eyes directly, looked at Lin Feng like an idiot and said. Lin Feng was embarrassed for a while, and hurriedly handed over a 10 yuan one and ran outside. It was really embarrassing. For the first time in my life, I failed like this. Ding, the task is completed, you will get 1,000 million renminbi and 100 points. But everything is worth it. After hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Feng was so happy that he almost jumped up. If it wasn't for the fear that people around would treat him as a fool, Lin Feng would definitely have to dance for half an hour to calm down. After all, that's 1,000 million, which many ordinary people can't even dream of getting, and I got it in exchange for just 2 breads. Jingle bell, soon the mobile phone rang, and Lin Feng saw that it was a text message, which was the notification from the bank, and he had already received 1,000 million in the account. At this moment, when the real money came into his hands, Lin Feng really felt that all of this was real. Just now Lin Feng was still a little confused and unconfident. Even though he was sure that he was not dreaming, he still felt unreal. But it's different now. Seeing the large string of balance numbers, Lin Feng woke up completely, and picked up the treasure by himself. Thanks to the landlord for the broken router, thank the landlord for the broken house, Lin Feng has already thought about it. The first thing is to make up the rent as soon as possible, so that such a kind and lovely middle-aged aunt cannot suffer. Hey, you can become a multi-millionaire in an instant, but the points are the most important. As long as you have enough points, you can't buy anything. The 1,000 million is nothing compared to it. System, redeem this for me. A Lamborghini sports car, and this bodybuilding pill, this Bajiquan, Yufengbu also exchanged it for me. Lin Feng was a little excited and went directly to the system mall to find bugs. He felt that he could use them, so he changed several of them. The points were immediately reduced by 10 points, leaving 90 points. After the exchange is completed, the item is already in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. For all items that require certificates and usage permissions, the system will equip all the certificates, and the exchanged items will enjoy the privilege of 7-day free warranty. Even if they are broken into slag, they can be repaired and restored. The sound of the system sounded, and Lin Feng immediately gave the system a thumbs up. As expected of a conscientious system, it's also under warranty, which is great. By the way, don't I still have a gift bag for beginners? Open them all for me. Lin Feng remembered that he seemed to have gift packs for beginners to open, so he asked the system to open them all for him, followed by a system prompt. Ding! The novice spree has all been opened, and the following items are obtained. Sichuan Bar has 100% shares, a set of seaside villas, a Harley limited edition motorcycle, funds of 100 million x 10, and points of 10 points x 5. Obtain special skill appraisal technique, special cultivation method Wanjia Ju. There are a total of novice gift packs. Lin Feng doesn't know why there are so many novice gift packs in this system, but I'm afraid it has something to do with this bug. What is this identification technique and the formula of myriad worlds? Lin Feng was a little confused, so he asked a question, but before he finished speaking, he heard the system sound again. Special skills and martial arts books can be directly entered into the host's mind, and can be learned quickly. Do you want to learn? Yes. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, these things had already entered the system space, and the appraisal technique, Wanjiju, and the previously exchanged Bajiquan and Yufengbu all suddenly appeared in his mind. In an instant, Lin Feng clearly understood the usage of these things, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. It's amazing. This identification technique can actually identify everything. The Wanjia Ju is even more overbearing. It allows me to step into the door of cultivation, and the internal force I have cultivated can actually adapt to the needs of all the abilities of the heavens and the world. It is equivalent to a universal energy source. Bajiquan and Yufengbu are also very powerful, but it's a pity that my physique is too poor now, and I need to use the bodybuilding pill to transform it first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to practice and display these abilities. Feeling a little excited in his heart, Lin Feng can't wait to find a place where no one is around and start taking the bodybuilding pill, and then start practicing. But there is no need to worry now. The current house is considered unlivable. Not only is the environment poor, but the key point is that it is relatively noisy. It is not suitable for cultivation at all. It seems that I can go to the villa I got. The seaside villa near the coastline. I didn't dare to think about it before. Now it's my own. It's so cool. By the way, there is also my Lamborghini sports car, take it out and have a look. While thinking about it, Lin Feng opened the system space, and directly released the car in a place where no one was around. Immediately, a yellow streamlined Lamborghini sports car appeared in front of Lin Feng out of thin air. Lin Feng felt that his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat with the appearance of this sports car. Identification. In order to test his ability of this identification technique, Lin Feng directly cast it on his sports car. Then I saw a blue scanning light that no one else could see, but only Lin Feng could see, directly swept across the Lamborghini sports car in front of him, and then some information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Identification target, Lamborghini 2019 Aventador SVJ 63 Special Edition, 7-speed ISR gearbox, mid-mounted 4-wheel drive. The price is 920 million. The overall quality is brand new without any problems. Its interiors are all top of the line, and there are driving licenses, green books and other perfect documents in the car, and the license plate Beijing C88888 has been registered. Lin Feng looked at the information of the identification technique, and suddenly took a deep breath. It was too comprehensive, and it was fully identified inside and out. Even the accessories had detailed reports, but Lin Feng didn't go into details. Look at these, because you can't understand them even after reading them. As for the car, as long as it can be driven, it doesn't matter so much. And I also have a driver's license, and the other systems are fully configured for myself, so I just enjoy it honestly. It's so handsome, a sports car with more than 900 million yuan, my god. No, I have to drive out to have a good time. No matter who encounters this kind of thing, it is unbearable. After all, this is the first time to drive a sports car. After Lin Feng opened the car door and got in, he felt his legs tremble a little, and he almost hit the wall with the accelerator pedal. Although the system is under warranty, Lin Feng can't show that his driving skills are too bad. Just like that, an orange-yellow Lamborghini sports car rushed out of this shabby rental community. Accompanied by the loud roar of the engine, many surrounding residents were attracted by the sound, and directly lay on their windows to watch. When they saw a yellow sports car leaving their neighborhood, they were all so frightened that they almost fell out of the windows. "I'll go, husband, look quickly, what kind of car is this? It's so big and beautiful." "Damn it! Lamborghini, how could this kind of car appear here? It's in the wrong place. This streamline, this luster, this big rear wing. This looks like a new car. It's here to show off your wealth. It's so heartless and wicked. Doesn't it stimulate my weak heart?" Naturally, Lin Feng didn't know how much sensation he had caused. At this moment, he was obsessed with the ultimate feeling of kicking the accelerator and braking 100 in a few seconds. Of course, this feeling is intermittent. After all, after leaving this area and on the road, although Lin Feng is a well-organized person, we still have to obey the traffic regulations. Otherwise, the beautiful traffic police lady should send a small note to Lin Feng. Of course, it will not be a phone number, it will only be a ticket. This central control is really cool, but this gear is so weird that I'm not used to it, but this kind of explosive power in pushing back is really cool. The system is also really cool, and it also gives a full tank of gas. I love this system. You're dead, hee hee. Driving around aimlessly on the street, after playing for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng gradually came out of the excitement brought by the sports car. Suddenly feeling a little thirsty, Lin Feng thought that he had been reluctant to drink even a cup of Coke in order to save money to buy gifts for his girlfriend. Now that you have money, you should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life for yourself. I don't know what kind of psychological changes the system brought to Lin Feng, or the stimulation brought by the sports car to Lin Feng. In short, Lin Feng's current mentality is gradually sublimating, and his whole temperament is slowly changing. Little changes, of course not obvious, and just a little change. It's as if after a person's mood is relaxed, without so many burdens, the whole person will look several years younger. Starbucks. This is the only one. I used to pass by this door, but I didn't dare to look in. Now it doesn't matter. Go in and have a look. Look at this expensive place, what you do is really that good. He drove the sports car directly to the door of Starbucks, and inherited the driving skills taught by the driving school instructor. Lin Feng stopped the car several times, and finally managed to park the car reluctantly. Opening the car door, Lin Feng, who was dressed in a simple and street style, stepped out of the car, complaining while moving. This car door is really heavy. It's short and heavy. Oh, what a wreck. It's uncomfortable. Maybe it was because Lin Feng's words were too pretentious. A young guy on a bicycle passing by directly bumped into the electric pole and fell to the ground, but fortunately he was fine. It's just that the way he looked at Lin Feng was a little weird, and he couldn't express the specific meaning of it. But Lin Feng clearly felt that the other party had an urge to slap him. Ahem, the weather is really nice today. He said something casually in embarrassment, but Lin Feng was thinking in his heart, you fell down by yourself, don't blame me. Talking is not against the law. Walking into Starbucks, Lin Feng was immediately baptized by a few pairs of white and long legs. At this moment, Lin Feng understood a truth. Expensive has its advantages, just for a few pairs of thighs, it's worth the money. Maybe it was the sports car effect, although Lin Feng was dressed a bit sloppily, but there were still several good-looking young ladies who never looked away after Lin Feng entered the door. But it was only part of it. After all, because of the viewing angle, some people by the window saw Lin Feng getting out of the car, but many people at most only saw the car and didn't see the people who got out of the car. So not too many people noticed it, and Lin Feng didn't notice these individual gazes. Sir, do you need something? Although Lin Feng was dressed a bit casually, the clerk did not look at him differently, and kept the concept of serving with a smile, and said to Lin Feng with a smile. Well, I haven't been here phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, just take a look at the delicious drinks, just order me a couple of drinks. The weather was still hot, Lin Feng felt very thirsty, so he ordered 2 cups directly. Okay, sir, pay here, and get the number. After it's done, the number plate will ring, and you can come and get it. After the clerk quickly dealt with everything, he said to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng scanned the QR code and paid, he directly took the number plate and found a shady corner where there were no people. Picking up the phone, Lin Feng found that there was an additional software icon on his phone. It is a pattern composed of several similar asteroids. Ding, this is a software that matches the system, and it will be transferred to any mobile phone used by the host along with the host. The main function is to send the items needed by the host. The host can select items on the system mall interface, and the software will ship them after purchase. A specific person will appear within a few minutes and deliver it to the host. Of course, you can also directly browse the items in the system mall on this software, which is prepared for the host and other modern humans who like to browse apps. After a systematic explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but nodded. Conscience system, you did a good job. I really like the feeling of shopping on mobile phones. Although using the system store is fast, it does feel a little bit worse. After a lot of praise, Lin Feng started to open the Wanjibu app and wandered around. Looking at the various things on it, Lin Feng clicked on them one by one in a bored way, and watched their introductions. Kinds, as well as styles and roles too. Oh brother Taiwan, have you seen that sports car outside? It's so cool. You can buy one later and take me for a ride, okay? A familiar voice appeared from the door of Starbucks. Lin Feng raised his head and took a look, but was stunned for a moment. As the saying goes, the enemy's road is narrow, and Xiao Chunmei, who ran away with someone just yesterday, was actually met by Lin Feng again today. It's just that, compared with yesterday, Lin Feng's mentality today is stable, and he doesn't even feel any unnecessary anger. As if he was a spectator, looking at everything in front of him, the familiar figure was not so familiar anymore. What do you know? It's a special edition of Lamborghini. There are not many units in the world. From the looks of it, it must be top of the line. At least there are more than 900 million. And the current market, even 1,000 million can't buy it. If you like to go for a drive, I have a Porsche, which is not enough for you. The man surnamed Tai was none other than the billiard hall owner who picked up Xie Chunmei last night. It's just that he didn't know at this moment that the sports car he was discussing, which he couldn't even afford, was owned by Lin Feng, who was humiliated by them yesterday. Otherwise, his jaw would definitely drop. After all, his assets, if added up and down, can make up 1,000 million, which is not bad. You can also fool these inexperienced female students. No matter how much you do, you can't do too many things, and you will meet some small gangsters. After all, places like billiard halls are full of people, and people who come to play in the middle of the night both. No, it's so expensive. It's too rich. I don't know who drove it here. If I can find the owner of the car, maybe I can get to know it. Xiao Chunmei was a little surprised, but she had some small calculations in her heart. In fact, Lin Feng has never understood Xiao Chunmei's personality. In fact, she has always regarded Lin Feng as a meal ticket. Before getting acquainted with the real rich second generation, find a spare tire to support yourself first. As for this brother, Xiao Chunmei felt that she fell into her standard line, so she kicked Lin Feng without even thinking about it. Then he followed the man named Tai. There was nothing at first, but when she saw this sports car today, and what this surname Tai looked like just now, she knew that this surname Tai might have limited assets, and there was no way to compare with the car owners outside, so she felt this as an opportunity. What's the matter? You've only been friends with me for one day, and you just want to find someone else. Perhaps hearing Xiao Chunmei's implication, the person surnamed Tai suddenly became a little unhappy. That's right, I'm not doing it for brother Tai, okay? You said that if you get acquainted with the owner of this sports car, you will definitely be able to expand your network. Maybe you can get some sponsorships and develop some other businesses. This is all for your sake. I am so wrong that you misunderstood me, woo woo woo. Xiao Chunmei was whining for a while. This appearance really convinced the surname Tai. The person surnamed Tai quickly started coaxing, and said as if he had made a mistake. Oh, you should have said it earlier. I misunderstood you, dear. Come on, I'll buy you your favorite milk tea, don't cry. How about I take you to buy a bag later? No, they say cure all diseases, hee hee. Soon, under the surname Tai's promise, this Xiao Chunmei, just like changing face, immediately put on a hippie smiling face, and began to get tired of surname Tai. Lin Feng, who was not far away, felt his stomach churning, quite nauseated. Maybe there was still a little bit of nostalgia before, but now Lin Feng completely ignored them. Maybe at least the other party was right. From the very beginning, maybe they really weren't from the same world. At least in terms of heart, Xiao Chunmei is too low-end. As for the appearance, maybe she felt that she had stepped up to a higher level, but compared with the current Lin Feng, the gap between the two was like nothing else. That's why Lin Feng was so calm and didn't step forward to mock the two of them. Even now that he has enough capital, the reason why Lin Feng didn't do anything is because he feels that his mentality has completely changed. Just like an elephant facing ants, he is strong enough to trample 2 ants to death, but it is also a question whether he should trample on it or whether his feet will be dirty. Lin Feng is like this, the two of them are clowns in front of him, they are not on the same level at all, there is no need for the other party to affect him in any way. Jingle bell. It's just that things didn't go as expected, maybe it was the guidance of fate. The more Lin Feng didn't want to talk to the two of them, the more he couldn't get rid of them. There was a sound of noise, Lin Feng's number plate lit up, and his drink was ready. Reluctantly getting up, Lin Feng walked towards the bar calmly. Originally, Xiao Chunmei and Tai hadn't noticed Lin Feng's existence, but now they happened to be ordering milk tea at the bar, and Lin Feng appeared next to him, so it was hard not to notice. "Sir, the 2 drinks you want are ready, please take them," the cashier just said to Lin Feng with a smile, and then he was ready to continue working. And at this moment, a strange voice suddenly came from the side. "Oh, I feel familiar, Chunmei, look, this is not your poor ex-boyfriend. Look at him, I just broke up with you, and this guy is so loud, he even came here at Starbucks now. It's not like buying a lottery ticket and winning dozens of yuan, and coming here to find the feeling of rich people, ha ha." The person surnamed Tai hadn't noticed Lin Feng next to him at first, but when Lin Feng took the drink, he glanced at it and felt that Lin Feng looked familiar. After all, they met each other last night. Although they didn't remember it deliberately, they still recognized Lin Feng. He hurriedly said to Xiao Chunmei next to him, maybe it was Lin Feng's appearance that made him feel that he could use Lin Feng as a springboard to show off again. After all, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme does this kind of thing. If you can't afford it, don't provoke it, if you can afford it, do it hard. This is the style of surname Taiwan. Oh, don't talk nonsense, what an ex-boyfriend. At most, I will treat him as a friend first, but who would have thought that he would have such thoughts about me, so I had no choice but to reject him, and now I am not even a friend, okay? This person has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chunmei said in a dazed and aggrieved way, those who didn't know really thought she was telling the truth. Many people around were also attracted by this scene, as if they were watching the excitement and began to wait and see. It's just that some people don't know it and believe it. Some people smiled disdainfully, thinking that this man and woman were like idiots. These people were the ones who saw Lin Feng get off the sports car just now. But none of them spoke aloud, because they all wanted to see how things would develop. As the saying goes, the more people eat melons, the more delicious they are. As for whether Lin Feng will be the kind of person who rents a car to experience the rich second generation, this point has long been given to pass English pronunciation, because it is impossible to rent such a limited edition sports car, even if he does. That is not a small expense. As long as he is a smart person, he can see that even if Lin Feng is not rich or young, he is definitely a rich master. At least it shouldn't be worse than the one named Tai in front of him, because the Porsche named Tai, Lin Feng rented a few more sports cars, and he can buy one directly. So the result is obvious, one party must be lying. Who are you, barking early in the morning, can you stop influencing others to drink in public? Lin Feng said with an attitude like he was looking at an idiot, and he was stunned by the surname Tai and Xiao Chunmei. Yesterday he was a kid who was bullied by them casually, but today he looks like a different person. If it wasn't for sure that Lin Feng was the kid from yesterday, who looked exactly the same, they would probably think they had mistaken him. You. Good boy, if you dare to scold me, fine, you have the ability. What are you called? If you have the ability, don't leave. I won't let you out of this door today. You can't lose face in front of so many beautiful women, so the surname Tai directly pretended to clean up Lin Feng, but he couldn't remember what Lin Feng's name was. In yesterday's situation, he didn't pay much attention to the kid in front of him at all, so I didn't take it to heart. I am your father. Lin Feng didn't even think about it, he just said something lightly, and then he didn't go out, and walked directly to the corner where he was just now. Haha, little brother is interesting, come to my sister's place, and my sister will have a drink with you. Recently, it is popular to call males little brother and females young sisters. When brothers and sisters get together, there is no seniority relationship, and it has simply become a special appellation. A beautiful woman next to him invited Lin Feng directly. He watched Lin Feng get off the sports car, and he also thought that Lin Feng was very interesting, his words were interesting, and his people were interesting. Ah, that's not good, we don't know each other well. Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but he said so in his mouth, but he didn't think so in his body. He just sat down on the seat next to this beautiful woman, and that movement, a set of procedures, was extremely smooth, and it was extremely shameless. He, little brother is so interesting, I finished this cup. You have 2 cups, can you give me one? Lin Feng actually wanted to say no, but this young lady's hand speed is definitely not worse than that of a professional player who has been single for 20 years. Lin Feng felt that the drink disappeared from his eyes in the blink of an eye. The next moment it was on the other side's lips, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Actually, I want to say that when I took this cup just now, I took a sip. Lin Feng said. It's okay, I don't mind. Miss Sister. I mind. Lin Feng said. You are so interesting, I think you are more and more cute. Miss Sister. Amount. Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng was speechless. What's the situation? This beautiful young lady doesn't follow the rules. At this time, shouldn't she just get angry and leave? Why is she still like this? People can't stand it. Lin Feng. I knew you weren't a good person. Brother Tai, hurry up and deal with him. Look at him, he doesn't give you face at all. This is like slapping you in the face in front of you. Look. How does he treat you? Although Xiao Chunmei didn't have any feelings for Lin Feng, she even felt a little disgusted. But when Lin Feng smiled happily with a young lady who was no less beautiful than herself, she felt a little aggrieved. Because she felt that Lin Feng was not qualified to be happier than herself, Lin Feng was not worthy, a guy who was abandoned by her, did not have the right to laugh so happily in front of her at all. It can be said that Xiao Chunmei's heart is already dark to a certain extent, she is not willing to give up, and does not want to give Lin Feng any way out. Seeing that Lin Feng was doing well, she wanted to destroy this scene with her own hands. I've already sent Brother Leopard and the others a message. They're nearby and they'll be here soon. Don't even think about leaving today. Brother Tai sneered, and then looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Seeing Lin Feng talking and laughing with his sister, he also felt a burst of anger. This is obviously a scene that should belong to him. Cut it off. Lin Feng really didn't care much about what the two of them thought. He and this girl didn't have much chat, but just chatted a little bit. I found out that the girl's name is Xiaoyu, and she is a yoga teacher in a nearby gym. Coach. No wonder you have such a good figure. It turns out that you are a yoga instructor. You are really slim. I'll go to the bathroom first, and wait for me. After drinking a glass of drink, Lin Feng felt that he needed to drink some water. At the same time, because he wanted to find a place where no one was around, he first used the bodybuilding pill to strengthen his physical fitness. Because he received a system task. Ding! Trigger the task, defeat the bastard called by Brother Tai, and slap Brother Tai and Xia Kunmei severely in the face, let them know the strength of the host. Task reward, spiritual power meditation method, and supporting spiritual power application tutorial. Integral 10 points. Ding! An unknown error occurred, and the point reward is minus 10 points. When Lin Feng heard about this task, he was at a loss. He was completely awakened by the joy of system bugs because of this negative sign. When he makes a mistake, points are deducted. What kind of operation is this? But fortunately, the deduction is not much, 10 points is not too much compared to the total 140 points that Linfeng got from the previous task in the gift package. It's equivalent to 10 points, and it's changed to spiritual power meditation and spiritual power usage. For the system mall, these two things have no bugs, and the normal price of a few hundred points is not a loss. But this incident can be regarded as a wake-up call for Linfeng. Knowing that not all system bugs are good, he must be mentally prepared. Boy, don't play tricks, there is no other way out here, I will guard you here, don't try to run away. Seeing Linfeng going to the bathroom, the person surnamed Tai sneered directly, but Linfeng didn't hang him at all, and walked to the bathroom on his own. Finding a place where no one was around, Linfeng directly took out the Judy pill, and took it without thinking about it. With my current physical fitness, the power of Bajiquan is limited. I am afraid that I will suffer from many people. I must strengthen my physical fitness with the bodybuilding pill. It's just that after Linfeng ate the Judy pill, he suddenly realized a problem. System, this bodybuilding pill won't be like the one in the novel, it will be covered with mud after eating it. This is not a bathroom, if you go out covered in mud, then you don't need Tai and the others to clean up yourself, you will be ashamed enough. This is bodybuilding pill, which is a pill to enhance physical fitness, not Shisui pill, and this phenomenon will not occur, please feel free to use it. The words of the system let Linfeng almost understand that this is not a medicine like Shisui pill, which will not have detoxification effect. Just plain strong. That's good, but when there is a bug in the marrow washing pill and the price is greatly reduced, I still have to get a marrow washing pill. While muttering, Linfeng felt the sense of power emerging from him. If it is said that the strength that Linfeng exerted before was only a few tens of caddies, then now, Linfeng feels that his strength has reached the level of several hundred caddies. If he used Bajiquan, Linfeng was confident that he could directly smash the marble slab by the sink. When Linfeng came out of the bathroom, he found 4 or 5 gangster-looking guys at the door. Before he could go out, the former cashier girl suddenly came to Linfeng. "Sir, I'm afraid that people outside are here to trouble you. Can you think of a way to go out and solve it? I'm only working here. If something happens, I can't explain it to the boss. I hope you can do it, convenient." The lady at the cashier had a flat attitude, but Linfeng also understood what she meant, and it was not because he was worried about his own safety and kindly persuaded her. Instead, he was worried that Linfeng would cause trouble to them, so he asked Linfeng to take the initiative to go out to die by himself, and not to make trouble in the shop. "Oh, I'll think about it." Linfeng's attitude became a lot colder, and the other party no longer used that fake smile to face Linfeng. "I kindly advise you, it's better to apologize to the other party earlier, whether it's him or our boss, you can't afford to offend them, don't affect both sides, otherwise the consequences are not something you can bear." After the cashier finished speaking, he went straight back to the bar. Linfeng sneered indifferently, this is the so-called snobbery, even if he doesn't have much ability, relying on the store manager behind him, he can do his best. "I thought you were hiding inside and didn't dare to come out. Just in time, our people are here. I advise you to kneel on the ground now and apologize to Brother Tai. For the sake of past affection, maybe you can still to persuade Brother Tai, I can let you go this time." Xiao Chunmei looked at Linfeng, a teasing look flashed in her eyes, she looked very sure, as if Linfeng could be manipulated by her at will. "Love? Don't disgust me, okay? I just finished my drink. It's quite expensive, so I don't want to spit it out." Laughing mockingly, Linfeng walked directly past Xiao Chunmei. Seeing that the yoga instructor Xiaoyu was still there, Linfeng went to say hello for a while. "Xiaoyu, I'm leaving first, see you when I have a chance." Without adding any contact information with the other party, Linfeng walked out of the store directly. It's not really because of what the clerk said just now, but it's really hard to use his fists inside. It would be troublesome to smash something at that time. This guy doesn't even ask me for a WeChat account, so I won't be able to get married. Xiaoyu curled her lips, feeling that her charm had declined, but Linfeng didn't show any interest in her. At the door, a few gangsters and Brother Tai were smoking. When he saw Linfeng coming out, Brother Tai immediately laughed. "Brother Leopard, that's the kid. He's so arrogant. He's pestered my girlfriend and chased him to death, and he's followed me here. You must give me a good lesson on him." Brother Tai was very polite to Brother Leopard, and it could be seen that he had always relied on these guys to cover his place. It's just such a kid, you can't solve it by yourself. Look at his clothes in such a tattered state, you can just dump him a few $1,000s, and he just wants some money. But since you are looking for, I'm sorry, I'll help you once, but I'll take my brothers to play with you at night, you have to take care of me. Brother Leopard is wearing half sleeves with a tiger and leopard pattern, and there is still a little tendon on his arm. Coupled with his stubble face, he really looks a bit fierce. This is no problem. I promise that the brothers will be taken care of and taken care of. Brother Tai quickly reassured him, and then Brother Leopard led 4 of his subordinates directly to surround Lin Feng, all of them gearing up. It seemed that this kind of bullying was not uncommon. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. My brother and sister have told me just now that I will give you a chance. Now kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and this time I will let you go, otherwise I will cripple one of your hands or one of your legs, choose yourself. Brother Leopard sneered and said that he didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. For him, dealing with Lin Feng was even easier than usual, because Lin Feng didn't seem like a stubborn stubble. Lin Feng, just be honest and cooperate. I don't want to overdo things. Hurry up, don't waste time outside, we still have to go for a drive in a Porsche. Xiao Chunmei came out from behind, and came directly to Brother Tai, as if she had no bones, and stuck to Brother Tai directly, like a dogskin plaster. Hee hee, that's good. Originally, I didn't plan to talk to you couple, but you ended up pestering me endlessly and being aggressive. Then don't blame me for being rude. Today, I will let you have a longer memory and let you know, what is the difference between cloud and mud? It can be said that Lin Feng's words instantly made everyone present laugh, and no one took him seriously. Good boy, it seems that there is nothing to talk about, so please clean him up for me. Brother Leopard waved his hand directly, and immediately the 4 gangsters directly attacked Lin Feng. Swinging his fist, Lin Feng's whole body was beyond everyone's expectations, and his fist hit one of them directly in the stomach one step faster. Then he directly pulled this guy to block the attack of another person beside him. The other hand was also swung out, and the movement was quite fierce, directly killing the 2 of them in an instant, and the remaining 2 hadn't reacted yet. I felt like I was punched in the face and fell to the ground. But Jiquan, although Lin Feng can't exert its full power now, it is already easy to deal with a few ordinary punks. What's more, I have strengthened my own strength with my bodybuilding pill, so it seems to be more than capable. This startled Brother Tai and Xiao Chunmei. They didn't expect that Lin Feng would fight so hard, and in just a few seconds, he managed to kill all 4 people brought by Brother Baozi. Especially Xiao Chunmei, she realized that she seemed to have no understanding of Lin Feng at all, but she would not feel regretful just because Lin Feng was able to fight. After all, this is no longer a society of force. In the face of absolute strength, fists will appear extremely weak. I didn't expect that, you have practiced before. But don't be too happy, my brother Leopard's name is not for nothing. I have fought against many masters in the underground boxing arena. Let's see what else you can do. This Brother Leopard is not intimidating, as expected he has been on the road, and his subordinates are also quite capable. Clenching fists with both hands, he made a boxer's posture directly, and punched Lin Feng directly and quickly, but this was just a false move, the real killer move was on the other fist. So Lin Feng was not fooled, he directly dodged the false punch, stretched out his hand, and directly punched him with the same punch. It directly collided with Brother Leopard's other fist. It's just that Brother Leopard didn't have time to be surprised that Lin Feng was able to detect his false move, he felt a sharp pain in his fist. Looking around, he was actually discounted by Lin Feng. Quickly withdrawing his fist, Brother Leopard looked at Lin Feng in horror, and at the same time covered his right hand. He broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. But it's quite manly enough, just when they fought against each other just now, he screamed in pain, and then he just endured it. Why are you so strong, who are you? Brother Leopard did not fool around on the road for nothing, he was indeed a bit capable, but facing the power brought by Lin Feng's casual blow, he was a little helpless. Secretly, he had already noticed Lin Feng's extraordinariness. Relying on his skill and strength, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Feng to be the kind of unknown person that the surname Tai said. As long as you want to mix, you can definitely mix better than him on the road. You don't need to know who I am, but are you sure you want to protect these two guys now? Instead of answering the question, Lin Feng asked instead. Now Brother Leopard hesitated. Now it is obvious that Lin Feng's identity is a bit elusive, and the information given to him by the surname Tai is completely inaccurate. Didn't he agree to deal with an ordinary poor student? There are students who can play like this, they must have practiced it, it's normal there. To be honest, Brother Leopard was a little hesitant. Brother Leopard, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, he's just a bit brute at best. Chunmei knows him very well, he's just a poor kid with no money and no power, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with him. Brother Tai knew very well that if Brother Leopard left, Lin Feng might punch him a few times, after all, he stole his girlfriend. That's right, Brother Leopard, I've known this guy for several years, and he's always been a poor boy. Maybe he gained some strength from part-time work, but he definitely doesn't have any background. You just help him find someone to clean up for him. Xiao Chunmei is also a little panicked now, she never thought that Lin Feng could hit so well. What if this guy gets angry and even hits herself, what should I do? Very fragile. After the two talked, Brother Leopard hesitated again, seeing that Lin Feng might be thinking about pros and cons. Oh? Are you so sure? Then I can only say that I really blinded you. Lin Feng didn't beep with them anymore, he took out the Lamborghini car key and pressed it. Immediately, the sports car next to him rang, and this scene stunned the people surnamed Tai. Brother Leopard even turned his face on the spot, turned around and slapped the person surnamed Tai. Tai, you still say that you have checked it out? There are millions of cars, this level of strength, you tell me that this is an ordinary poor boy. Let us buy it for you, and I will clean up your sister. I wrote down this matter today, and I will settle accounts with you later. You guys don't lie on the ground for me, hurry up and go to the hospital with me, or I won't be able to keep my hand. Brother Leopard was very aware of his injuries, and after falling out with Tai, he didn't dare to entangle with Lin Feng any longer, and took his people away directly. As for speaking harshly to Lin Feng, there was no need for it. They were the ones who caused trouble in their own free time, but they were dealt with in the end, and the other party did not chase after him. This is already moral enough. Brother Leopard, you can't leave us, just wait. The person surnamed Tai was in a panic. He never thought that the guy he humiliated yesterday had such a background. More than 900 million sports cars, extraordinary skills, how can this be the skill of ordinary people? Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head and glared at Xiao Chunmei. You stinky bitch, look what you've done to me. With a direct slap, Xiao Chunmei was slapped across the face by Tai, and fell to the ground, her entire face swollen from the blow. Even the nose was crooked, so the whole nose is white. That Lin Feng, no, it's young Master Lin. I really didn't know you were so capable. It was this stinky woman who lied to me, saying that you were a scumbag and beat her all day. The one who cried to me was there is no way, I have a sense of justice, and I believe her nonsense, so please let me go, don't hit me. This person surnamed Tai is also a coward, he bullies anyone who is easy to bully, but when he encounters a tough one, he just cowards like a grandson. As for Xiao Chunmei, she was completely stunned, and of course it was because she couldn't accept the fact. After all, just a few days ago, Lin Feng was offering himself like a princess every day, but now he suddenly became like this. She is a sports car and has extraordinary skills. At this moment, Xiao Chunmei regretted it for a while. She was really stupid. She wanted to hook up with the owner of the billiard hall even though she had such a good offer. In this way, I was still being laughed at by so many people at the door of Starbucks. Hee, you were the ones who troubled me first, and you have done everything you wanted to do. Now you want to regret it, don't you think it's a bit late? What did you say before, how can you let me go? What? I can't remember clearly, but if you just do that, I might be able to forgive you once. Otherwise, you can guess the consequences. Lin Feng sneered, and then just looked at the surname Tai like this. Lin Feng had to pay them back 100-fold for yesterday's humiliation. You, young Master Lin, stay on the front line and meet each other in the future. Although I am not as good as you, I still have some friends in the local area. We will definitely have some intersections in the future. The relationship is so stiff, there is no need, right? And isn't it because of such a woman, it's not worth it for us to kill each other? The face of the person surnamed Tai obviously changed. After all, he said just now that he would kneel down and kowtow to apologize. It made it impossible for him to do this in front of so many people. So he still persuaded, try to resolve this matter as much as possible. It's really not worth it, but I'm not for her, you may think too much. I haven't looked at her all the time. What I'm talking about now is between you and me. Don't talk nonsense, you are kneeling by yourself, or I'll break your legs and help you kneel. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, and he didn't plan to entangle with them for too long, and he was still waiting to go to his seaside villa to see his new home. Don't go too far. The person surnamed Tai wanted to say something, but Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense to him, and just punched him on the ground. Immediately knocked him out. After that Lin Feng ignored him, walked to the sports car on his own, opened the door and went straight up. A roar sounded, and Lin Feng drove the car around the door, just in time to see the clerk looking at him in a daze. But Lin Fengniao didn't like her. Instead, he beckoned to Xiaoyu, who was still sitting by the window, as a farewell. Take this coward back, and don't let the big money you have so hard to get disappear. Also, tell him to be more honest with me in the future. Otherwise, I can make him disappear from this world forever at any time. The other party might still make trouble for him, so Lin Feng said directly to Xiao Chunmei, who was still sober, anyway, as long as the deterrent force is sufficient, the other party will be afraid. Lin Feng, I was wrong, you. Xiao Chunmei regretted for a while, and began to pretend to be wronged, and began to cry. It's just that what answered her was a row of exhaust fumes, and Lin Feng stepped on the gas pedal deliberately, giving her a slightly drunken makeup. As for what they did afterwards, Lin Feng didn't care, he was in a good mood anyway. He is going to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a big house soon, and he can also start to practice. This mood is very good, and he directly taught this dog man and woman a lesson, and his mood is even better. He drove steadily all the way to the seaside villa. With this Lamborghini, Lin Feng drove to his villa in front of the eyes of many people on the beach. After getting out of the car, Lin Feng couldn't help sighing as he looked at the large villa of hundreds of square meters. In this era, how many people spend their entire lives just for a car and a house, and now they have both items overnight? Lin Feng didn't know what kind of mood he was in now, except for emotion. Fingerprint and face recognition door locks are really high-tech. But the system is the most powerful. My information has already been entered, and the real estate certificate is also in the system space. After Lin Feng opened the door, he walked in. At first he thought that the inside was empty, but he didn't expect that the system was well prepared, and even the decoration was done. Lin Feng had no problem moving in directly. The system provides decoration for free, but home appliances and furniture need to be redeemed by the host with points. 30 points can help the host get a set of high-tech home appliances and furniture, whether the host needs it or not. The system sound appeared, but this set of furniture and home appliances actually cost him 30 points. Lin Feng felt a bit exaggerated. It only cost me 2 points for the sports car outside, but you actually want me 30 points for this home appliance and furniture. You are not kind to the system. That is an unknown error, this is the normal price, and it is the result of a discount, otherwise the original price is 51 sets. Lin Feng obviously forgot that these things for himself are only so cheap because of a bug in the system. Being reminded by the system like this, Lin Feng really blushed a little, feeling like he was being cheap and being good-looking. Then let's do it, and the 10 points deducted from the task just now, my points returned to 100 points in no time. But I got the spiritual power meditation method and the usage tutorial, so it's worth it. Just when Lin Feng left the door of Starbucks just now, his task was completed, and now after returning, he is waiting to practice with Wan Jiaju. Host, the marrow washing pill you want has a bug, and now you only need 5 points. Perhaps the system simply accepted the fact that it wanted a bug, and actually began to take the initiative to remind Lin Feng that the thing he wanted had a bug. Hey, the system is good, very enlightened. When I don't need to rely on bug in the future, I will consider helping you fix it. Now give me another one. By the way, I'll see if it's something defensive, like some legendary bug. That kind of body armor and other things, look at that is also a bug, help me choose one. Lin Fengko said dubiously, it is a fool not to take advantage of it. Lin Feng felt that the cheapness of this system would still take some time. He was very happy. At the same time, I also chose something to increase my defense to ensure my own safety is higher. Purchase Sway Sway pill was successful, and a piece of golden silkworm armor has been put into the system space. The host has 90 remaining points. The conscientious system, which worked hard without complaining, quickly helped Lin Feng solve the problem. Soon, Lin Feng found that his big villa began to change rapidly. In addition to decoration, furniture and home appliances appeared out of thin air and were placed regularly. The furniture is okay, it looks magnificent and magnificent. But those home appliances are not owned by the world where Lin Feng lives, but are products from some technological worlds in the 10,000 realms, which are very advanced. Welcome home, master. The smart furniture system is here to serve you. My name is Xiaojia. If you have anything to do, just ask. The sound of smart furniture sounded, and Lin Feng felt like he had stepped into a technological paradise. Smart home appliances, furniture, projection technology, and virtual control are a bit like the residence of Iron Man in the movie. Okay, Xiaojia, put a tank of warm water for me, there should be a bathtub. Lin Feng will use the marrow washing pill in a while, so he must prepare bath water to wash away the toxins and dirt. Yes, there are bathtubs in every bedroom, and this is for the owner. He nodded slightly, and then Lin Feng took out the golden silkworm armor. This thing is like a vest made of gold wire, it looks soft and feels silky to the touch. It can be said that it was quite comfortable to hold, so Lin Feng took off his shirt completely, and then put it on. Golden silkworm armor has a very high defense ability, it is invulnerable to fire and water, and it also has a certain reduction effect on the damage received. And this kind of golden silkworm armor has the ability of self-healing and stretching. The host can control it to spread all over the body, forming a complete covering defense. It can also be used as a silk rope with the help of the ability to stretch and extend, but its length is limited. If the defense is completely removed, it becomes a silk thread, and the length is only 1,000 meters away. After reading the introduction given by the system and the appraisal result given by Lin Feng using the appraisal technique, Lin Feng immediately became excited. This thing is too powerful, yes, quite okay. After admiring, Lin Feng went directly to his master bedroom on the second floor. Looking at the spacious bedroom, Lin Feng felt infinitely moved. This is completely different from the rental house he lived in before. Walking into the bathroom, Lin Feng suddenly found that the bathroom was even bigger than the place he lived in before, and the big bathtub was already filled with warm hot water. This is a smart home. Xiaojia adjusts the most suitable temperature, neither hot nor cold, and the bathtub also has a constant temperature protection function, so that you will not get cold after soaking in the water. There is also a purification function. The dirt in the bathtub will be purified continuously, and it will not affect normal items, such as milk baths, red wine baths, etc., will not be purified casually. Quite intelligent, Lin Feng didn't even know that it was a product of that world, but they all enjoyed it so much. This is the marrow washing pill. I don't know if after eating it, I can grow a few centimeters taller, my figure will become more symmetrical, and my appearance will also improve like in the novel. With anticipation in mind, Lin Feng took off his clothes, soaked in the bathtub, and ate the marrow washing pill. After eating, it was not as bitter as imagined, at least it was better than the traditional Chinese medicine balls that Lin Feng had eaten. Just after taking it in, this thing didn't even need to be chewed, it melted quickly, and was directly swallowed by Lin Feng smoothly. With the dissolution of the elixir, the effect of the medicine gradually dissipated, and Lin Feng gradually felt that his body began to heat up. A warm feeling seeped into the dantian from the stomach, and then began to dissipate along the meridians along with a trace of weak energy from the dantian. Starting from the meridians, the effect of marrow washing first cleans the meridians and blood, and then begins to strengthen the physical body. With all-round strengthening, the whole body and mind have been baptized, and both physical and mental strength are improving in a straight line. As the saying goes, after washing the marrow, there will be a huge difference between transcending the mundane world and ordinary people. Physical fitness and reaction ability have reached the limit of ordinary people. It's just that the whole process was not very gentle. At first Lin Feng felt that it was a little hot, but later he felt that his whole body was thrown into the fire, especially the meridians, seem to be a fuse. At this time, the host can operate the Wanjia-ju, increase the absorption of the effect of the Shisui pill, and can break through to the first level of the master realm of the warrior in one fell swoop, and the Wanjia-ju can be cultivated to the first level. Lin Feng quickly followed the system prompts, and began to mobilize the ray of energy born in Dantian according to the operation method of Wanjiju, and began to operate according to the operation phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals root/phoneme of Wanjiju. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. For the first time practicing, Lin Feng was still a little unfamiliar with controlling the movement of his true energy, so he was cautious. It took more than 10 minutes to run around the whole body, that is, to cycle every day, before I gradually became familiar with it. After that, it became faster and faster, and the operation became smoother and smoother, and the time of each cycle was also shortened continuously. The whole process of Lin Feng had been practicing for half an hour before it ended. With the complete disappearance of the effective Shisui pill, Lin Feng's whole body has also undergone a complete transformation. Such a strong sense of strength, as if there is endless strength in the whole body. The mind also feels abnormally clear, and the Dantian also feels a warmth. This is the legendary true energy. By the way, you said that I have already. It has reached the first stage of the 10,000 realms judgment and the first stage of the Grandmaster realm. How is this divided? Lin Feng naturally knew that all cultivators were divided into realms, some were high and some were low. With the aid of the systemic marrow washing pill and the medicinal power that had not been refined by the previous bodybuilding pill, he practiced the host's exclusive 10,000 realms top kung fu, and directly stepped on his body. What kind of master has entered? So he was very curious about how the realm was divided. The strength of the host's current world is divided. The initial martial arts cultivation is based on physique, and those who use fists and feet as means of attack are acquired realms. On the upper level, they can cultivate true qi, which can assist their own attacks with the help of true qi. They are innate realm. Further up is the threshold of a true cultivator. It is the realm of a master. It is not difficult to fly to the sky and hide from the ground after cultivation to a certain level. Each realm is divided into 10 levels. One can try to break through to the congenital realm after cultivating the 10 levels of acquired realm, and one can try to break through to the guru realm after 10 levels of innate realm. Although the Grandmaster realm is also divided into 10 levels, the difficulty of cultivation is very different from the first two realms. The gap is huge, and it is the beginning of the real journey of cultivation. After listening to the detailed introduction of the system, Lin Feng understood the gap and meaning. So, I'm quite powerful at the first level of a Grandmaster, but this can only be regarded as the beginning of cultivation. It seems that there is room for improvement. And I have too little real energy first, so I entered the Grandmaster realm all at once. It feels like the Dantian is empty, and the amount of true energy is less than 1/10. This feeling of emptiness can be said to be a bit like the feeling of being hungry, made Lin Feng feel a little uncomfortable. But after getting used to it a little bit, I felt relieved. It would be fine if the Myriad Realms Ju recovers a little bit. The products produced by the system must be high-quality goods. Wanjiju has great resilience and transformation ability. The host has been purified by the Yijing, has excellent talent, and the speed of cultivation has surpassed ordinary people. Genuine qi is generated faster, mobilized faster, with stronger explosive power and higher endurance. Please host to make persistent efforts, trigger more tasks, and earn points to become stronger faster. The system seemed to cheer up Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng feel warm, and it was the conscience of the system. After carefully washing off the impurities on his body, Lin Feng walked out of the bathtub directly, and the smart home also took care of the rest. Lin Feng didn't need to clean the bathtub or any housework by himself at all. Slowly walking in front of a huge full-length mirror in the bathroom, Lin Feng looked at himself in the mirror in shock. The well-proportioned muscle lines of his whole body were full of a kind of balanced beauty, neither lacking a sense of strength nor the beauty of lines. The little fat on the stomach also completely disappeared, turning into a shining 8-pack abs. The whiteness of the whole body is unbelievable. It is whiter than many women after putting on makeup. I don't know how many people can envy this natural fairness. Just when Lin Feng was still narcissistic and smug in front of the mirror, the cell phone that was placed in the bathroom clothes basket suddenly rang. Putting on his clothes and turning on his phone, Lin Feng saw a few messages. The first was a text message. The money he got from the novice gift bag was credited to the account at that time. Lin Feng did not open the text message to check it. With emotion, I seem to have gradually gotten used to this large string of numbers, and I am not as excited as before. In addition to this, there is a message on WeChat, which is a group message. It was just posted in the class group of my university. The content is that school will start after a while, and I want the students who arrived here earlier to have a party and have fun. After all, I haven't seen each other for several months, and I want to get acquainted more or less. However, Lin Feng also knew that this must be the rich second generation in the class, who arrived early and wanted to find a new love for the purpose of the party. This situation is not uncommon, anyway, it's all voluntary, whoever you like can be together, other people just go to eat and drink, be a wingman lightbulb or something. Lin Feng seldom attends this kind of gathering, because although it is said that there are guests, not everything is invited, and it still costs a fortune. In order to serve that Xiao Chunmei well, Lin Feng used to be foolish enough to keep giving him all kinds of gifts. In addition, he basically became a meal ticket for others, so he basically didn't have any money left to join in the fun. Well, thinking about my previous self, I was really stupid. I still believed that the woman was sincere to me. I didn't expect this to be the result in the end, but it just happened that this kind of thing came to an end early. Let's go out to relax at this opportunity. If you don't go to get together very much, you will inevitably become unfamiliar with everyone. Lin Feng felt a little bit emotional, laughed and scolded his previous ignorance. The whole person can be regarded as a lot more open-minded, and he directly signed up with everyone in the group and said that he is here, and he will pass after that. Closed WeChat and walked outside. From last night until now, Lin Feng hadn't eaten anything other than the drink just now, so he was a little hungry. Especially now that I am a cultivator, the energy I need is enormous. I have consumed a lot of energy just now, and now I am really eroded by the feeling of hunger. I'm starving, let's go to the roadside stall next to the sea and get something to eat. After Lin Feng got dressed, he walked out directly behind the seaside villa. The reason why this villa is called the seaside villa is because it is connected to the entire coast, and behind him is a place to play on the beach. Even Lin Feng was in the villa. Inside, you can watch the girls in bikinis outside. Just like that, Lin Feng walked out of the luxurious villa in his plainclothes, and many passers-by looked at Lin Feng in surprise. After all, the row of villas near the coast are all very expensive, and most people can't afford to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in them. Therefore, the people who come out of these villas are basically rich people. It is normal for people to look at them like giant pandas. Especially Lin Feng, not only came out from here, but also wore clothes that did not match the luxurious Chengdu of this villa, which was a bit conspicuous. Because the color of Lin Feng's clothes has been washed off, and the blue half-sleeves look like there are a few more white lines. The whole body, from top to bottom, add up to no more than 100 street stalls. It has nothing to do with the tens of millions of seaside villas behind him. I have to buy a few clothes later, and there is nothing to pack in the rental house. I have my ID card and everything with me, so there is no need to go. I don't have anything anyway. I will rent the house to the old man on the way. A woman is even cleared. Thinking of the shrew image of the charter woman, Lin Feng was also very entangled. He definitely didn't like her, but when he encountered the system, he was more or less thanks to her, although he almost killed himself directly. Hey, Lin Feng? You also come here to play, are you alone? Just as Lin Feng was walking towards the seaside food stall, a girl passing by suddenly greeted Lin Feng. Looking around, Lin Feng immediately recognized who this beautiful girl in a swimsuit was. Although she wasn't from the same department as him, she could meet him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme. One of the rare girls next to her was from the computer department. Department of Flowers. Lin Feng remembered that her name seemed to be emoji, but he didn't expect that it would be difficult for the other party to know her name when he was usually so low-key. You must know that even people in the same class and department would not be able to call her MOEG? That's right, I'm on my own. Are you here to play alone? He is not very familiar with the other party, but Lin Feng is no longer the old self. He used to be a little submissive, and even a little bored. But now he is open-minded, very easygoing, and even a little graceful. I don't know if it's because of the changes brought about by his I Ching cleansing, or the confidence brought by the system to Lin Feng. Anyway, now Lin Feng looks extremely extraordinary, even if he doesn't do much. The guru temperament in him, as well as the self-confidence that comes from within, exudes his own charm all the time. This made Emoji feel a little strange. Inexplicably looking at Lin Feng felt very pleasing to the eye, and even felt a little humble. As if Lin Feng standing in front of him was some important person, there was an invisible aura. It's really you. You have changed too much. How did you do it in the past few months? Your skin has become so good. You must have soaked in the milk pool for 3 months. You are so fair. Oh, you look more like a male god than a celebrity. I almost didn't dare to recognize you just now, for fear of recognizing the wrong person. This emoji is not like a goddess, she looks very natural, she has the feeling of a girl next door, and the girls in their computer department are a little bit like a house girl, and she is more down to earth. People don't feel any sense of oppression, nor do they feel that she is arrogant or artificial. It's very natural, and it feels very approachable, which is pretty good. Hee, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that I didn't like to dress up very much before. Maybe it's because I'm a little more diligent now, so I feel a little different. Lin Feng knew better than anyone how much he had changed from before. He almost didn't recognize himself in the mirror just now, let alone others. The other party didn't know him very well, but he could recognize him like this. This was what made Lin Feng feel amazing. Oh, I'm afraid you will be targeted by many wolf-like seniors with this outfit, ha ha ha. By the way, you are so boring by yourself, why don't you play with us? I also brought a few. What a good sister, let me introduce you. It happens that you are also single now, so I want to help my sisters win some opportunities. Emoji actually knew about Lin Feng having a girlfriend. In fact, she had already paid attention to Lin Feng. The most important thing was that Lin Feng would come to the girls' dormitory to deliver food and drinks when he was free. The feeling of meticulous care, many people in the girls' dormitory have talked about it, and they all say that he is a good man. It's because of clumsy eyesight, seeing people poorly, and falling in love with Xiao Chunmei, who pretends to be innocent. But just yesterday, in Xia Kunmei's circle of friends, she hugged a man 5 or 6 years older than her and posted a selfie. After the official announcement, everyone knew that Lin Feng and Xia Kunmei should be separated. So Emoji actually wanted to comfort Lin Feng, although she felt that Lin Feng didn't seem to be unhappy at all, and was even a little cheerful. And Lin Feng didn't know about these things. What he didn't even know was that Emoji actually had a good impression of Lin Feng. Because of Lin Feng's meticulous and caring behavior, Emoji was actually a little envious of Xiao Chunmei. This girl who was not as good looking as her is not satisfied with such a good boy to take care of her. This is not very good. You girls are playing, I am a boy to join in the fun. I am afraid it will affect your mood of playing. And I am a little hungry, I want to go there to eat something. You should go to play first. If you wait we can meet again later, let's talk. Although it is quite interesting to play with beautiful women at the seaside, it is even a little seductive. But Lin Feng is really hungry now, his appetite is bigger than that of beautiful women, so it is more important to fill his stomach decisively. That's fine, but we're a little tired from playing. You go over there to eat first, and we'll go find you later. Haven't you heard of a saying that is beautiful and delicious? There are a few of us. The big beauty is here, the food you eat is more delicious, hee. See you later. Obviously, Emoji didn't expect that Lin Feng would take the initiative to refuse, so she thought of a new excuse, and took her sisters with her later, and went to eat together as an excuse to get closer to Lin Feng. Such a good boy can't be missed, at least you have to make friends, make a friend or something. In the past, Lin Feng had a girlfriend and was afraid of being gossiped about, but now he is free. Emoji is willing to let go of his reserve and take the initiative. Maybe his own happiness will come. Okay. Lin Feng didn't know what the other person was thinking, he just felt that Emoji was a little weird, as if she was deliberately approaching him, and she wanted to follow when he wanted to leave. But Lin Feng didn't think much about it, filling his stomach was the most important thing now, otherwise he would really starve to death. Now he felt that he could directly eat a cow. Boss, serve me as many as you want. I've baked them all, and I want them all. Is there any ready-made baked goods? Give me some, I'm going to starve to death. When he came to a row of food stalls, Lin Feng didn't go in, he just ordered a bunch of things from the first one, which made the owner of the barbecue stall very happy. This can be regarded as a big deal. However, he was also surprised that Lin Feng could eat so much, but he didn't think about it, and directly started to put a lot of things on the oven, and started to bake them in a hurry. Okay, you eat these first, and the other things will be ready soon. There are peanuts, edamame, and so on. You can pick some up on the plate yourself. Lin Feng nodded, then found a table with his things, and chose a place sheltered from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, so as not to be smoked all the time. Maybe emoji would bring friends over soon. By the way, boss, don't put spicy ones. I have friends coming over in a while, so we can put chili and hot sauce ourselves. Okay, the owner of the barbecue stand. It has to be said that Lin Feng is still a warm-hearted man, so he made a special request. Then he began to feast on the skewers. One bite at a time, after a few bites, the boss gave Lin Feng all the 30 or so skewers. This situation was seen by the barbecue stand owner, who turned back to get the ingredients, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. Little brother, eat slowly, I'll hurry up and roast for you. How long have you been hungry? The owner of the barbecue stall said with a smile that he was not bad at his hands, so he directly increased the fire and started to speed up the roasting. He could tell that this young man was really hungry. I haven't eaten since last night. The boss is sorry to trouble you. Please work harder and speed up. I will give you an extra 200 yuan later. Lin Feng stuffed some peanuts and edamame, and muttered, this made the boss happy for a long time. There is also extra income, so it's no wonder you're unhappy. Feeling a little panicked, Lin Feng took a box of juice drinks beside him, opened a bottle and drank. It would be much more convenient for emoji if they came for the rest of the time. Within a few minutes, the boss served Lin Feng a large plate of grilled skewers, and Lin Feng continued to eat. The appearance of eating made many tourists around him stunned. Everyone began to guess, is this barbecue stall different from other ones and more delicious? Otherwise, why does this person eat like this? It looks delicious. Boss, bring me some grilled squid. After many people around embraced this idea, they wanted to come and have a taste. It was just the boss's answer that surprised them even more. I'm sorry, the food in my stall was booked out by the young man next to me, so I can only invite you to another place. The taste over there is also very good. If it was normal, this boss would not let the customers go to other stalls, but today he has a good time. We have someone to book the place, so we can refuse customers for the first time, ha. Those who came to ask were basically turned back like this, but before leaving, they all took a look at Lin Feng by coincidence, and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. By the way, this look is really greedy. Ding! Trigger the task, rescue emoji, and get rid of the entanglement of the man by the sea. Task reward, a luxury yacht, 10 points. There are no bugs in this mission, but the rewards given are also very good. How can there be no yacht at the seaside? If it is on the sea, driving a yacht and eating, it must feel better. The most important thing is that this time there are beautiful women as companions. Lin Feng really wants to try the plot that only exists in this TV series. But the most important thing is that this mission prompt can be regarded as telling Lin Feng a situation, that is, emoji has been entangled by someone and needs someone to rescue him. This is the more important thing, so Lin Feng got up and left directly, but he did one more thing before leaving. Boss, keep on baking. I'll give you 1,000 deposit first. I'll go over there to pick up my friends, and I'll be right back. If you don't pay for the food, the boss won't let Lin Feng leave at ease. After all, there are so many people at the beach, even if Lin Feng really runs away, he can't find him. So Lin Feng directly scanned the QR code to pay a deposit, and started running to the beach. The beach is so big, it is really difficult to find someone. Fortunately, the system did not trick Lin Feng, and gave Lin Feng a reminder that the 3 characters emoji, which only Lin Feng could see, were floating in Moya above Jia's head. Lin Feng saw emoji's position at a glance. Lin Feng really liked this intimate system more and more. This system is the real caring and warm man, much warmer than himself. He ran over quickly, but before he got there, Lin Feng had already surpassed the senses of ordinary people, and he had already let Lin Feng clearly hear the conversation of Emoji and the others not far ahead in advance. "Beauty, don't be so shameless, let's go to our speedboat to have fun together, we will show you what the vastness of the sea is." A few men in swimming trunks, shirtless, stopped Emoji and the three girls, and kept persuading them to go with him and play with them. But Emoji was very unwilling, and was obviously annoyed by the slapstick pestering of a few people. She was in a good mood when she met Lin Feng, but she was completely put off by their annoyance. And this is not the most important thing. What really surprised Lin Feng from a long distance was that Emoji was unwilling, but the two sisters who followed her, one of whom was a woman with dyed yellow hair, were quite willing. Even they also persuaded Emoji to agree with this group of people. It can be seen that if it wasn't for this woman, Emoji and the others wouldn't have been entangled for so long. Obviously, the other party saw that there was something going on, so they kept chasing after her. After all, the three daughters are not bad, especially Emoji, who can be called a Thai flower, which is enough to show that her appearance is very good. "E.g., let's go play with them. I haven't been on a speedboat before. It must be very interesting." The yellow-haired woman grabbed Emoji's arm and said, she grabbed Emoji's arm very firmly. It seemed to be persuasion, but it was basically like pulling Emoji forcibly and not wanting Emoji to leave. "I'm not going." This made Emoji's complexion a little heavy. She never expected that the sisters who usually get along well would suddenly cheat her like this. These men are very mean-spirited, and they are not good people at first glance. If you go with him, there may be some danger. "Sister Huang Shan, don't talk about it, let's not go. Didn't Sister Shoya say that she took us to find her friend? Her friend must have been waiting for a long time, so we can't let others dove." Among the three girls, the other girl is quite cute, with a bit of lowly style. She and Emoji have the same attitude and don't want to go. So I spoke up to persuade. "Wanqing, let's go. If she wants to go, let her go." Maybe it was made a little angry by Huang Shan's behavior. Emoji directly took Wanqing's hand and was about to go outside, but Huang Shan still held her tightly, obviously competing with her. "Let me tell you guys, it's for the sake of your beauty that we gave you face and invited you to play together. Since you don't give face so much, then we have nothing to say. If you don't go with us today, you have to go with us. Let's go without looking at who we are. Anyone who plays speedboat here doesn't know our brothers. If you don't give me face like this, don't blame us for being rude. Brothers, one for each, bring me walk." These men are also bold enough. In broad daylight, they actually plan to rob people directly. "Stop. Stop." At this moment, a voice suddenly came out, directly interrupting their actions. The person who came was none other than Lin Feng, who came here after receiving the mission. He was already on the way here. He had heard enough and understood the situation, so he walked directly in front of the three of Emoji, protected them behind him, and stared directly at the three men in front of him. "Boy, don't meddle in your own business. Take a look at this situation as a hero to save the beauty. Don't be a hero and cause trouble for yourself. I advise you to get out of here quickly and stop dangling in front of me." These three men seemed to have drank a little bit of wine, and the ones who spoke were still a little shaken. "Lin Feng, it's none of your business here, you can go quickly. These guys seem to be quite capable of fighting, you should run away quickly, help us inform the nearby security guards, and let them help deal with it." Although Emoji was very happy that Lin Feng had come to protect her, she was a little worried that Lin Feng would be beaten. After all, there were three opponents. How did Lin Feng beat so many people? "It's okay, there are only 3 people, I can handle it. Besides, even finding security guards may not be useful. These guys have been hanging around here for a long time, so maybe they have something to do with the nearby security guards." The more people called them, the more people. Since Lin Feng washed his marrow, his spiritual power has also become much stronger, and his mind has become much smarter. With a little thought, you can think of a lot of things. When Lin Feng phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme novels before, those who practiced became geniuses all of a sudden, he felt that it was a bit outrageous. But after this situation happened to him, he realized that this was actually the case. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Emoji realized how naive she was. Even if this was just Lin Feng's guess, the truth probably wouldn't be too far off. Maybe the other party will not know everyone, but don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, when you really meet the other party's acquaintances, things will only become more troublesome. Boy, don't try to be brave. If you really can't do it, just follow us to see them. I haven't played the speedboat yet. Anyway, if you follow, you will be able to protect us then, won't you? At this moment, Huang Shan spoke suddenly, but just after she finished speaking, Lin Feng, Emoji and Wanqing all looked at her in unison. Because her meaning is too clear, this is simply to let Lin Feng run to other people's territory to die. Sold. That can't be done, we still have to go to eat, so you have to go by yourself. Okay, good dogs don't get in the way, get out of the way now, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too strong. Although Lin Feng said so, he had already turned his wrist and started to prepare for the fight. I am now in the realm of a master, and I am not at the level of ordinary people at all. So this time, Lin Feng didn't need to use Bajiquan at all. He had to know that even the weakest guy in the Hotian realm could beat a group of ordinary people by himself, let alone Lin Feng who was 2 realms higher than them. Hey, you're so awesome. I'd like to see how strong your hand is. Let's do it. The 3 guys directly planned to fight and surrounded Lin Feng. They could fight in groups, and definitely not singled out. This is their fighting style. To deal with you, I use 1 finger is enough. Seeing that the opponent was about to make a move, Lin Feng would not sit still and wait for his death. He flickered and struck first. At the speed that the 3 of them couldn't react at all, Lin Feng directly stretched out his right index finger. If you agree to use only 1 finger, then use 1 finger. As a master-level master, if he had to use all his strength to deal with a few ordinary people, it would be too cheap. Although only 1 finger was used, Lin Feng controlled it extremely delicately. Lin Feng didn't know much about acupuncture martial arts, but he directly pointed at the opponent's heart, and a little bit of extremely weak true energy penetrated directly along the fingers. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Feng took a step forward suddenly, and then lightly tapped the opponent's body with his finger. It was such a simple moment, but the next moment, the expression of the person targeted by Lin Feng suddenly changed. The whole person's face turned red suddenly, as if he was about to suffocate. He clutched his heart tightly and fell to his knees on the ground. Boss, what's wrong with you, boss? The 2 people next to him didn't know what was going on, but they saw their boss suddenly turned into this, and hurried over to help him up. But it was stopped by Lin Feng's words. I advise you not to help him up, or you will kill him. If you want to save him, then quickly give him artificial respiration, so that you can still save, or wait for 3 minutes, and he will die. Suffocated to death. With just a small trick, Lin Feng can easily turn an ordinary person into this. At this moment, he finally understood why it is said that the realm of the master is a realm beyond the ordinary world. This method is simply not done by humans. What the hell did you do to our boss, you bastard? One of the 2, who was a bit fat, rushed towards Lin Feng directly. He didn't see the situation clearly at all, and didn't realize Lin Feng's horror, so Lin Feng repeated his old trick and made a direct move. You don't need to use your own quiet phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme step, you only use a small part of your strength to move, and the speed is extremely fast. He directly dodged the opponent's punch, and his own finger directly touched the opponent's heart. The next moment, this guy also directly covered his heart and knelt down on the ground and began to breathe heavily. Yo, it's good to be fatter. With the same dose, the effect is that the heart is weakened a lot. You are also very powerful. You are the first person who can block a finger of mine. Lin Feng joked, and then he didn't care about these 3 guys. Anyway, he had already shown mercy, and they wouldn't be in any danger. Turning around and coming behind him, Lin Feng looked at the 3 women who had been stunned, and cast a cold look at Huang Shan, the vicious queen, and said directly to Emoji and Wanqing. Okay, let's go eat. I ordered a lot of things. If I don't go, it will be cold. A cold joke broke the surprised mood of the 3 girls, and then Lin Feng walked in front and opened the way for the 3 of them. After all, there are still a lot of people on this beach, and no one is opening the way in front, and I am afraid that many people will bump into it. But along the way, Lin Feng was also questioned endlessly by Emoji and Wan Qing, all asking how he did it just now. It's amazing that people can be solved with 2 clicks. As for that Huang Shan, she also knew that she had offended someone just now, so she became a little more conscious and didn't speak again. However, there was still a hint of disdain in her eyes. She knew who Lin Feng was, he was from a school, and had seen him several times. I thought to myself, isn't this just that stinky dick that Xiao Chunmei just dumped, who played some unknown tricks? What's so great about it? Oh, 2 little aunts and grandmas, don't ask, I really didn't do anything just now. I just stomped on their toes secretly when I ordered them, so they couldn't stand the pain, and they were about to suffocate. Yes. My bones were almost broken by him, who told them not to wear shoes. Playing on the beach, there were not many wearing shoes, but Lin Feng's explanation only made them dubious. Because none of them noticed what Lin Feng did just now, nor did they pay attention to the situation under their feet. The key point was that Lin Feng was blocking their line of sight at the time, so he didn't know the specifics. He only saw Lin Feng stretching out his fingers at the end and making sarcastic remarks to the other party. But Lin Feng couldn't say that he was a master of martial arts, so he thought of an idea directly, and came up with such an explanation, which is reasonable anyway. I blocked it just now, and no one noticed it so carefully. Ding! After the task is completed, a luxury yacht will be rewarded with 10 points. With the sound of the task being completed, Lin Feng's points totaled up to 100 points. I also got a luxury yacht, which is a small and medium-sized 3-story yacht, only a few meters long and a few meters wide. But the decoration is quite good, and it is not a problem to sleep, grill, and eat. The most important thing is that this thing is not difficult to open. After getting the yacht, Lin Feng got similar relevant knowledge and knew how to operate it. This is the same as Lin Feng's Lamborghini. If it wasn't for some introduction information passed to him, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to drive it so easily for the first time. This is a small benefit of the system. Lin Feng thought for a while, and finally turned on the phone and used the Wanjigu app to deliver the goods. If you take it out from the system space by yourself, it may be a bit difficult, because there are too many people. Even if your own seaside villa comes with a small port near the sea, but there are still too many people around here, it is a bit conspicuous to appear out of thin air. Therefore, it should be better to use the Wanjigu app to deliver the goods directly. After choosing in this way, Lin Feng found that he could choose the delivery location and time by himself. The location is the small port given by his villa by the sea, and the time is 15 minutes after Lin Feng said it. After all, I still have to get some food and drink first, and get ready. The system said that Myriad Realms shipped very quickly, so Lin Feng delayed a little. Then they brought the 3 girls directly to the barbecue booth. When the 3 girls saw the table full of skewers piled high, there were only 2 words in their hearts, and that was fuck. Boss, you've done a good job. We don't need to look for money anymore. Give us food and drink. Find something to pack up. We need to change places to eat. Lin Feng manually praised the owner of the barbecue stall, and then started to get busy with the owner. He brought 2 large plastic phone boxes, and then packed everything with a layer of plastic wrap. There were also 2 small boxes of drinks and a few packs of seasonings. Under the friendly smile of the barbecue stand owner, everyone took their things and started walking to the beach. And Huang Shan, who had been silent all this time, spoke this time. Because Lin Feng was holding a big box alone, and Emoji was holding 2 small boxes of drinks. And she and Wanqing had to hold a big box like Lin Feng together. It was like being a laborer for Lin Feng. I said, Lin Feng, where are you going to take us? It would be nice to eat honestly at a barbecue stall. You don't have a speedboat or anything. We can eat on the sand when we go to the beach. When Huang Shan spoke, her tone was obviously disdainful, as if she was also regretting that she didn't get on the speedboat just now. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng himself didn't want to talk to her, but it turned out that if he didn't do something, this woman would be in trouble forever. I didn't care about what she said about betraying herself and others just now, and now she dared to provoke again and again. You must know that Lin Feng is not a mud bodhisattva now, and he will not let others pinch him. Speedboat? That thing is not good. The space is small, the speed is fast, but it is unstable. Those of us who eat, have not waited to eat on it, and they are all overturned. Lin Feng said something very disgusting, and Emoji and Wanqing immediately laughed, thinking that what Lin Feng said made sense. But Huang Shan was different. She felt that Lin Feng was making excuses. At least we can play at sea, unlike now. We are going to eat skewers with a group of people in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals win wine / phoneme and sand. Huang Shan's repeated provocative actions have already made Emoji and Wanqing feel more and more that they have known each other for nothing, and they have seen Huang Shan's true colors clearly. It's better to have less contact with her in the future. Okay, Lin Feng treats guests to buy food. I heard from the boss just now that Lin Feng gave him 1,000 yuan directly. If you are short-mouthed, just control your own mouth. Emoji said with a strong attitude. Huang Shan still wanted to say something, but feeling the weight of the skewers she was carrying, she couldn't continue. After all, I still have to eat, just say a few words, and if I continue to talk, there will be no benefit. But Huang Shan still didn't change her attitude towards Lin Feng. When she calmed down, Emoji and Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. But none of them noticed that the corners of Lin Feng's mouth, who was walking in the front, curled up unconsciously. Not because of anything else, but because the time is coming, and my luxury yacht is about to be delivered. Okay, let's put it here first. We will start eating after a while. After Lin Feng brought the three girls to the private port of the seaside villa, he said to the three girls. Emoji and Wanqing didn't know what they were doing, but Huang Shan, a vanity-loving guy, knew it very well, and couldn't help but speak again. This is the private port of the seaside villa. Lin Feng, you actually brought us here to eat. You are not afraid of being caught and chased away after being discovered. You don't feel ashamed. We girls still want to save face. After Huang Shan finished speaking, Emoji and Wanqing knew what this place was. No wonder there were many people passing by, but no one came here. It turned out that this is a private land, and the seaside villas are assigned to each resident private port. Lin Feng, let's move to another place. The seaside villas cost tens of millions of dollars. We can't afford to offend such a person. Don't really get caught. Emoji and Wanqing were also a little worried, so they didn't have time to argue with Huang Shan about her tone and attitude. They picked up their things in a hurry, ready to persuade Lin Feng to leave with them. Lin Feng looked at them nervously, and suddenly wanted to laugh, just about to explain something. As a result, I heard the security patrols in the villa area not far away shouting as they ran towards this side. What are you guys doing? This is a private port, leave quickly. Seeing this scene, Huang Shan suddenly sneered, and said as if watching the excitement. Did you see? Someone found out. I'll see how you end up. If you have no money or ability, don't come up with ideas. Not only did you disturb us to play the speedboat, but now you have something to eat, you have to be chased away by others. It really made us come out to play quite happily. It was a wonderful experience. Huang Shan seized the opportunity and immediately began to sneer. Although Emoji and Wanqing wanted to say something, it was a little too late. Seeing that the security guards were coming, the two of them also became anxious. Lin Feng, let's go, they. Emoji pointed to the security personnel in the distance and said, but before she finished speaking, Lin Feng interrupted her. It's okay, they can't drive us away. Lin Feng spoke very confidently, but Emoji surprisingly didn't say anything. She was inexplicably infected by Lin's self-confidence, and felt a little at ease. It seemed that what Lin Feng said was correct. He said it's okay, then it must be okay. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Huang Shan laughed immediately, but she didn't say anything this time. She just smiled to see how Lin Feng would deal with this matter. She even imagined what Lin Feng would look like when he was about to be kicked out, and then she could taunt this guy and let him pretend again. What are you doing? Didn't you see the sign next to it? This is a private area, not a place you can come to casually. Go quickly. As soon as the two security guards came over, they immediately drove away after seeing Lin Feng in the others' clothes. Although the beauties are not bad, Lin Feng doesn't look like a rich second generation. So they must not be the residents of this seaside villa, so they can't be allowed to stay here, not to mention they still carry so many things. If any damage is caused to this place, it will be their security personnel who are responsible. He was the one who brought us here and said he wanted us to eat skewers here. Two security guards, if you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Huang Shan directly confessed to Lin Feng, obviously letting Lin Feng make troubles on his own, and she didn't want to be implicated. Hearing Huang Shan's words, the two security guards looked at Lin Feng. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Feng didn't look like someone who could bring three beauties out to play. Coupled with the woman's attitude and tone towards Lin Feng, the security guard was even more sure that Lin Feng must have sneaked in and had nothing to do with the seaside villa. Is what she said true? You brought them here, and you want to eat skewers in this private area? Do you know what this place is, a seaside villa? All the dignitaries phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme here, just like you they also imitate others to pick up girls, and even get them here. Do you know how much the villas corresponding to this port are worth? Let me tell you, the villas here can be sold for a high price of tens of millions. Do you hear tens of millions? Without. The two security guards acted as if they were following the villa. Lin Feng smiled indifferently when he saw them, but Emoji and Wan Qing were a little nervous. After all, the port of tens of millions of mansions, this is really not an ordinary place. However, the two women were a little at a loss as to what to do when they saw that Lin Feng still didn't care. My stuff has finally arrived. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was time for the goods to arrive. What? Your kid brought something here again. Let me tell you, here is. The two security guards wanted to say something more, but they stopped talking suddenly, because there was a loud buzzing sound above their heads. When everyone looked up together, they were all startled. I saw above their heads, and at some point, a helicopter appeared. The altitude was still falling, and the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme pressure blew the hats of the two security guards away. In fact, Lin Feng was also frightened by this battle. He never thought that the delivery method of Wanjibu app would be so impressive, and he was directly transported by helicopter. The reason why he was so sure was because Lin Feng saw a huge iron box hanging under the helicopter, just like the iron box on the huge cruise ship that transports goods. The helicopter deviated a little bit, then drove to the front of the port, and slowly lowered the tin box. Such a big commotion, not to mention Lin Feng and others, even the people on the beach not far away were alarmed. Soon Lin Feng found out, and there was a circle of people not far away. The people in the circle are all looking this way. After all, this kind of scene is still relatively rare. It was the first time for Lin Feng to see it, let alone others. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you, my things have arrived. Also, if there is nothing wrong, leave from my private port. By the way, clear up the crowd outside to maintain order. I bought a villa from here, I want you to help me deal with things, not for you to deal with me, go out. Lin Feng waved his hands directly at the two security guards. There are too many guys like them who like to bully others in this world, and Lin Feng doesn't bother to pay attention to them. Open their eyes to them, and a long memory will do. As the tin box came down and opened, revealing the luxury yacht inside, the two security guards felt sleepwalking. After listening to Lin Feng's words, both of them began to panic. But they still had a little bit of expectation in their hearts, that is, the thing that fell from the sky this day must not really have anything to do with this young man. It's just that their thoughts were quickly crushed, because when the luxury yacht was lowered, a rope was suddenly thrown down from the helicopter above, and then a black figure quickly slid down from above along the rope. After taking a closer look, it turned out to be a beautiful black-haired woman in a battle suit, with quite agility, without any protective measures on her body, and she just came down from a height of tens of meters. After the woman came down, she walked towards Lin Feng with a stern expression. Although Lin Feng knew that this was the person who bought the app from Wanjie, this battle really shocked Lin Feng, especially as the woman gradually approached. Lin Feng actually felt a sense of oppression. It was a kind of realm suppression that only a cultivator could feel. This woman was actually a master at the master realm, and her strength was far above Lin Feng. Dear Mr. Lin Feng, the luxury yacht you want has been delivered to you, please sign for it. The black-haired beauty, who was a master in wearing a special combat uniform, walked up to Lin Feng directly, and took out something similar to a courier slip. In the current situation, if you still don't understand the situation, then you really can only check your IQ. This luxury yacht was actually bought by Lin Feng, and it was transported in such an exaggerated way. Not to mention the helicopter, the delivery personnel were even equipped with guns. In this case, this kind of configuration can only be seen when the bank transports money. I didn't expect to see it here, and it was made by Lin Feng's shopping. It's signed, "Thanks for your hard work." Lin Feng directly took the signing pen hanging on the delivery slip and signed his name directly and quickly. Needless to say, it is different after this marrow washing. Lin Feng used to write with flying colors, but now his control is amazing, and his writing is actually pretty neat. It is my honor to work for young Master Lin, and I look forward to seeing you next time. The black-haired beauty said so, wearing a mask. Lin Feng couldn't see her face clearly, but her eyes were very vivid. Lin Feng seemed to see some expectation in this look. But what to expect, Lin Feng was not sure. And just such a sentence of Lin Xiao scared the two security guards and Huang Shan, a naughty girl. Recalling what Lin Feng said just now, the seaside villa and the corresponding port are actually owned by Lin Feng. An emotion called regret emerged in Huang Shan's heart, and the two security guards were even more terrified. They apologized to Lin Feng quickly, and then ran out to maintain order. It never occurred to them that they pretended to be the real head of the household this time. If the manager or the upper management found out about this, they might lose their jobs. You must know that working as a security guard in this rich area can earn a very high income, no worse than that of a white-collar worker, and sometimes you can pretend like just now. But at least for now, in the near future, they are going to give up. Watching the black-haired beauty pulling the rope, jumping a few meters high with one pull, and boarding the helicopter in a few strokes. Emoji and the others were overwhelmed with shock. This is simply better than professional acrobats. This is something that humans can do. This man is amazing, but Lin Feng, what's the situation with you? This yacht and villa really belong to you? After watching the two security guards leave, Emoji asked with some uncertainty. Although seeing is believing, she still wanted to hear what Lin Feng said before she could believe it. After all, this is too exciting. This is meeting a real rich man. Of course, otherwise, why would I bring you here to play? The key is that my yacht is coming soon, so I brought you here. Let's go up and have fun together. It just happens to be compensation for your regret of missing the speedboat. What Lin Feng said was actually mainly for Huang Shan. This woman talks too much nonsense, so Lin Feng specifically pointed her out to make her more interesting. Huang Shan's face changed slightly, but she didn't express anything. What Lin Feng showed was indeed beyond her expectation. Emoji and Wanqing were a little dazed, but they quickly took their things and followed Lin Feng onto the yacht. They couldn't see it from a distance, but when they got closer, they were even more shocked when they saw the interior. It's too luxurious, and the configuration inside is definitely the highest top configuration. Put your things away, and you can find a place to sit. I'll drive the boat to the sea, and don't play from nearby, so as not to be viewed as animals in a zoo. Lin Feng's suggestion was still very good. He drove directly for a few minutes, but Lin Feng did not drive the boat too far, because it would not be safe if it was too far. It stopped less than a kilometer from the coastline. Blowing the sea breeze, eating skewers, this feeling is simply flattering. The most important thing is that there are still 3 girls next to her, which is very comfortable. After getting down from the top cab, Lin Feng looked at the 3 people who were a little nervous, and he suddenly smiled. In fact, he was also nervous, and it was his first time to play in the sea, but he did not expect that this would be the case for the first time. 2 days ago, he would never have imagined this scene. Lin Feng, I found that you have changed a lot, but you didn't expect that you were so rich. I heard that you are quite difficult. You work 2 jobs a day, and you have been supporting that Zaya Kunmei. Emoji asked curiously while eating the skewers. She found that Lin Feng was very different from what she remembered. In the past, she only knew that he was extremely warm, but she didn't expect that he was actually very masculine, and he directly solved the guy who pestered them just now. Now they have directly moved out of the luxury villa and yacht, making people feel Lin Feng's mystery even more. Actually, it was only 2 days ago that I became rich. I inherited a huge sum of money before, but it never came to fruition, so my hard work was true. I just didn't expect that this Xia Kunmei was so blind, and her eyesight was not good enough. Shizhu actually wanted to betray me. But just in the morning, I have already shown her what regret is. Lin Feng can be regarded as good at telling nonsense and not drafting, and he can think of such reasons. But this is also an excuse that Lin Feng decided after thinking twice. Only in this way can he be able to cope with the increasing assets in the future. In just one day, Lin Feng has acquired so many things, and there will only be more in the future, so finding an excuse once and for all is the best choice. Anyway, Xiao Chunmei is not a good person herself. I have known her for a long time. And Lin Feng, I was wrong before, and I shouldn't have been picking on you. I hope you can forgive me. Although Huang Shan felt a little resentful in her heart, facing Lin Feng's display of financial resources, she did not dare to do it again, so she chose a gentle method and apologized to Lin Feng. In front of Emoji and Wan Qing, Lin Feng would not care too much about himself. It's okay, it's just that you'd better change your temper, otherwise it's really easy to suffer. There are too many people who like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, and this time I met someone who was easy to talk to me, otherwise you and the two just now I'm afraid the security guards don't have any good fruit to eat. Come on, let's settle our grievances, don't think about it so much, let's have a good time, school will start soon, and there will not be many opportunities to go to sea. Lin Feng has a lot of adults, and he didn't know Huang Shan. Of course, it was mainly because of Emoji's face. After all, she was the sister brought by Emoji. It's just that Lin Feng still said a few more words. As for whether he will correct it or not, that is Huang Shan's own business, and Lin Feng doesn't want to preach too much. Everyone has their own destiny, wealth is in the sky, how to go and what to do depends on her own. Thank you. Huang Shan thanked her surprisingly, it seemed that she had changed a bit from before, and she didn't know if she really listened to it. The four of them started chatting while eating, and the atmosphere became more and more harmonious, and the unhappiness just now seemed to have been diluted and disappeared. It's just that the good times didn't last long. Wan Qing suddenly stopped eating the skewers, looked at the distance and shouted. Look, what is that? The four of them looked at the direction Wan Qing was pointing at the same time, and saw a few black shadows gradually approaching this side. Lin Feng had already purified his essence from the Book of Changes, and he was a cultivator. His senses were much stronger than ordinary people, so his eyesight was also the same. It was clear that those black shadows were actually several speedboats, 4 in total, and 2 or 3 people were sitting on each of them. With Lin Feng's eyesight, he could clearly see that their expressions were a little panicked, and their speedboat was also driving extremely fast. It seemed that they were speeding up with all their strength. Hurry up! There is a hole in the defense line on the other side of the bay, and a shark has come running in. Hurry up! Go back to the shore. After hearing their yelling, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. This luck is really bad. Generally, even if you really encounter a defect, you won't really encounter a shark or something. After all, this is not a deep sea. So being able to catch up with 2 things directly is really a different kind of luck. Sharks? Lin Feng has sharks, hurry up and drive the boat back. Emoji and the 3 daughters also gradually heard each other's shouts, and they all became a little panicked, and began to urge Lin Feng, for fear that they would be targeted by sharks in the next second. Okay, you guys go back to the cabin to be safe, I'll go up and sail. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless, although he was not afraid of sharks. The strength of the Master Realm was absolute self-confidence. But Lin Feng couldn't guarantee that he could protect the 3 girls. Because although he is in the realm of a master now, he doesn't have any good means of protection, only Bajiquan and Yufengbu. Knowing nothing else, he is definitely the one with the fewest tricks in the Grandmaster realm. The shark was caught by the fishing net, but it won't last long. You guys drive to the shore quickly. Let's go! The speed of the yacht is as fast as the speedboat, and it didn't take long for the speedboat to overtake it. The other party was afraid that Lin Feng hadn't heard what he had just said, so he said it carefully, and then left, because there were still many tourists by the seaside, and they needed to evacuate immediately. So there is no way to stay, so hurry back. Lin Feng also realized the seriousness of the problem. The speed of this shark in the water is very fast. The people on the beach are fine now, mainly those who went into the sea. Their speed of swimming back is not so fast. It would be really dangerous if the fishing nets over there were broken before everyone got ashore. Trigger emergency missions, repel sharks, and save tourists. Mission rewards: Medical Sacred Book, Jiuhua Golden Needle. 50 points. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about his confidant, the system suddenly popped up a task. Of course, even if there is no such task, Lin Feng will definitely not sit idly by. As a 5 good young man in the new era, Lin Feng must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme by example. Wow! Look, the shark is out. At this time, Wan Qing suddenly yelled, and Lin Feng noticed that on the sea in the distance, he saw a shark rushing out of the fishing net through a hole. Even Lin Feng could still see that the shark still had a bag of fish in its mouth. I don't know that it was the fishing net thrown by the fisherman that tied up a bag of fish. The most important thing is that there are still many bottle fragments in the fishing net, which scratched the fish. The shark should have come here following the fish's smell of blood. At this moment, Lin Feng just wanted to say, "Don't litter." This broken wine bottle must have been thrown into the sea by the murderer. No, this guy's speed is too fast. Not only the tourists on the other side of the coast are too late to go ashore, even my yacht is too late to dock. I can only fight. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng directly made up his mind, set a fixed point cruising phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme directly on the electronic equipment on the yacht produced by the system, let the boat go to the port by itself, and then Lin Feng was ready to go into the water and meet the other side. The shark is gone. Although Lin Feng was still a little scared, after all, although he was a master in the realm of masters, it was the first time he had fought a shark, so he was somewhat scared. But it's more about excitement, because with the golden silkworm armor on his body, he is not afraid of being bitten at all, and coupled with the ability of a master, Lin Feng is still very secure. I set the automatic cruise control. When you get back to the shore, hide first, and don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the sea. Although the closer to the coast, it is basically a shoal, and sharks may not be able to go up. But Lin Feng still gave an order just in case. Seeing what Lin Feng said, Moiji suddenly realized something else, and hurriedly asked, "What are you going to do? What are you doing?" Seeing that Lin Feng actually took off his shoes, the three of them finally felt that something was wrong with Lin Feng. "I'm going to go into the water to lure this guy away, otherwise you and the tourists on the coast won't have time to go ashore. Don't worry, I'll be fine, and nothing will happen." Lin Feng felt that time was running out, so he got into the water earlier and was quicker. So after speaking, he was ready to dive, but at this moment, Emoji suddenly rushed over and hugged Lin Feng, tightly hugging Lin Feng's waist, and did not let go. "No, it's too dangerous. Are you crazy? Why do you only see others, not yourself? Have you considered your own safety? If something happens to you, what will your family do? What will I do? Woo woo. You can't go. Woo woo." Emoji even spoke in a crying tone, using great strength. Lin Feng wanted to pull it away but found that he couldn't push it away. "It's really too hard. If I try too hard, I'm afraid it will hurt the other party." "Moeg. Calm down. I told you I'll be fine. One finger is enough to deal with this kind of guy. When I come back, remember to treat me to a big meal later. You can't just treat me, right?" Lin Feng said something to Emoji in the tone of an uncle abducting little Lolita. The half-joking words made Emoji relax a little, but Lin Feng saw the opportunity and tapped her neck obliquely with his hand in the shape of a palm. Knocked him out directly. "You two take good care of her, I'll go back as soon as I go," said to Wanqing and Huangshan. Lin Feng didn't waste any more time, took a deep breath, and jumped into the sea. His whole body was like a fish, darting unhindered in the sea. True Qi adheres to the surface of the body and completely isolates the water flow. Lin Feng's breath can allow him to use it in the sea for a long time. Those who are strong in the Guru realm have much less need for breathing than ordinary people, and they need the existence of true Qi in the Dantian. Lin Feng can be transformed into the oxygen needed by the body. The Myriad Realms art is a kind of energy that contains all things in the myriad worlds. Supplementing the air is the most basic ability. The only disadvantage is that the deeper the sea, the less light there is, which greatly hinders Lin Feng's vision, so it's better not to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the depth of the sea as much as possible. Fortunately, the shark did not swim down, but was near the surface of the water. It was still daylight, so Lin Feng quickly caught the location of the shark. The speed was really fast enough, and he was almost, meters away from his yacht. With a swing of his arms, Lin Feng flew straight out like a sharp arrow and started to walk through the water. The speed is so fast that it is beyond the reach of those who specialize in swimming. A person in the realm of a master can no longer view his power as an ordinary person. After Lin Feng entered the water, Wan Cheng and Huang Shan on the boat were a little dumbfounded. Seeing Emoji, who was fainted by Lin Feng, Wan Cheng said a little at a loss. "Sister Huang Shan, what should I do? Lin Feng must be in danger if he continues like this." When she spoke, Wan Cheng was crying. They had never seen such a scene before. At this moment, they were panicked besides fear. "What else can I do? Hurry up and listen to Lin Feng and go ashore first, and then quickly find someone to rescue him." Huang Shan's mentality was also slowly changing, especially when Lin Feng put himself in danger in order to save others. This kind of spirit really had a great impact on her heart. How to put it, it can be regarded as a life and death experience, and I have some insights. Huang Shan felt that she was so small-minded, thinking about so many things all day long was nothing but nonsense. The whole person was completely awakened. Wan Cheng nodded. Now no matter who said anything, she must think it was right, because she was totally confused. Lin Feng didn't know anything about the sea affairs anymore, but now he had rushed directly in front of the shark and had a face-to-face meeting with the shark. Fortunately, the shark in front of him was not too big. If it was too big, Lin Feng would be more or less afraid. But even though it is not big, it is only compared with adult sharks. This guy can catch up with 4 or 5 Lin Feng and add up to be bigger. "Good guy, your teeth are good enough." With true energy blocking the seawater, Lin Feng was almost the same as on land, without any influence. Thinking a little bit in his mind, seeing how the shark ate up all the nets and fish in a few mouthfuls, Lin Feng couldn't help thinking that he was enough for this shark to eat a few mouthfuls. Golden silkworm armor. As soon as he moved according to his heart, this precious armor was recognized by Lin Feng. In a flash of thought, Lin Feng's whole body was surrounded by the golden armor, and even his head was fully armed. Although the treasure armor was inside the clothes, under Lin Feng's control, it was wrapped around the body directly, so as to ensure that his clothes would not be torn for a while, and he would be embarrassed after going ashore. Although the true energy defense effect is not bad, but Lin Feng's current true energy is not high, and he still needs to maintain underwater breathing and fighting, so save as much as he can, and rely on the golden silkworm armor for defense. The shark also saw Lin Feng, and rushed towards Lin Feng straight away, wanting to bite him with his bloody mouth open. It's just that as soon as it arrived in front of Lin Feng punched it directly, but Jiquan, the strength of the fist exploded, and the true energy gathered on the fist instantly. What is different from the combination of fists and feet before is that this time, the punch produced a vacuum field directly in the water. This is the effect of powerful acceleration and the explosion of true energy. With just such a punch, it hit the shark's mouth directly, and saw several of its teeth knocked out in an instant. The shark was in pain instantly, but after being injured, the bloody breath that came out of his mouth made him fierce. Although he was punched by Lin Feng, he was not afraid and became more courageous as he fought. After retreating a little distance, he recoiled again. But this time Lin Feng didn't continue to attack. Just now he didn't use all his strength at all, but just tried to use a little bit of true energy to assist his fists to attack, and the power really surprised him. At the same time, I feel more and more that I need to control my own power in the future, otherwise the power will be too great, and I'm afraid it will cause a big impact. Just now, I only exerted less than 1/10 of the strength, and as a result, a small vacuum field appeared in the seawater I hit, and the shark was also directly knocked out of its teeth. You know, this guy is no stronger than a cow. In addition, the power in the water is limited by the seawater, and it can still cause such an effect, which is enough to prove its strength. I really don't know how to repent and dare to come back, but it's just a good time to try the defensive power of this golden silkworm armor. Come on, come and bite me. Lin Feng gradually got used to the true qi and dantian, the state of internal breathing. he could let go of the breath in his mouth, and began to say something through the real chi. The golden silkworm armor is very strong, but Lin Feng has never had a suitable test subject. Although this shark does not feel strong, its teeth are not bad, so let it bite with the remaining teeth. The shark came in front of Lin Feng, and Lin Feng directly extended his arm to block the opponent's mouth. As soon as the shark took a bite, Lin Feng felt a strong bite force coming from it. But apart from a little pressure, Lin Feng didn't feel any other feelings. Most of the strength is isolated by the golden silkworm armor, and its strength is also very high. As expected, it is invulnerable. Even the sharp teeth of this shark can't bite a trace. That's right. The defense is really strong. I'm afraid bullets won't be able to pierce through it. With this thing, it can be regarded as some protection. Lin Feng has just begun to transform, so he still cherishes his life, and doesn't want to be the kind of hero who dies young. After a little testing, Lin Feng stopped entangled with the little shark, and directly swung his fist. This time, he mobilized a little more energy, and directly punched the head of the shark that was still gnawing his arm. It was stunned. A huge force directly sent it flying. At the same time, Lin Feng's punch directly caused a wave of water to appear on the surface of the sea, rising out of thin air. Those who didn't know it thought that something exploded in the sea. Looking at the shark that had been knocked out by himself and turned white, Lin Feng was a little speechless. Then Lin Feng thought about it, and finally rushed over, caught the little shark, and swam out of the bay. It's still too dangerous for this thing to stay in the bay, and now there is a loophole there. If something else rushes over, it will be dangerous for tourists by the sea. So Lin Feng planned to send the Buddha directly to the west, throw this guy directly back into the sea, and block the loopholes a little by the way. In this way, with a little effort, Lin Feng threw the little shark back into the sea. All things have the right to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, and you cannot sanction them just because they eat meat. So Lin Feng kept his hand and threw it back to the open sea. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that this guy was pretending to be dizzy just now. After throwing it back, this guy turned over immediately and started to swim. He even looked back at Lin Feng a little bit. The eyes were more or less strange, and he didn't know why Lin Feng was so powerful as a human being, or because Lin Feng let it go. In short, I just took a few glances, as if I remembered Lin Feng in my mind. Then he ran away. Lin Feng looked dazed, but he didn't care too much. He shouldn't encounter this shark when he stepped out of the sea to seek revenge. The hole is pretty big, and there's nothing I can use to fill it up. The system, is there anything that can fill the hole? It's okay to block it temporarily, and it shouldn't be too expensive. It is difficult to find the system. In this case, Lin Feng has never thought about saving points. The most important thing is to make up for the leak. Special fishing net and waterproof adhesive only need 1 point, whether to exchange it or not. It was only 1 point. Lin Feng bought it directly, took out 2 things from the system space, and then began to mend the hole. Lin Feng is busy here, but the coast is now in a mess. Tourists have almost all gone ashore, and Lin Feng's yacht has finally arrived at the port. Emoji woke up just after arriving at the port. Seeing that there was no figure of Lin Feng around, she suddenly thought of something. Wanqing, Huang Shan, and Lin Fengren. Seeing Emoji's panic look, the 2 women hesitated a little, for fear that Emoji would chase after her in the sea if she told the truth. Gee, calm down. We have already notified the rescue team. Lin Feng is a hero. Because he bought time, the tourists at sea can return to the shore safely. Only then can we return safely. Don't you know, after you passed out just now, we all saw that the horn of the shark was only tens of meters away from us. Huang Shan is the oldest of the 3, so compared to Wanqing, who is the youngest, she is more able to calm Emoji's emotions. Did your friend just go into the water to divert the shark away? Can you tell us where you were just now? We are ready to sail there. Just as the 3 women were talking, a group of people suddenly ran over from the port, all wearing life jackets, with harpoons in their hands, and a spear gun with a huge hook inside, which was specially designed to deal with big fish in the deep sea. In a short period of time, it is not easy to gather these manpower and equipment. I know the location. It's over there, in that direction, about 900 meters away. At that time, the shark was lured by Lin Feng. If you continue to search in that direction, you should be able to find it. Huang Shan calmed down a bit and told the exact location. The rescue team quickly got to know the location and began to prepare to leave. Okay, let's set off now, you wait for our news. After speaking, the members of the rescue team were about to leave, but at this moment, Emoji suddenly ran beside them. Take me, I will go too, no matter whether Lin Feng lives or dies, he saved his life, I must go. Everyone looked at Emoji. Wanqing wanted to stop her, but Huang Shan shook her head at her, saying that she should stop talking, it was useless. Let her go. Even if you don't take her with you, she will swim by herself. Let's pick up Lin Feng. After Huang Shan finished speaking, she expressed that she would also go with Emoji. Although the little girl Wanqing was young, she was still very loyal, so she quickly followed her. I'll go too, it's all saved by Lin Feng, it's only natural for us to go back and save him. The behavior of the three women stunned the members of the rescue team. Just as they wanted to stop them, the captain of the rescue team waved his hand suddenly. Let them go together, you find a stronger ship, and send some people to protect them. They are qualified to witness the results of this hero. Although the captain of the rescue team said so, in fact, even he himself was a little hopeless. He went into the sea alone to lure the sharks, and the hope of surviving was too slim. Unless a miracle really happened, but the rescue captain didn't say it, lest the three girls couldn't accept this fact. Thank you so much. The group set off directly from the beach, and the lifeboat set off directly. Many tourists who knew the situation also stopped to see what happened to the hero who saved them. Lin Feng didn't know that there were so many people looking forward to his return now. Anyway, he was doing some speechless labor at the bottom of the water, and it took him a long time to fill up the hole. And at the moment of making up, the system's rewards have also arrived. The task is completed, get the book of the holy medicine, Jiuhua Jingjin. 50 points. No matter what, Lin Feng was very happy to get this reward. Especially when the knowledge of this sacred book of medicine appeared in his mind, Lin Feng was amazed. It's really worthy of the title of medical sage. This medical skill is too powerful. You don't have to worry about serious and minor illnesses in the future. It took 1 point to fill in the missing materials just now, but Lin Feng's current points are 149, the first level of the realm of the powerful master, and the deposit is 20,000 million. It can be said to be very happy, swimming directly from the sea. Lin Feng is ready to rush back. As a result, just after swimming a few hundred meters, he found several boats coming this way. Lin Feng swam directly to the surface of the sea, and saw the rescue team coming. Emoji and his 3 daughters actually followed. Let Lin Feng feel warm in his heart. Hey! Look, it's Lin Feng. Lin Feng is still alive. He's fine. Wanqing happened to see Lin Feng coming out of the sea, and shouted excitedly. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction she pointed, and finally saw Lin Feng on the sea. They waved their hands. It's really Lin Feng, hurry up. Emoji began to urge her continuously, which made the person who drove the boat a little helpless. She really wanted to say something in her heart, sister, we are fast enough, this is a speedboat, not a spaceship. However, everyone was relieved to see that the little hero Lin Feng was safe and sound, but many people still looked around nervously, because they didn't see any sharks, and they were still a little worried. Soon, Lin Feng was picked up on the boat, and Emoji hurriedly took the prepared towel and wiped it for Lin Feng, not caring about the difference between men and women. Those who didn't know thought they were a young couple. Okay, I'll do it myself. By the way, you don't need to look for it. The shark ran back into the sea. I just picked up a fishing net and temporarily sealed the hole. It should be fine. Looking at the surrounding rescue team, who were still looking around, Lin Feng couldn't help but say something. What? Did you run back into the sea by yourself? Everyone was puzzled for a while, but Lin Feng didn't say much. He couldn't say that he was beaten away by himself. Anyway, everything was considered luck. The shark's head went crazy and he ran away. Okay, don't worry about it so much, send the little brother back to rest, he is a brave young man. There are not many people like you now, and we will definitely report to the relevant authorities later, and apply for a meritorious service for you. Going to school and getting a job in the future will be beneficial. The captain of the rescue team obviously admired Lin Feng and took the initiative to arrange benefits for him. But Lin Feng didn't care much about these things anymore, and he didn't want to attract too much attention, which might have some impact on his life. Forget it, just take a detour and put it in my port later. I don't want to attract too many people's attention. Lin Feng chose to keep a low profile, and everyone didn't say much. They also knew how difficult it is to be a good person these days. How Lin Feng chooses is up to him. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't really need these, he even had yachts. Back at the port, Lin Feng took the three girls and left first. They were still wearing swimsuits and wanted to change, but there were too many people on the beach to change, and they had to queue for a long time. So Lin Feng took them directly to his villa to change. I said, I'm fine, can you stop glancing at me, I dare not take you back. Lin Feng said as if he was about to be persecuted, covering his body. The three girls were immediately amused by Lin Feng, and went straight to Lin Feng's seaside villa. When everyone arrived at the villa, the three girls were all shocked by the grandeur of Lin Feng's villa. Luxurious decoration, the smartest furniture. Even when they just entered the door, they heard a smart sound effect, welcome the head of the family home, and welcome the three ladies to the humble house. After hearing the voice of the smart home, the three girls were a little speechless, and Wan Qing even replied directly. This is a humble house, so let's go directly to sleep on the street. Smiling slightly, Lin Feng quickly arranged for the three girls to go to the room to change clothes, while he went to his bedroom and bathroom to clean up. Just now, in order not to make himself look special, Lin Feng removed the jinchi from his body surface and got all over the seawater, so he needed to clean it up. After everything was cleaned up, Lin Feng came out of the house. The three girls hadn't finished their work yet. I have to say that it took a long time for the girls to dress up. Lin Feng, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. I have caused you so much trouble today. After coming out of the house, Emoji said to Lin Feng with some embarrassment and shyness. The three girls all came out of the house. Lin Feng looked at their attire, and suddenly felt that the time was not in vain. No trouble, do you want to go back now, or do you want me to give you a ride? Although Lin Feng's Lamborghini can only seat two people, it doesn't matter. With the system in hand, it is very cheap to buy some non-cultivation items with points. It is not a problem to change to a car for 4 people. We also plan to go out at night. There is a Sichuan bar nearby. I heard it is quite famous. Would you like to go there together later? Emoji said shyly, as if inviting Lin Feng. After Lin Feng heard the name Sichuan bar, he felt a little familiar. It seemed to be his own industry, and he owns 100% of the shares in the bar. By the way, I heard that your class is going to have a party. It seems that you are going to Sichuan bar. Some people from your department invited me to go there today. At this time, Huang Shanha suddenly said such a sentence, and Lin Feng finally realized it. He quickly turned on his mobile phone, checked the news in the group, and found that the party was really scheduled for tonight. It's true, I didn't pay attention, so let's go together later, it's not the time yet. I'll go to the garage first, you guys should take a rest first, it was quite thrilling just now. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went directly to the garage of his villa, entered the garage, and looked at the huge garage. In the future, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about the problem of too many cars and no place to put them. Let me see what good cars I can choose. Comfort must be the priority. Although Lamborghini is very cool, it is too costly to drive. Looking at the car category on the interface of the system mall for a while, Lin Feng's eyes changed from being flat at the beginning to gradually becoming shocked, and finally even terrified. Because he found that his own system was good enough, and the last one was $1 million car. And there are not only ordinary cars, but also armored vehicles, amphibious chariots, and even some products of a more advanced technological era. A lot of good cars, but why is the price getting higher and higher? It seems that I should find some bug products. Looking at the list of points gradually rising from a few hundred to a few thousand, Lin Feng showed an embarrassed smile. He thought he was rich, but in fact it was only because of a bug. There was no product with a bug, so the price is still not flattering. This one is very good, the representative of comfort, Rolls-Royce Phantom, 18 models of 6. 7T long wheelbase version, the landing price is more than 1,000 million. The most important thing is that this is actually a bug, only 2 points, ha. Lin Feng showed a silver smile again, and the system said that whenever the host picked up the leak, he didn't look like a good person. Points were deducted, and a brand new black and beautiful Rolls-Royce appeared in the system space, and was summoned from the space. The car appeared in Lin Feng's garage, synonymous with luxury, the dazzling statuette. The first time Lin Feng saw this car, he fell deeply in love with this car. Holding the key and opening the car door, there is actually a star roof inside as a gift. The interior is also extremely luxurious, and there are things like a small refrigerator inside, and the configuration is quite complete. The long wheelbase version has larger interior space, and the most important thing is that it is really comfortable to sit on. Lin Feng even wants to sleep in the car, which is almost as comfortable as the bed in the bedroom of a villa. After feeling it carefully, Lin Feng said decisively that this car is really comfortable, and the key is to keep a low profile. The black model, as long as you don't release the statuette, most people really can't see the value of this car. It is low-key luxury. After all, a sports car like a Lamborghini is too high profile. Lin Feng feels that no matter where he drives, he is like a monkey in a zoo being watched by others. Ding ding, suddenly the phone rang, and when Lin Feng opened it, he found that it was actually Xiao Chunmei who sent him a message. Frowning slightly, Lin Feng didn't know why this woman was still in contact with him, but out of curiosity, Lin Feng still turned on the phone and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the text message. The above message is basically saying a lot of sorry words, asking for forgiveness and so on. Lin Feng skipped it directly, seeing the content at the end. It said that she would also attend the party at night, and hoped that Lin Feng would also go there and apologize to him in person. But Lin Feng just took a look at her, and then blocked her and deleted her. He didn't care what she was going to do. He just wanted to see other students in the past, and it had nothing to do with her. Lin Feng, what did you do? It took you so long to come back. As soon as Lin Feng returned to the villa, Emoji trotted over. At the same time, she got a plate of fruit from somewhere in her hand, and handed a piece to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a little weird about feeding it with his own hands. Yes, but still enjoyed eating a piece. No reason. I checked the car a little bit, and drove the outside car into the garage by the way. Now that everyone hates the rich, I'm afraid that someone will let my tire gas go. He made a joke casually. Lin Feng couldn't say that he almost fell asleep. He looked at the time, it was almost 7 o'clock, the party started at 07:30, and it was just right to leave now. Let's go, it's almost time. By the way, where did you get this fruit? Looking at the fruit on the plate, Lin Feng was a little puzzled, and if he didn't ask any questions, Lin Feng felt that his curiosity couldn't be exhausted. Hearing this question, the three girls all looked at each other, and finally looked at Lin Feng with a smile. It was the two security guards who just arrived. They took a bunch of high-end fruits to apologize, but when they found out that you were not there, they left. By the way, they also said, please don't be angry, Mr. Lin, and they just mess around. In short, it is all kinds of begging for mercy. Wanqing said in a lively manner, with a slightly vented expression on her face. It seems that she was a little emotional after being scolded by the two security guards for a long time. That's how it is. They didn't jump out by themselves. I had forgotten that there were such two people. But forget it, I don't have time to argue with them. Let's go outside quickly. I'm going to be late later. I don't want to be fined for being late. Although Lin Feng said so, in fact, drinking and so on was no longer a problem for him. As long as the Dantian Jinshi circulates a little, the alcohol can be purified directly. The master's ability is miraculous. Lin Feng brought the three girls to the garage. When the three of them saw Lin Feng's two luxury cars, they all felt dizzy. My God, Lamborghini sports car, Rolls-Royce. Or Phantom, Lin Feng, how rich are you? Although Lin Feng's villa and yacht can prove his financial resources, but when he saw these two luxury cars that he had only seen on TV, the shock was more real. Not much money, get in the car, beauties. Lin Feng opened the car door with a gentlemanly demeanor and let them sit in. I just don't know if Huang Shan and Wanqing did it on purpose. Emoji was finally driven to the front passenger seat by them, with a shy expression on her face. It made Lin Feng feel inexplicable all the way, and he was a little nervous. Fortunately, all the way was safe and sound, but when he was approaching the bar, Lin Feng was suddenly stopped by a heroic female traffic policeman. It seemed that he was checking for drunk driving or something, but Lin Feng noticed it. There is a bit of stock behind the female traffic police. Of course it's not the butt, but a protruding part of the waist. Lin Feng inadvertently took another look, but found that this thing is actually a gun. A traffic policeman was actually wearing a pistol on his back, which made Lin Feng think of the content he saw in some police and gangster movies. This is the rhythm of things. Driving license, driver's license, ID card, take it out and show it to me, blow on this thing. The policewoman looked at Lin Feng and said, but Lin Feng always felt that the other party's tone was a little cold, as if he owed her money. However, when Lin Feng found out that the female policeman was walking between Lin Feng and the three women in the car intentionally or unintentionally, Lin Feng reacted and couldn't help but gave a wry smile. I'm being regarded as a scumbag who drives a luxury car out to pick up three chicks. Why don't you explain to me and prove my innocence? The three girls naturally also discovered this situation, but facing Lin Feng's request, they all directly shook their heads and refused, all looking like they were watching the show, which made Lin Feng feel depressed for a while. Especially Huang Shan, who didn't know that, from time to time, she intentionally retaliated against Lin Feng's previous attitude towards her, and she actually said something coquettishly. Beautiful police officer, can you hurry up? Our young master Lin said that he would take us to the hotel to play, but we are in a hurry. Hearing Huang Shan's words and her absolute god-level acting skills, the female traffic policeman gave Lin Feng a cold look, and her eyes turned into a look of contempt. Lin Feng almost vomited blood on the spot. He was wronged, big sister, don't make trouble. Although she felt wronged in her heart and wanted to explain something, but after the policewoman checked it directly, she threw the certificate back into the car. Before leaving, Lin Feng seemed to have heard two words. Scumbag. With the closing of the car window and the start of the car, under Lin Feng's depressed expression, the three girls all burst into laughter. Even Emoji was no exception, but she was quite kind when she laughed, but also endured a little bit, covering his mouth and laughing. Laughing and laughing all the way, it didn't take long for Lin Feng to drive the car to the parking lot of Qishuan Bar. It's not very late now, but the parking lot is full of cars, almost full of the garden, and the only thing I can see is an empty space in the front, with a few eye-catching big characters on it. Bar owner. Without further ado, Lin Feng drove the car directly into this position, but as soon as the car stopped, Lin Feng found an Audi beeping its horn several times from behind. The parking lot was relatively dark, and Lin Feng lowered the little golden figure on the car. From the outside, it was hard to see that it was a Lao, so the other party pressed it down recklessly. Finally, seeing that Lin Feng turned off the engine and got off the car without moving his position, the owner of the Audi got out of the car and walked towards Lin Feng. I said, don't you see where this is? Quickly move the car for me, or I'll ask someone to move it for you. Don't blame me if you lose a wheel or something. The tone of this man's speech was very arrogant, especially after the three girls and Lin Fengche got out of the car. He intensified and wanted to prove his strength. Lin Feng glanced at this person indifferently, only then realized that this person was still wearing a uniform, and there was a brand on it, Qishuan Bar Manager. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he was so domineering on his own territory. But Lin Feng just curled his lips. This bar is his own, what is the manager? It's just that Lin Feng doesn't know how to operate the 100% shares given by the system, whether the original boss is still there, and who knows his identity as the boss. Don't look back and go in by yourself, say that you are the boss, and then be surrounded by people in your bar and beat you up, otherwise it will be too embarrassing for you to be the boss. Isn't it written as a special parking space for the boss? What's the matter? I'm not like a big boss. Seeing the other party's expression, Lin Feng suddenly became a little playful, and said directly, instead of directly saying that he is the new owner of Qishuan Bar, but first to explore the reality of the manager and see if he wants to change look at the staff transfer in this bar, change people, or something. You? He. Young man, don't think that if you drive a four-wheeled car and take a few student girls with you, you will treat yourself as a dish. You just fool these students, and I will let you drive today. Eyes, see, my car, a new Audi, cost 42 yuan. Look at your classic car, except for the better license plate, but it's fake at first glance, so what's so arrogant about it? From this guy's perspective, he couldn't see the whole body of the car, nor could he see the R mark on the wheels. So I didn't think it was a Rolls-Royce at all, but just regarded it as a classic car I didn't know where to buy. However, the license plates processed by the system for Linfeng are all good, Beijing LS 9999, absolutely genuine. But this man has no vision. When he saw the license plate, he didn't feel it was real the first time. A young man, where did he get such a license plate? It's still a classic car. It was precisely because of this license plate that the policewoman stopped Linfeng to check it out. This is not a brand that ordinary people can get. Why are you like this? We stopped here just now because we didn't see that it says the owner's exclusive position. At worst, we just move away. What are you talking about in such a rush? When Emoichi saw this person pointing at Linfeng like this, she suddenly became a little angry, as if someone pointed at something she loved and said it was ugly and childish. Yo, the chick looks good. Since there is a girl pleading for you, it's not impossible to do this. How about it? You don't follow this kid, go in with my brother and have a drink, and I will let him park for a while. It's late, how about it? The manager really became more daring. He directly watched Emoiji and the three daughters say such words. Linfeng originally wanted to observe this person's character more, but in the end he lost his mood all of a sudden. If it's just about Linfeng, that's okay, but as long as someone dares to get their attention from his friends and people around him, then Linfeng won't just sit around waiting to die. I don't think so. You don't have to come here to work anymore. Manager Han, congratulations on your dismissal. Linfeng stepped forward very fast. Before the bar manager could react, he suddenly found that Linfeng had put one hand on his shoulder. He wanted to shake it off, but he found that Linfeng's hand seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies, and he couldn't even lift it. Instead, because of his resistance, he was pushed down several centimeters by Linfeng, and his left leg couldn't even hold it up. It bent, and if it goes on like this, maybe it will be directly pressed to kneel on the ground. Let go of me, boy, what do you think you are and fire me? Do you know what this place is, Sichuan Bar? The new boss here is said to have a very deep background. The previous boss transferred the shares overnight and ran away. As the manager here, how do you fire me? You treat me as my boss. Manager Han said so, and then wanted to struggle to retreat, but Linfeng grabbed his shoulder directly and didn't let him go. You're really right. I'm still your boss. Do you know the name of your new boss? Linfeng asked a symbolic question. He didn't expect that the system would be so domineering that it would directly dismiss the former boss and transfer the shares directly. All that's left is to see if the system lets people know the name of their new boss. What is it called? It is said that our new boss is named Lin. What's the matter, do you know him? Looking at Linfeng's tone, the manager felt unsafe for some reason. It's not just acquaintance, this is my ID card. Oh, sorry, this is a driving license, I took it wrong. But just take a look and see what my last name is. I don't know if Linfeng did it on purpose. The direct driving license was placed in front of the manager's eyes. Linfeng's two big characters were placed there, and the information of a car, Rolls-Royce Phantom, was attached beside it. If it was just Linfeng's name alone, it might not have much deterrent effect now, but with such a car, it can explain the problem very well. The manager was dumbfounded for a moment, and after Linfeng let go of him, he sat down on the ground directly. Then he looked at the car behind Linfeng in disbelief, and was so frightened that he didn't stand up. He fell to the ground after taking 2 steps, and crawled to the side of the car. The appearance, as well as the logo, and after seeing the interior from a closer distance. Only then did he really confirm that this was actually a luxury car, and he was so stupid to think of him as a piece of junk. Lin. Boss Lin, it turned out to be Boss Lin. The flood has washed away the Dragon King temple and the family has disowned the whole family. If I knew it was you, the boss, you came, so you greeted me in advance, so that I can clean up the dust for you. After Manager Han learned of Linfeng's identity, he broke out in a cold sweat, and then quickly started flattering him. It's just that Linfeng didn't like him very much, and waved directly at Emoiji and the others, signaling them to follow him. Manager Han hurriedly followed. As a manager, he had to perform well, but he was stopped by Lin Feng within a few steps. Park your car first, don't affect the entry and exit of vehicles, and then I have a class reunion tonight, you can arrange it well and send me some good things. Don't keep using those defective products to make up the number. Lin Feng casually gave some instructions, and then took the people away. Manager Han quickly agreed, thinking that he must go there to show his performance later. The four of them entered Sichuan Bar together. As soon as they entered, Lin Feng knew why the bar was named that way. Because just after entering the door, you can directly see the colorful lights inside, which are extremely gorgeous. There are still 7 lights shining down, 7 beauties are singing and dancing, and the whole atmosphere can be said to be rendered to the climax. As soon as Lin Feng and his party came in, they attracted many people. After all, there was a man with 3 women, all of whom were very good-looking. They looked like young students. This made many people stare at them, but what these malicious people did not realize was that Lin Feng followed their gaze very keenly and found the location of all of them. As long as they made any move, Lin Feng would be able to detect it immediately. As long as they were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him and others, nothing good would happen. Lin Feng will also remove the obstacles as soon as possible. Hurry up, you 3 beauties have already been targeted by a group of wild wolves, I don't want to be a thorn in the side of others. Seeing the 3 girls still strolling leisurely like a walk, Lin Feng said something helplessly. But what came back was the eyes of the 3 of them, and Wanqing said it directly. This bar is all yours. We have nothing to be afraid of. It's not like you are not good at being the boss. The control has been taken away? The 3 girls laughed lightly, but they did speed up a bit. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, regretting it more or less. He would have let the 3 of them go back earlier. Why did he agree to come with them? However, the 3 of them just said that if they want to support Lin Feng, they can't go on indifferently, otherwise the next girlfriend will have to run away with someone. For such a reason, when Lin Feng heard it, he almost stumbled. It should be this room. These guys are worthy of being the rich second generation. They are generous enough to book such a large private room. While talking, Lin Feng opened the door and prepared to go in. No matter how rich you are, the money is still in your pocket. Emoji also learned badly from Wanqing, and directly demolished Lin Feng's platform. This bar is all owned by Lin Feng, and the consumption income here naturally becomes Lin Feng's property. Don't say anything, keep a low profile. He made a booing gesture in a very contrived manner, but the eyes of the 3 women still came. Lin Feng said that he wanted to keep a low profile. Is there something wrong? However, with the 3 girls by his side, it was destined to be difficult for Lin Feng to keep a low profile. Fortunately, after they entered, the people in the room thought that it was Lin Feng who happened to come in together. The possibility of bringing so many girls to appear. In particular, they all seemed to be joking, knowing that Lin Feng seemed to have been dumped by Xiao Chunmei, and he ran away with a small boss who opened a billiard hall. So not only did they not think that it was Lin Feng who brought Emoji and the others, but they all thought that Lin Feng was so stupid that he still had the face to attend the party. After all, Xiao Chunmei would also come. Isn't it because the enemy's road is narrow, maybe and watch a good show? The ex-girlfriend's thighs are developed, and the drama of criticizing the poor boy is interesting to them when they think about it. So no one said anything on the surface, but they talked about it behind the scenes, which is typical of the kind of people who have nothing to do. Lin Feng, why are you here? Let's go quickly. Didn't you hear that Xia Kunbi, a small boss on the list, will come today? These people are waiting to see your jokes, so go back quickly bar. Although most people are waiting to see Lin Feng's jokes, there are also some people who have a good relationship with Lin Feng. For example, before Lin Feng moved out, his roommate Wang Shi rushed over when he saw Lin Feng coming. He whispered to Lin Feng. Persuade Lin Feng to go back quickly, lest he will be regarded as a laughingstock by everyone later. It is very kind of Wang Shi to do this. You must know that other people basically do not have such kindness. Wake up. Oh, we're all waiting to see a good show. I'll put on a good show for them in a while. Wang Shi, don't worry, it's okay. Xiao Chunmei broke up with that little boss, and there's nothing wrong with it. Let's go, let's have a drink or two. We haven't seen each other for a long time. After you return to your hometown after the holiday, you don't know how to go back to Jinghai City to meet up with your brothers. The friendship between Lin Feng and Wang Shi was quite good, and they directly put their arms around each other's shoulders, and they chatted very acquaintedly. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to those strange gazes around him, and turned a blind eye to them all, as if he hadn't seen them. I can't help it. You don't know. I haven't graduated yet. After I go back, these 7 aunts and 8 aunts urged me to get married. I was almost dragged to a blind date. How dare you believe it? Wang Shi complained with a wry smile. It can be seen that this kid has really experienced a different kind of torture at home these few months. By the way, Brother Feng, what's going on with you? It looks like Emoji and the others were brought here by you. Wang Shi didn't pay attention at first, but after chatting with Lin Feng for a few words, he was shocked to find that the 3 daughters of Emoji were still following Lin Feng, as if they were walking with Lin Feng. The world is very curious. He remembered that Lin Feng didn't seem to have much interaction with other people. What's the situation that this foreign department's Flower and her best friend all followed behind Lin Feng? We just ran into each other this afternoon. We played together at the beach for a while. I heard that there was a party and someone invited them over, so we came together. Lin Feng didn't explain too much, just said casually, and then pulled Wang Shi to the side, and found a place slightly remote from the others to stay. The 3 daughters of Emoji also followed Lin Feng and the others directly, and went to the side, as if they were completely divided into a small group from everyone. This situation made everyone else a little surprised and puzzled. They couldn't figure out what was going on, why Emoji had a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme relationship with them, and seemed to be very familiar with Lin Feng. We're not very familiar with them, so let's sit with Lin Feng, Wanqing didn't know what kind of fun she had found, and with a malicious smile on her face, she took the initiative to put Emoji next to Lin Feng, by the way. Just like that, Wang Shi sat on Lin Feng's right, Emoji sat on his left, and then Wanqing and Huang Shan. There was no vacant seat next to Huang Shan, it was at the end of the sofa, so it was as if Wang Shi and Lin Feng isolated the 3 girls in a safe area, and other people who wanted to strike up a conversation couldn't find a vacant seat. Dang. Of course there is no problem. The 3 beauties have something to drink, and I will buy it for you. Wang Shi was also shy, and stuttered a bit when talking to Wanqing, but he still showed his gentlemanly demeanor and took the initiative to get food and drink for them. You kid, you know how to get them for them, but you don't know how to get one for your brother. That's all right, sit still, and someone will deliver it in person later. Lin Feng said mysteriously. He was talking about Manager Han, and he would definitely be prepared. Someone gave it to you? Lin Feng, you probably ordered something, right? The consumption here is very expensive, so you have to calm down. Although you're in a bad mood to break up, don't make trouble with your wallet. Looking at Lin Feng, Wang Shi began to speak earnestly, as if he felt that Lin Feng was too painful to lose love, so he took money to vent. But he clearly knew that Lin Feng's money was hard-won. He had 2 jobs a day, and when he got up in the morning, he would work until midnight and dark without rest. But after hearing Wang Shi's persuasion, the 3 daughters of Emoji next to him all had weird expressions on their faces. They all looked at Lin Feng by coincidence, and felt that Lin Feng's local tyrant attributes were really well hidden. This king actually didn't know anything about it. Hey, don't worry, it was given by someone else. Okay, don't say so much, the rest of the dormitory, you are the only one here. Glancing around, Lin Feng didn't find anyone else in the dormitory, so he asked curiously. Where do they have time to come? They all went with their girlfriends. Those who have a partner basically won't let them come when they hear the party. After all, this party is no different from a blind date on the spot, but single dogs like us, just to serve as a foil, this is their home field. Wang Shi's words were a bit tasteful, and he was obviously envious. It is said that they are born equal, but the reality is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme more slapping. Some people are born with a golden spoon in their mouths and have wealth that you can't get in your whole life. This is reality. However, envy is useless. Fortunately, Lin Feng's fate has changed, so his mentality has changed a lot. If possible, he wants to help some people around him and give them more opportunities. With the system in place, Lin Feng will definitely have more and more industries, which can provide a good job opportunity for more young people. Of course, all of this depends on strength, and this is always the same. People who are just eating and waiting to die, such people will not be welcomed anywhere. But as long as you are a little self-motivated, Lin Feng will give the other party a chance to develop the other party's strengths. It doesn't matter whether it's a foil or not. The important thing is whether you have thought about working hard to become the protagonist in the field one day. Follow me, and you will have a bright future. Lin Feng said this very coquettishly. Mog and the others were all amused by Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng looked like a strange uncle who lied to children. Then I will depend on Brother Feng in the future, ha ha ha. I don't want to be rich, I just want to eat and drink. Wang Shi naturally didn't know the meaning of Lin Feng's words. He just thought that Lin Feng was cheering him up, but what he didn't know was that it was Lin Feng's inadvertent sentence today that made him a generation commercial crocodile. While the few people were chatting and laughing, time passed quickly. Not long after, more and more people came to the private room, and soon when the time was almost 8 o'clock, several righteous masters arrived. That is, the founders of today's gathering, the rich and young people who booked the venue, and the young people from businesses or families in Jinghai City are also what people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme call rich second generation figures. Lu Yu. Qian Zizhen. It turns out that these two are young and old. I thought they were organized by other people. I knew they wouldn't be here. Seeing the two young masters who came in, Wang Shi immediately muttered something. It is obvious that the reputation and character of these two seem to be not very good. Even Wang Shi, who has a good temper, dislikes them a little. How is the reputation? Well, I really didn't expect it, but it's okay, as long as he doesn't come to provoke us, it's fine. Anyway, let's play with us. There is juice next to you, go and get some, let's have some juice drinks. I happen to drive here today, so I can't drink. Lin Feng pointed to a pack of juice not far away, and Wang Shi went over to get it. It wasn't that Lin Feng was being lazy, but that he couldn't leave. If there was no one around these three girls, someone might come and cause trouble. As soon as the juice was brought, before Wang Shi could sit down, the door of the private room was suddenly opened, and after seeing a few sleazy guys, they walked in. After scanning around, his eyes finally stopped on Emoji's side. The moment this group of people came in, Lin Feng recognized that these people were the group who had their eyes on Lin Feng and the others after they entered the bar just now. It's just that he didn't expect that he didn't do anything outside just now, but now he came directly to the house. Brother Feng, these people seem to be targeting us. Wang Shi said nervously. He is usually very honest, but he has never encountered such a thing. It's not for us, it's for the three of them. Let me just say, beauty is a disaster. Lin Feng said very casually, without any cowardice, but he added something. Don't move, this is not the place for the two of them, let these two guys handle it, and see what they can do. On the one hand, there are a few wealthy second generations who are similar to school bullies, and on the other hand, there are blind wanderers who hang out in the night scene. Lin Feng feels that this is a good show. Sure enough, looking at the people who rushed in suddenly, Lu Yu and Qian Zizhen stood up directly. Looking at these 4 or 5 burly guys, they were also a little bit timid, but they still had a little confidence and walked over directly. Who are you and what are you doing? This is the private room we booked. After the two stood up, they said something, but they didn't care about the two of them at all, and they were about to go inside instead. But Lu Yu and Qian Zizhen still wanted to stop them. They wanted to say something at first, but they were thrown back onto the sofa by the people next to them. Be honest, I don't look at whose territory this is. Let me tell you, the manager here is my brother. Be careful that I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme someone to throw you out. These big men said directly that although Lu Yu and Qian Zi were really rich and young, they were still students. When they saw this scene, they were immediately stunned. With such a spineless look, Lin Feng was speechless for a while. He was really the kind of bullying guy. Lin Feng couldn't help shaking his head. The people around were also a little scared. Looking at the situation, no one dared to speak. Seeing that these people were about to come to Lin Feng's side, at this moment, suddenly the door of the room opened again, and the person who walked in was none other than Manager Han. He doesn't know the situation here, he personally pushes the snack cart, there are all kinds of food, drink and entertainment, and the work efficiency is still very high. It's just that when he came in and saw this situation, he was stunned. "Huzi, why did you come here? Come out with me quickly, hurry up." After seeing this situation, Manager Han reacted quickly, especially that Brother Hu and the others actually wanted to go in the direction of Lin Feng. He thought with his feet, and he could figure out what was going on. It must be that these tigers and the others have taken a fancy to the pretty little girl again, and want to hook up. It's just that it's usually fine, but this is the boss's man, isn't this courting death? So he quickly pulled them out, and quickly apologized to everyone in the room. "Everyone, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm the manager here. We gave these to you. Please eat and drink whatever you want. Eat and drink well." After Manager Han finished speaking, he hurried out to tell Huzi about the situation. Of course, he himself wanted to say hello to Lin Feng, but he was interrupted by Lin Feng's shaking of his head. He also understood what Lin Feng meant, which meant that he was asked to deal with the outside affairs without saying hello. It's just that Manager Han looked like this, but everyone in the box was puzzled for a while. In the end, someone flattered Lu Yu and Xianzijin, so they found a reasonable explanation. As expected of young Master Lu and young Master Qian, this Manager Han is actually trying to show off the face of both of them. That Brother Hu, no matter how good he is here, he really has to be obedient. A flattery is called letting nature take its course. Even Lu Yu and Xianzijin believed it, thinking that it was really because of their own status that Manager Han got people out in a panic. Ahem, it's all small things. That idiot just now must not know us, but Manager Han found out, and came to call him away, and give us an apology by the way. Let's eat and drink as much as we want. It's Manager Han's wish, everyone, don't waste it. Although Lu Yu and Xianzi really said that, when they saw the things on the dining car, they couldn't help but gasped. Maybe others don't know, but they are some knowledgeable people. The items on this car are the special set menu in Sichuan bar, which is twice the value of the usual bar Shenlong set. A set of Shenlong costs more than -yuan, and this set of Haoshan directly costs about -yuan, not including these foods. These foods also look exquisite, and the price is quite high. In total, the consumption will definitely exceed 30. Even for Lu Yu and Xianzijin, their pocket money is only tens of thousands of dollars a month. Although they have always been called young masters, they actually only have some properties in their family, and they are not really rich and arrogant. That is to say, a family with assets of nearly 1,000 million yuan, that is to say, just barely, with a total asset of -million yuan. It can only be dressed up in ordinary clothes, and it can't be too big. Only every once in a while, when the money is almost enough, there will be a big dress. They know what level they are at. So when they saw Manager Han's generosity, they were all a little surprised, but they didn't think much about it. Perhaps Manager Han also thought they were the kind of super youngsters, but this was exactly what they wanted. It can be said that just as he was about to dream, someone brought him a pillow. Lin Feng, who was the only one who knew the real situation, kept a low profile and did not express anything. He drank fruit juice with Wang Shi and the three girls, leisurely. I was really shocked just now. I heard that Brother Hu is quite famous in this area. Even our school is their territory. I'm really afraid that something will happen to him here. Then no one can really stop it. Fortunately, Manager Han in this bar is quite familiar with him. Although Wang Shi didn't show much at ordinary times, he was actually a very well-informed guy, and he could find channels to find out all kinds of news. There was even a female classmate from the same department who wanted to see a concert but couldn't get a ticket, so he was able to figure out a little way, which was really a bit hidden. You're pretty well informed. I'm really curious, do you want to be a spy or something like that in the future? Made a joke with Wang Shida, and everyone continued to play with their own. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the party would go on without incident, even if it was over, but he didn't expect that after this one trouble was gone, the next trouble would be found by himself. After seeing Lu Yu and Xianzijin having a few glasses of wine, they came directly to them. Hee hee, Who did I think I was just now? With so many girls, I played with myself here like a little boy. It turned out to be Lin Feng, you kid. I almost didn't recognize it. This face, how come you are so white? You can't get enough of being green, you feel ashamed to see people, so you go for plastic surgery? The two didn't show much just now, but after getting closer, they carefully looked at Lin Feng's face for a long time before they recognized who Lin Feng was. Of course, Lu Yu and Xian Zizhen didn't pay much attention to Lin Feng, and they didn't even know his name. It's just that Lin Feng's reputation has gradually risen these days. The meal ticket dumped by Xiao Chunmei, the poor boy whose girlfriend ran away with a small billiard hall owner, these are the good stories of the past 2 days. You guys are full, how about Brother Feng? What does it have to do with you? Wang Shi was quite righteous, and when he saw the other party constantly picking on Lin Feng's pain points, he couldn't sit still, stood up and directly responded to the two of them. Hee, what kind of green onion are you? Just stay honest with me, or I will ask Manager Han to bring back that brother who just now and clean it up for you. Believe it or not. Let me tell you, if we didn't have face, just now, those people must have cleaned you up, and even the girls you brought with them will suffer, don't you know? I'm just talking about why someone came to your door to make trouble just now. It turns out that they were here to watch you. But the matter has been settled by us. Should we give us some explanation? Lu Yu and Xian Zizhen, each of them said something aggressive, and it seemed that they had malicious intentions. Although they were talking to Lin Feng and Wang Shi, their eyes never left Emoji and their 3 daughters for a moment. The purpose was already obvious, but Lin Feng still said something with a sneer. Oh? What do you want to say? You might as well talk about it. Perhaps it was because they didn't take Lin Feng to heart at all, so the two of them didn't notice the contemptuous smile that Lin Feng showed when he was talking to them. It's very simple, you stay and go, the girls you brought, let us treat them well. It can be considered as a good way of hospitality for you two guys. Let's see what trouble you make, don't talk about them, almost everyone who came here tonight will be implicated by the trouble you caused, and you can still sit here to eat and drink, and it is for our sake. If you are sensible, be honest. The voices of Lu Yu and Xian Zi were really not weak, basically everyone in the private room could hear them clearly. Everyone stopped their eating and drinking, and began to prepare to enjoy a good show. Many people were surprised and jealous when they saw that Lin Feng had just been abandoned by Xiao Chunmei, yet he had so many girls around him. When they saw that he was about to be cleaned up, everyone felt a burst of anticipation in their hearts. And none of these people had any enmity with Lin Feng, but they wanted to see Lin Feng's jokes so much, as if a bystander like himself could prove that he could be a little better than Lin Feng. It has to be said that this is a kind of socially prevalent sickness, which is quite helpless. I'm late, sorry everyone, you. At this moment, the door of the private room suddenly opened again, but this time it was not Manager Han and others who came in, but Xiao Chunmei. This woman didn't know what she wanted to do, so she dressed up specially, and she looked a little bit more attractive. However, when she entered the door and saw the situation inside the room, she was immediately shocked. Because others don't know, but she knows Lin Feng's current strength, and now Lu Yu and Xian Zizhen are actually going up against Lin Feng. This is simply looking for a draw. In fact, Xiao Chunmei's ability is not small, she has already inquired about the background of everyone around her. Others don't know, but she knows that Lu Yu and Xian Zi's real strength is actually only average. At best, it was about the same level as her new brother Tai, but now brother Tai had completely broken up with her because of Lin Feng. Brother Tai felt that it was because of Xiao Chunmei that he offended such a big boss as Lin Feng. Even if he still doesn't know the details of Lin Feng, but the car he drives almost catches up with his entire net worth, this sentence is enough to explain a lot of problems. So afraid that Lin Feng would make trouble for him, this brother directly drew a clear line with Xiao Chunmei. And Xiao Chunmei is surprisingly not entangled, but very cooperative. It's just that her purpose is simpler, she wanted to come back to find Lin Feng, but she had misjudged before, and actually let go of such a piece of precious jade as Lin Feng, and chose a piece of scrap metal like brother Tai. She also believed that as long as she worked hard, relying on Lin Feng's previous steadfast feelings for her, there might still be a good chance of getting back together. Yo, Chunmei is here, just in time, come and see this guy who was dumped by you. You just dumped him, and he found so many little girls today. Tell me, don't you deserve a beating? Why don't you come over and clean him up, and celebrate your meeting a new love. Qianzi was really not afraid of big things. He smiled and waved to Xiao Chunmei, asking her to come and humiliate Lin Feng together. It just so happens that the girls next to Lin Feng can see clearly what Lin Feng looks like, and know what kind of person Lin Feng is, so they can take over these girls. Forget it, Brother Qian, there's no need to do this. For my sake, don't bother Lin Feng. Xiao Chunmei was a little dazed. She didn't quite understand why Lin Feng didn't reveal her worth, but even if she was given one courage, she wouldn't dare to have any conflicts with Lin Feng again. Wouldn't this be asking herself to die? Xiao Chunmei couldn't help but secretly scolded Lu Yu and Chen Zizhen in her heart. Seeing Xiao Chunmei pleading for Lin Feng, Chen Zizhen and Lu Yu were stunned for a moment. They couldn't figure out what tricks this woman was playing. Obviously she had greeted the two of them 2 days ago. If Lin Feng came to the party, she would bully Lin Feng together. Why did she suddenly change her mind? Xiao Chunmei, you are really interesting, but what you say is useless. I don't like him today. He came to the party and didn't toast the two hosts. He caused trouble and never hiding here, and chatting so happily with so many girls. It's quite arrogant. Lu Yu said reluctantly, while the three of Emoji couldn't help but want to say something during this process, but Lin Feng waved his hand and stopped them with a chuckle. Otherwise, the three girls would have been fried a long time ago, so they had a good talk with these two idiots. Really, am I arrogant? It seems that I haven't said a word to you since I came here. As for the group of people just now, if you think I provoked them, you can go and get rid of them now. They called back, let them clean me up. Go. Lin Feng said casually, and drank a glass of fruit juice lightly by the way. If Lin Feng's performance was very mediocre before, then his current performance is really arrogant. Lu Yu and Xian Zizhen stared wide-eyed. It seems that Lin Feng's personality is a little different from the rumored character. Didn't they say yes, lick the dog, and just accept it? There's something wrong with this character, but seeing Lin Feng's arrogant appearance, Xian Zizhen couldn't stand up, and sneered. Okay, Lin Feng, that's what you said, so don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Just now, for our sake, Brother Hu and his gang didn't bother you, but now since you don't need us guaranteed, then I will go find them and come back, and I will see how you beg us later. Let me tell you, even if you kneel down and kowtow to us begging for mercy, we will not meddle in your business anymore. After Qian Zizhen left a word, he actually went out to call someone. It's just that Lin Feng still looks like he's doing nothing, as if he won't be the one who will be in trouble for a while. Because Lin Feng believed that Manager Han must have made an agreement with the tiger who watched the scene just now, and told him his identity, then there will be a really good show in a while. The reason why Lin Feng didn't take care of these guys himself was that they were all students first of all, and Lin Feng didn't want to do it. More importantly, he is also a figure at the level of a master, so it would be demeaning to deal with such a bunch of big-ass kids. Moreover, he also wanted to feel the feeling of being able to wipe out the opponent's arrogance without making a move. Isn't it true that a real big boss cannot do anything without taking action, and let the people under his hands handle it? Lin Feng wanted to experience what it's like to be a big boss. It's just that he wants to experience the feeling. Emoji and others beside him are all fine and have confidence in Lin Feng. But Wang Shi, who didn't know about it, was on the sidelines for a long time, and even trembled with anxiety. He even found a wine bottle directly from the table, took it in his hand, and put it behind him. Thinking about it for a while, if something really happens, at least there is something wrong with someone in my hand, so I can feel at ease. Otherwise, facing so many guys with big arms and round waists, I am afraid that my small size is not enough for others to swing with a fist. Relax, it's all right. Seeing Wang Shi's nervous appearance, Lin Feng felt a little helpless, and patted him on the shoulder to make him relax. People around were talking about it, and after a while, the door was opened again. Xian Zizhen came back with Brother Hu and others, with a smug smile on his face. He was almost happy. And behind him, Brother Hu and the others happened to follow, but Manager Han was not around, so he didn't know what to do. Xian Zizhen, you just said that you encountered some trouble and wanted to ask me for help. I don't think you have any trouble here, do you? Brother Hu was a lot more honest. Manager Han told him about the fair and handsome man sitting in the corner of this room. So he thought that the people in this room were all Lin Feng's friends. When Xianzi really came to ask him for help, Brother Hu immediately agreed, and even complimented him a little, just to give Lin Feng, the mysterious bar owner, a good impression. Performance. But he didn't know that Qian Zizhen and the others were not Lin Feng's friends, and they asked him to come here not for anything else, but to clean up Lin Feng. Hee, it's him, brother Hu. Didn't you want to deal with this guy just now? Now it's just right, this guy has offended all of us, and everyone is unwilling to stay in the same room with him. You just clean him up and throw him out. Brother Hu, you can choose one of those 3 chicks to take away. Xian Zi was really taken aback by Brother Hu, and really thought that he could bully Lin Feng at will, so he said without the slightest bit of fear. It's just that what Qian Zizhen and Lu Yu didn't notice was that after they pointed at Lin Feng, Brother Hu's expression immediately became extremely ugly. But Brother Hu didn't say anything, but came to Lin Feng silently, and then said with some surprise. It seems that your relationship is not very good, do you want me to take action? What Brother Hu said was ambiguous, others thought that Brother Hu was confirming Qian Zizhen and others, but Lin Feng knew that he was asking himself. Brother Hu, don't hesitate, just make a move. If there is any good or bad, we will take care of it. Lu Yu looked at Lin Feng, who was indifferent, and suddenly said with some pride, he felt that Lin Feng's pretending to be calm really deserved a beating, and he wanted to see Lin Feng being beaten all over the place looking for his teeth immediately. Xiao Chunmei, who was next to her, had been confused by this situation for a long time. She wanted to remind Lu Yu and Qian Zizhen a few words, but they pressed her back before she could say anything. Its name is, just look at it, don't ink, mother-in-law. This made Xiao Chunmei very speechless, and at the same time she was a little angry. She was really kind enough to treat her like a donkey. She didn't know what was good, so I just waited to see your jokes. She had seen Lin Feng make a move, and knew that Lin Feng would be fine, but these 2 idiots were about to suffer. Brother Hu didn't move when he heard Lu Yu's words, but was waiting for Lin Feng to speak. Since they want you to make a move, then you can make a move. It doesn't matter if you push a little harder. If there is a problem, Manager Han will take care of it. Lin Feng didn't foolishly say that he was responsible for this kind of blame, let others do it. It's just that what he said made everyone present very puzzled. I'm afraid Lin Feng is not stupid. Brother Hu was also stunned by Lin Feng's words, and then he suddenly smiled, which shocked everyone in the audience with their shocked expressions. He suddenly turned around and punched Lu Yu and Qian Zizhen directly. The 2 were completely unprepared, because they never expected that Brother Hu would suddenly attack them. As a result, both of them were directly beaten to the ground, and they couldn't get up for a long time. They each held their stomachs and spit acid water from the corners of their mouths. It could be seen that the fists were really strong. Why, Brother Hu, you hit him, why did you hit us? Qian Zi was really puzzled. When he went to look for Brother Hu just now, this guy was still respectful to him, but why did he suddenly turn his back on him? You ask why? Don't open your eyes to see who you are going to deal with. This whole place belongs to Boss Lin. You kid actually wants to take action against him. Believe it or not, even if I abolish you today, I will not people dare to say no. Brother Hu became ruthless, and his appearance was really fierce. Suddenly, the aura was tightly controlled, and everyone around was frightened. Lu Yu and Qian Zizhen were even more frightened and almost lost their breath. Although this Brother Hu didn't have any murderous intent, his ferocity was enough to frighten these young and weak young masters, let alone a student. Boss Lin? Brother Hu, are you talking about Lin Feng? You must have misunderstood the person. How could this boy be the boss? He is just a poor boy. We all belong to the same school. We have known each other for so long, so we will never be wrong. Yes. He can't be some kind of boss, don't be fooled. Qian Zizhen said directly that he didn't believe that Lin Feng might be the boss, let alone the boss of Qishuan Bar. Others don't know, but they like to play, but they are very clear. The owner of Qishuan Bar has quite a background. There is a hand in the road, and the terrain here is so good, it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the school, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the commercial street, and not far from the sea. It is simply a treasure land, no matter how many people can take it down, how could the bar owner sell it to someone else, let alone a poor boy like Lin Feng? Brother Hu was stunned for a moment when he heard what they said, but when he turned his head to look at Lin Feng, he felt Lin Feng's indescribable but extremely powerful aura, and he stopped immediately. After hesitating, he kicked Xian Zizhen directly, and kicked him from the ground like a soccer ball onto the table, hitting his chest directly, screaming again and again. You guys are short-sighted and don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. How can I be like you? Manager Han of the bar told me this in person. This young master is the owner of Qishuan Bar. Do you still dare to question it? It seems that today I will let you stay some things, you really can't leave. Brother Hu said viciously. Xian Zizhen was so painful that he was about to pass out. Lu Yu also came to his senses at this time, and hurriedly rolled and crawled towards Lin Feng on the ground. Said. Lin Feng, young Master Lin, Boss Lin, we were wrong. Just now we all had the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. We have eyes but don't know Mount Tai. Please let us go. The reversal of the plot really shocked everyone present, especially when they were waiting to see Lin Feng's jokes at the beginning, but now they directly slapped Lu Yu and Xian Zizhen in the face. The rich second generation who didn't dare to provoke them, after proving their strength, they all felt a little weak. I'm afraid that they will also be taught a lesson or something. For Xian Zizhen and the two of them, everyone became disgusted for a while and blamed them. People are like this sometimes, they go with the flow, and when that side becomes tough, they will follow that side. If the other party is weak, they will bully them hard. Quite powerful, but it's a pity that this time they have all been kicked on the iron plate, and they have learned a long lesson, knowing what is called a person's duty. I didn't want to talk to you at all. You pretend to be yours, and we stay with us. It's good to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in peace. If you have nothing to do, come out and find trouble. Do you think you are cheap, looking for smoke? Lin Fei looked at them, and said calmly, this breezy appearance was beyond the mark. The people around didn't even dare to take a breath, and Lu Yu trembled inexplicably. Even in the face of Brother Hu, he did not look like Xian Zizhen, but in the face of Lin Feng, he felt a special kind of fear, which was as deep as his soul. Lin Feng, it's our fault. We know we're wrong. Just let us go. We won't dare to say anything after you say something. We will stay away from you when we see you, and we will never appear in front of your eyes again. Lu Yu directly assured Lin Feng that he was really envious of Xian Zizhen who fainted now, and he didn't need to face this kind of fear like himself. Okay, I didn't plan to do anything to you guys, just play around. Don't get in my way. Lin Feng said casually, and then ignored the two guys, and said directly to the nervous Brother Hu. Huzi, where did Manager Han go? After making such a fuss for a long time, Manager Han still hasn't shown up, which made Lin Feng very curious. After all, this guy is not such a calm person, he should have come here to flirt with him long ago. I don't know very well, but it seems that someone came to the bar today, and even the police were dispatched. Manager Han seems to be cooperating with them on something. I'm a gangster, so I don't dare to ask too much. Don't dare to get two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme. Brother Hu said somewhat restrainedly that he was considered a number one person in the Jianghu, but facing Lin Feng, he didn't know why, but he just felt very afraid. It seems that there is an instinctive feeling telling myself that Lin Feng is very dangerous and must not be an enemy, otherwise it seems that his life and death are only in the other's thought. This kind of feeling is a bit exaggerated, but in fact, it is a feeling of coercion produced by the strong over the weak. The bigger the gap, the deeper the feeling. In other words, although Brother Hu's ability has not stepped into the ranks of warriors, he has touched the threshold of warriors in the Hotian realm, so he can feel a little bit of the aura from Lin Feng. Of course, this was intentionally exuded by Lin Feng, and soon he restrained his aura. Not long after stepping into the Grandmaster realm, Lin Feng was still a little unaccustomed to controlling these things, but he was slowly proficient and improving. So that's it. You are here to take care of my friend. I'll go over to see the situation. How can I say that I'm also the boss? When encountering such a thing, I should show my face or something. With Brother Hu sitting here, Lin Feng can go out and have a look with confidence. Brother Hu naturally quickly agreed. Now that he can become Lin Feng's younger brother, he feels it is a kind of honor, which is different from before, when he used to have a cooperative relationship with the bar. But now the intimidating power that Lin Feng gave him made him involuntarily want to hang out with Lin Feng, so after he obliged to agree, he also started to call Wang Shi brother and brother, and wanted to get closer through Lin Feng's friends. After Lin Feng walked out, before he could find Manager Han, he bumped into someone at the corner. Lin Feng quickly apologized, but when he saw the face of the person he bumped into, he was taken aback. Although the man's clothes have changed, he looks like a bar attendant, but this face, just over half an hour ago, was wearing a police uniform. That's right, it wasn't someone else, it was the pretty little policewoman who checked Lin Feng's driver's license earlier and sprayed Lin Feng with a scumbag by the way. Are you okay? The good traffic policeman is no longer a traffic policeman, and he came to be a waiter. She casually said with a smile that originally Lin Feng was just joking, but who would have thought that this woman's temper is really explosive enough? She directly kicked Lin Feng's feet in high heels. Fortunately, Lin Feng dodged quickly, and Yu Feng walked away with a whoosh. The policewoman was so angry that her teeth were itchy, and she wanted to bite Lin Feng. It's you again, dead scumbag, did you deliberately obstruct official duties? Believe it or not, I arrested you. Although this woman spoke domineeringly, her voice was quite low, as if she was afraid of attracting any attention, and she didn't dare to speak loudly to reveal her identity. Why are you so unreasonable? I apologize, okay? And can you stop being a scumbag? Did I scum you? I'm just a friend who dropped by and brought me here. If you don't believe me, go and ask. Lin Feng still wanted to say something, but the female police officer seemed to have discovered something, and quickly pushed Lin Feng aside, and then hurried out. Of course, he still left a word for Lin Feng. Go away, don't bother me, busy scumbag. Hearing the other party call him a scumbag again, Lin Feng scratched his head immediately. I'm afraid that the girl has something wrong with her head, but who the hell is she? It must be because she has a withdrawn personality, was rejected by her boyfriend, and has endocrine disorders, otherwise why is she so angry? While muttering in her heart, the little policewoman who had just walked a few steps not far away sneezed. Then she seemed to realize something, and turned her head to stare at Lin Feng, almost warning Lin Feng through her eyes, this girl knows that you are speaking ill of me behind my back, so you wait for me. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, this girl has such an aggressive personality, I'm afraid she will suffer in the future. However, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to it. On the contrary, after seeing the policewoman, he felt the strangeness of the matter more and more. It seemed that there were some special circumstances in his territory. The little policewoman with a gun has come here to act as a waiter. This is a typical action. After searching in the crowd for a while, Lin Feng finally saw the figure of Manager Han near the bar, and Lin Feng walked over directly. When I came here, I happened to see Manager Han talking to a few people, all of them were heroic, and they could be seen as officials at a glance. Manager Han, what's the situation now? Manager Han was talking. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he was startled, but he immediately showed a flattering smile. Boss, you are here. I dare not disturb you. You don't know. Something big is happening now. The wanted criminal who is now being rewarded by the whole country is actually in our bar box. Now the relevant departments have taken action, and I am doing my best to cooperate. But the other party is afraid that they have weapons in their hands, so we are thinking about how to evacuate the crowd and leave without alerting the other party. They have left eyeliner at the door. If there is something wrong outside, I am afraid they will scare the snake out of the grass. Manager Han said helplessly that this situation was really overwhelming for him, and he had never encountered it before. So he can only entrust his hope to Lin Feng and this new boss, although this new boss is a bit young. You are the owner of the Qishuan bar? You are really young and promising. This action is very important. Our officials have been eyeing him for more than half a year. Now it is the best opportunity to get him here. The back door has been blocked by us now, and the front door is all our people. As long as they are all evacuated by the people in the nearby box, we can act immediately and catch the turtle in the urn. A middle-aged man, full of heroism, but also has a strong temperament. Lin Feng could tell at a glance the opponent's level of cultivation, a martial artist at the 7th level of acquired state. This person is not simple, he must have some status. Boss, this is the captain of the criminal investigation team. Manager Han quickly introduced to Lin Feng. I'm Feng Zhang, captain of the criminal investigation team. Nice to meet you. Feng Zhang took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's breath was restrained. The other party couldn't see the depth of Lin Feng, but more or less, he could feel that Lin Feng was different from ordinary people. My name is Lin Feng. He was neither humble nor overbearing, he didn't feel pressured by the other party's identity, and Lin Feng spoke very casually. This stunned the policemen who followed Feng Zhang. Just as they were about to say something, they felt that Lin Feng's attitude was a little too casual. But they were stopped by Captain Feng Zhang, who gave them a glare by the way, telling them to be more honest. I understand the specific situation, but you said that those guys are in the box, which is a bit troublesome. How do you plan to get the nearby guests out? If you have the breath to come out, I'm afraid it will also make them feel abnormal. Lin Feng was a little curious what method they planned to use to evacuate the crowd. This was a technical job, and even the slightest mistake could not be made. Actually, we want to vacate a few boxes for them in the name of booking the room, so as to invite everyone who is willing to leave. However, this plan is a bit flawed. If someone does not cooperate, it will be easily exposed. Feng Zhang didn't speak, and someone next to him directly told Lin Feng about their plan. After all, Lin Feng is the boss here, so it would be convenient for him to tell him about any action. Your method is really not good. I have a plan, but we will lose a lot of money. I don't know if we catch this guy, can we get some rewards? Lin Feng is not really short of money, but he just asks casually. If he has it, he won't ask too much if he doesn't have it. But just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from behind him. Damn man, you only know about money. If you don't have money, you won't help. But we don't need your help. I will pretend to be a waiter in a while, go in and block them all in the room. They can't escape even if they want to. There is no need for you to fool our captain here. After the little policewoman came over just now, she got acquainted with Lin Feng directly, and didn't think that Lin Feng had any good ideas at all. Isn't she just a second-generation ancestor? She has seen it a lot. Lu Shui, pay attention to your words. Now it is Lin Feng who is actively cooperating with us to help us. This is his place. What is your attitude? Also, your impulsive personality should be changed. What is your plan? Do you know that if you do this, not only will you be in danger, but the people next to you will also be affected? They have ammunition in their hands, and they may even have bombs. When you are blocked in the house, they will blow up the wall. Or what to do if you do something else. Can you afford this responsibility? After Feng Zhang saw Lu Shui's attitude, he immediately reprimanded the other party. This Lu Shui's personality is still quite tough, but being taught by Captain Feng Zhang in front of so many people, he suddenly felt aggrieved, and almost had tears in his eyes. It took. When she was wronged, she even gave Lin Feng a hard look, because in her opinion, the reason why she was criticized was entirely because of Lin Feng. Being stared at for no reason, Lin Feng said that he was innocent, but he didn't care too much about Lu Shui, mainly because his first impression was directly defined as a rich second-generation scumbag with 3 girls in the eyes of the other party. I am also a little helpless. Okay, Captain Feng, Officer Lu Shui's attitude is quite positive, so don't talk about her. She is also anxious to arrest these guys. Now time is running out, let's talk about my plan first. I will let Han the manager arranges an event to gather everyone and let them participate in the event. In order to be attractive enough, I will get some prizes of sufficient weight, and after everyone comes out, you can act. What should I do? Whatever you do, the crowd is safe anyway. Even if you demolish the house for me, it's fine, I'll fix it later. Lin Feng's attitude that I don't mind if you do whatever you want shocked everyone even more. It's just that manager Han feels that his boss is a bit superior, so he wants to stop this bar. Feng Zhang and others felt that Lin Feng was a good young man, but Lu Shui still looked at Lin Feng coldly, thinking that Lin Feng was just pretending. She was also dissatisfied in her heart, although Lin Feng's in this method were indeed quite reliable, but she just refused to accept it, and then she began to think carefully, thinking that you like his plan. I just want to prove that my method is no better than his poor. In this way, everyone started to act and quickly arranged. And Lu Shui took advantage of the chaos and straightened up her appearance. After hiding the gun at her waist, she made sure that she would not see it. Then she quietly found a tray at the side, took a drink casually, and went to the target box. Gone. People around Lu Shui didn't notice Lu Shui's actions, but after Lin Feng came up with the idea, he was the guy who turned his hand away from the shopkeeper, but he did notice it. Manager Han and Captain Fong were all busy. After Lin Fengxian came out, he found that Lu Shui had actually gone to the box with his things, and immediately felt something was wrong. This woman won't be so stubborn. No, I have to go and see. Seeing Lu Shui put herself in danger, Lin Feng didn't dare to hold her back, and hurriedly followed. He kept watching Lu Shui arrive at the door of the other party's box. After being stopped by the younger brother at the door, the other party looked at Lu Shui for a long time, and finally let Lu Shui in. At that moment, Lin Feng screamed that it was not good, and hurriedly followed, but was also stopped. But Lin Feng was too lazy to talk to the other party, so he directly punched the other party down. Afterwards, Lin Feng didn't rush in directly, but put his ear on the door and listened, to see what's going on now. If I rush in suddenly, I'm afraid I will startle the snake. Relying on his extraordinary hearing, Lin Feng soon heard what was going on inside. Nothing happened to Lu Shui, and she didn't do anything yet, but the situation was not as good as expected, because although Lu Shui's identity was not revealed, the other party's identity was not hidden at all. Lin Feng had already heard that the guns were going to court the sound is heard, and the situation inside is extremely complicated. This woman is in trouble this time. She is surrounded by people. You have been beaten into a sieve before you arrest them. Lin Feng said something casually, and continued to listen to the situation inside. Sure enough, Lu Shui was shocked when she saw these guys put their weapons on the bright side. She wanted to catch her by surprise, but now it turned out that she was stunned by them. Although Lu Shui is a bit brave, she also dreamed of meeting so many gangsters and being able to overwhelm the crowd. But when she really faced this situation, she actually found that she was a little timid. Without support, without companions, facing so many people by herself, she didn't even have the courage to take out her own gun now. What are you doing in a daze, and you still don't pour your wine? Don't be afraid, we are all in the shooting club, and these are all air guns. Although the other party said so, Lu Shui felt a little terrified when she saw their menacing faces and their teasing smiles. But she had no other choice. She could only put the drink plate on the table with a forced smile, opened all the drinks, and poured them into the glasses in front of her. It's just that she soon discovered one thing, that is, there were two people behind her approaching her with malicious intentions. Sir, please enjoy yourself. There is an event in our bar today, and there are a lot of gifts outside. There are also some very good wines. I will go and get them for you. They are all good wines that have been treasured for many years in our store. The boss happened to I was lucky enough to open a position today because of my birthday, so I reluctantly took it out to share. Of course Lu Shui was talking nonsense, but it was also to set off Lin Feng's plan. Anyway, she was sure now, and her plan was so bad. It's a bit too idealistic. Now she just wants to go out and meet other people. It's too dangerous to be here. Don't worry, you can drink wine at any time. You can accompany my brother first, and then talk after drinking the wine. We will double the order for how much you drink today to ensure that you can get enough share. Not to mention, the waiter in Lu Shui's costume is quite similar, and no flaws have been found. But unfortunately, it must be impossible for her to come out. With her good looks, Lin Feng felt that she could be ranked among the girls he had ever seen, and so far ranked in the top 3. Being targeted by so many people, and still wanting to come out, is simply a dream. Lin Feng also knew this very well, so he felt that her plan was as bad as it could be. There's no need for this. The boss ordered me to go out to help today. Anyone who doesn't go will lose their wages for a month. As Lu Shui said so, she subconsciously moved out gradually, but she was forced to stop soon, and the two big men behind her directly blocked the door, not giving her a chance to leave. If I tell you to stay, you have to stay. Even if your boss is here, he doesn't dare to say no today. Come here quickly, don't force me to be rough. Before you do it, everyone is a civilized person. Showing a smile uglier than crying, the boss sitting on the sofa said directly. Lu Shui felt a little regretful at this moment. Looking at the people around her, she didn't know what to do. Subconsciously, she began to put her hand to the place where the gun was attached. If it didn't work, she planned to fight. But in the face of so many people and guns, she has no chance of winning at all. Just when she was in despair, the door of this box was suddenly opened, and at the same time a figure that surprised Lu Shui came in. "I'm really sorry, I'm the owner of this store. Today is my birthday, and I specially invited people from each box to participate in our birthday event. There were too many people drawing lots outside, so I just came here to give you some small gifts. Come and taste the red wine from Dash." It was none other than Lin Feng who came. As for the wine, it wasn't from Dash, but was taken from the bar at random. Looking at the face is not bad, so I use it to fill up the number. Suddenly seeing Lin Feng barging in, and no one notified him, everyone in the room became vigilant. But when he saw Lin Feng holding a bottle of red wine and added his words, he relaxed a little. It's just that Lin Feng is really a bit young. It's really surprising that this young man is the owner of a bar in such a luxurious area. After all, Lin Feng only looked around 20, so it was quite surprising to have such a status, because Lin Feng didn't have the air of a rich second generation. It turned out to be the owner of the bar. "It's a pleasure to meet you. The staff here is really nice. We want to invite her to have a few more drinks with us. I wonder if we can give her a face and let her stay with us." Seeing that Lin Feng was young, these guys thought that things were easier, but Lin Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. He walked forward a few steps, and when he came to Lu Shui, he said something directly to Lu Shui. "Run outside." After hearing this, Lu Shui glanced at Lin Feng. Although she felt that it was not good for her to leave like this, she also knew that staying here would only entangle these people even more. So Lu Shui nodded and left a sentence for Lin Feng. "Be careful." Then she rushed out straight away. She made up her mind that she would immediately go to Captain Fong and ask him to rescue Lin Feng. Otherwise, Lin Feng would be very dangerous. If he left like this, he might not know how these people would embarrass him. It's just that after Lu Shui ran out like this, everyone in the room wanted to catch up, and the boss also gave everyone a look, telling them to catch her back. But before they walked out of the door, Lin Feng suddenly closed the door before them, and even locked it directly. "Hey, why bother? Originally, I wanted to leave after saving people, and let others handle the rest. But if you are like this, then I have no choice but to do it myself." There are many reasons why Lin Feng doesn't want to do it himself. Exposing his strength will also cause a lot of trouble. Fan Zhang and the others, for example, would also be suspicious of themselves. But that's the way it is, so let it be. "Do it? Hee hee, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Brothers, this little boss who came out of nowhere actually wants to do something to us. Don't let him down, superior." As soon as the boss spoke, several people around came out and cracked their fists, ready to deal with Lin Feng. Meddling in their own business and provoking them is courting death. But they didn't move their guns. Although the bar was noisy, it might cause some trouble. Those guys who hid in the dark and fled were most afraid of causing big trouble. It's just that they haven't made a move yet. Lin Feng shot faster, dodging directly, avoiding the fist of the person next to him. He picked up the wine bottle and threw it out. The target was their boss. The wine bottle was thrown up by Lin Feng at an extremely fast speed, and it flew over like a shooting star. This boss is not an ordinary person. When Lin Feng came in, he felt that the other party actually had the strength of the acquired 5th level. No wonder it's so hard to catch. It's really hard for ordinary people to catch a guy with such strength. Facing Lin Feng's sudden wine bottle, he directly punched it and smashed the wine bottle. And his fist is nothing. Of course, this is also the reason why Lin Feng didn't use too much force. Otherwise, let alone a wine bottle, even if he gave Lin Feng a piece of tofu, he would still be able to produce the effect of a bullet. Even without using anything, just exhaling the true energy can shatter the room in an instant. But that was too exaggerated. Lin Feng felt that it was better to keep a low profile as much as possible. For the few strong men around him, Lin Feng knocked them to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks without any effort. And the object of the bounty, that is, the boss of this group of guys, also saw something at this time, and suddenly smiled in shock. It turns out that you are still a practicing family. I really underestimated you. With such wealth and skills at such a young age, I am really more and more curious about who you are. But no matter who you are, since you dare to fight me, Nyeshu, get ready to die. Tiger Fist. The person offering the reward is named Nyeshu, and the people under him are all desperados just like him. So when they make moves, they will not show mercy at all, and all of them are killing moves. If it was normal, when there were no people around, Lin Feng would not suggest killing these villains personally, but now that Captain Fong and the others are outside, if Lin Feng really kills these guys, he may be the one who will kill them. To be arrested and returned. So Lin Feng had no choice but to restrain his strength as much as possible, and subdue these guys without harming his life. The power of a grandmaster is enough to overwhelm rivers and seas, so it is better to exercise restraint in everything. Fisting like a fierce tiger is indeed very imposing, but it's a pity that your own realm is too weak. This punching technique is used by you, but it lacks a bit of might. Seeing Nyeshu's fist attacking him, Lin Feng didn't feel nervous at all, instead he looked calm, and by the way, he picked on the opponent's lack of boxing skills. As if he was a master of martial arts, Nyeshu became even more angry when he saw it, and his fists were a little bit harder, showing % of the power. He just wanted to give Lin Feng his own strength. Great young man a lesson. Nonsense. Die to me. Nyeshu hit with all his strength, smiling wildly. Just his punch was enough to blow the door of the house flying. With such a small body, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to hold it. It's just that his thoughts disappeared immediately after Lin Feng casually stretched out his hand to grab it. To ordinary people, Nyeshu's mighty and domineering punch was caught by Lin Feng as if he was just playing around. That casual look was a bit too casual. How can that be? Feeling that his fist was completely locked in the opponent's hand and could not be pulled out, Nyeshu became a little startled. The strength of the opponent is too strong, and the strength must be higher than his own. Nothing is impossible. There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. You are only in the realm of acquired warriors at this age. It is really very loose. I really don't know how you practiced. You are so useless. Being scolded by Lin Feng for a while, although Nyeshu was very angry, he was more shocked. Hearing Lin Feng's tone, it seems that Lin Feng is not a martial artist of the Hotian realm at all, but an existence of a higher realm. Thinking of this, Nyeshu immediately shouted at the people around him. Shoot! This guy is probably a martial artist in the innate realm. If you don't shoot, you will have no chance. As soon as Nyeshu finished speaking, he found that he was suddenly pulled up by Lin Feng, and he came to the side of the sofa in an instant after being dragged by Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng casually took the fragments of the wine bottle smashed by Nyeshu in his hand, and then threw them out at the guys around who had just picked up guns and were about to shoot at Lin Feng. In an instant, everyone screamed in pain. The hand holding the gun was deeply pierced into the palm by glass shards, and the gun fell to the ground. Everything happened so suddenly, no one could react. Lin Feng moved again. First, Nyeshu felt a pain in the back of his neck and passed out. Secondly, the other people present felt that a figure suddenly flashed in front of their eyes. Before they could see it clearly, they felt that they were hit by something, and they all fell to the ground. After the 3 breaths, Lin Feng stopped, and the true energy above his feet also subsided. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Feng beat everyone to the ground, not to mention being injured, without even taking a breath. This quiet phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme walk is really easy to use, and the speed is fast enough. The reason why Lin Feng was so fast just now was not only because of his own speed, but also because he used body skills. I don't know many tricks now, but Jiquan and Yufengbu are the bottom of the box, followed by Zhouhua Jinjin, which can not only heal and save people, but also hurt people. As for the idea of mental power meditation, Lin Feng has not started to practice. Otherwise, to deal with these people, Lin Feng can use mental power to attack and deal with it, which will save trouble. Just as Lin Feng got rid of everyone in the room, there was some movement outside the box. With Lin Feng's hearing ability, he could hear many people outside, but they were not enemies. After hearing what they said, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Lu Shui. Do you know how big a mistake you have made? If something happens to Lin Feng, you can wait to go back and be punished. Usually, Fang Zhang would not treat his subordinates like this, but after Lu Shui reported the situation here to him just now, he suddenly became furious. This was simply stupid impulsiveness, and it also put Lin Feng in danger. This is their negligence and responsibility. Feng team, I was wrong. Go in and save Lin Feng quickly. You can punish me later. As long as Lin Feng is fine, I will apologize to him. I can do whatever he wants to make up for him. I was wrong. Lu Shui was also crying at this time, and she was quite haggard. Of course, Lin Feng hasn't seen it yet, but hearing her voice, I still feel a little surprised. This girl is still crying, I really didn't see it. I'll clean you up later, I'm going to break the door. Just when the square team was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme people to break in, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and everyone around was startled, and each of them hurriedly picked up their guns and aimed at the door. Lin Feng, who had just walked out, was taken aback. It would be fun if the people inside didn't hit him, and he was shot nervously by his own people. What? Don't shoot, it's all yours, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Lin Feng raised his hands and said with a pleasing smile, he looked like a spy who was suddenly caught and arrested in a TV series. Lin Feng. You're fine, that's great. Everyone rush in with me. Seeing that Lin Feng was fine, Fang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, then he played by ear and rushed in with his people. Lu Shui and Lin Feng had already made each other suspicious, so they couldn't drag it on any longer. With the strength of his acquired 7th level martial artist, he is still a little bit sure about unexpected surprise attacks. It's just that when they rushed in, everyone was stunned. The people in the room all fell to the ground, and it was possible to see that their hands were all injured, which were severely injured by the glass. The first time Fang Zheng saw it, he knew it must be made for warriors, and it looked like it should be made by a peak-acquired warrior or an innate warrior. There were not too many traces of fighting at the scene, and the other party didn't even come to use a gun urgently. Nieshu, a guy with a 5-fold acquired, unexpectedly had no room to resist. Putting all these together, Fang Zheng calculated this result. Then he couldn't help but turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Just now, only Lin Feng was in the room, which meant that it was Lin Fengdong's hand. This young man might actually be a master of the innate realm. Lin Feng, are you okay? I'm really sorry just now, I shouldn't have gone there alone, and you almost got into an accident. Lu Shui walked in front of Lin Feng and apologized intermittently. Without any of the tough and stubborn attitude before, Lin Feng couldn't help but soften a little when he saw it. Okay, just don't be so impulsive next time. After all, not every time someone can show up in time to save you. Captain Feng, since it's all right, you can deal with it yourself. My classmate is still in the next box. I'm going back. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he smiled slightly at the crowd and left directly. Lu Shui watched Lin Feng leave, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and didn't know what she was thinking. This guy doesn't look that bad, why is he a scumbag? Lin Feng, who had already walked several meters away, almost fell over when he heard this sentence. How did this girl decide that she was a scumbag? I can't explain it clearly. Lu Shui, go back and investigate this Lin Feng a little bit, and then hand it over to me together with your introspection report. This time the matter was dealt with by Lin Feng, so there is no accident. Thank you later. After Fang Zheng finished speaking, he left immediately. Afterwards, Lu Shui was a little surprised by Fang Zheng's words, but saw the situation inside the box, and all the people inside were carried out one by one. These guys are really heavy, but that young man just now is too powerful, so many people were all overwhelmed by him, his strength should soon catch up to our Captain Feng. These police officers don't know the strength division of warriors, so they can only describe it like this. In their eyes, Captain Feng's strength is particularly strong. No one in the entire criminal investigation team can survive 10 moves under his hands. So when they compared Lin Feng and Fang Zheng at this time, they were already proving the strength of Lin Feng. Lu Shui on the side was already stunned at this moment, looking at the gangsters who were carried out, and what the colleagues around her said. She felt a little confused now. Lin Feng didn't know how much shock he had brought to Lu Shui. At this time, he had already returned to the party box. It's just that it's different from the beginning. When Lin Feng came, everyone was in the posture of watching a show. But now, when Lin Feng came back again, he felt a sense of awe and nervousness. Perhaps it was because of their previous attitude towards Lin Feng that they all felt a little guilty. After facing Lin Feng's current strong background, they all wanted to make up for it and please them. Several men and women from the same department ran over to greet Lin Feng, and Lin Feng didn't go too far. He chatted with them a little casually and then returned to Wang Shi and the others. "Brother Feng, you're back. You don't know. After you went out just now, these guys came running over to flirt with us." My goosebumps almost fell from the sourness. When Wang Shi was speaking, he also made a trembling movement, which made Lin Feng laugh. Normal, when you meet powerful people, you want to cling to them. They are also afraid that if they made me angry before, I will make trouble for them, so they want to please me, and you, a brother who has a good relationship with me, will come to have a relationship. I will. If you may leave early, you can entertain them for me and tell them that I don't care about today's incident at all. If you need anything later, you can go directly to Manager Han, and I will waive all expenses. Lin Feng patted Wang Shi on the shoulder and said, then he turned his head to look at the three daughters of Emoji. It seemed that the three daughters had something to say. "Lin Feng, are you going back now? I don't want to play much. I heard that there is a racing track nearby. Do you want to go and have a look together?" Emoji looked at Lin Feng and said directly, in fact, she was not familiar with this place, it was Huang Shan's idea to her. She also saw that Lin Feng was not very interested in this place, so she knew that Lin Feng would definitely stay here soon, and the three of them had no way to follow Lin Feng back. After all, how could they follow her home? So in order to create opportunities for Emoji, Huang Shan gave Emoji an idea and invited Lin Feng to play elsewhere. It just happened that she thought of a private racing club nearby, and they also have a very large racing track there. And it's not a place like a mountain road, but a very flat track, just like a car race, but with a little more twists and turns. The entire site is larger and wider, and compared with those mountain roads, the safety factor is also high. The most important thing is that Huang Shan has some relationship with this club. If she has acquaintances, it will be easy to arrange for her if she goes there. Okay? Lin Feng listened to her words and wanted to refuse. He wanted to go back quickly, practice spiritual power meditation, and use spiritual power. Although I have already learned it, I haven't practiced it yet. If I practice well, I don't have to be afraid of fighting with others anymore. I don't need to do it myself, and I can directly knock the opponent out of my mind. But at this time, a task popped up in the system. Moreover, the content of this task made Lin Feng's mouth twitch involuntarily. Trigger mission, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the three daughters of Emoji and Lu Shui to the Super 8 Racing Club. Task reward, 80% shares of Super 8 Racing Club, 10 points. Ding, an unknown error occurred, the task reward changed, 80% shares of Super 8 Racing Club, 60 points. Just such a strange task, Lin Feng was puzzled. Just now, he didn't trigger the task when he dealt with Nia Shu, an acquired martial artist. Why did the system trigger the task in such a boring place? Could it be considered a bug of the system? There are endless miscellaneous tasks, maybe in the future, even going to the bathroom can trigger the task. But if he really wanted to do this task, Lin Feng expressed that he could not imagine the content of this task. Okay, then let's go play together. Wang Shi, I won't take you this time, let's talk about it next time, huh? After Lin Feng said this with a wry smile on his face, he took the three girls and started to walk out. Looking at Lu Shui and others who were still tidying up the scene outside, Lin Feng began to think, how should he invite the other party to follow him? It's really a worrying thing to go. Hey, Sister Lu Shui, don't you think that's Lin Feng? Didn't Captain Fangjing send you to investigate him? You can see that he's about to leave, why don't you go and have a look? There were young police officers around, and after seeing Lin Feng about to leave, he said to Lu Shui beside him. Although Lu Shui is young, she is their senior. Although she is not a few years old, she is still a senior. This sister can still bear it. After hearing what her colleague said, Lu Shui glanced in Lin's direction and saw Lin Feng with the three girls from before. She didn't know why, and felt a little uncomfortable, so she replied directly. Forget it, how busy he is, I'd better check his files later. When Lu Shui spoke, her tone was quite weird, and the people around felt an inexplicable atmosphere. It's better not to provoke Lu Shui, this woman is afraid that her menstruation has come these days. Just when Lu Shui lowered her head, and was about to ignore Lin Feng and the others, Lin Feng had already come to her side, looked at her with her head lowered, looking like she was doing nothing, and immediately said softly to her. That. Officer Lu Shui, do you have time? Lin Feng has never taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with anyone, so he is still a little shy. Even if it was Xiao Yu who met in the milk tea shop last time, it was the other party who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him, not Lin Feng. I didn't see it, so busy. Lu Shui felt very irritable, so she didn't notice who was talking to her, and thought it was someone who came to strike up a conversation again. Because of her appearance, she stayed here for a while, and 4 or 5 people took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. It was okay at the beginning, she could handle it calmly, but at the beginning of the 3rd time, her attitude became extremely cold. Because they have all interfered with their official duties. But when she looked up and saw that it was Lin Feng who was talking to her, her head convulsed inexplicably, and she immediately corrected the words that came to her lips, and replied without thinking available. It's just that Lin Feng was a little awkward listening to her words. In the end, it sounded like she was free, but with the first half of her sentence, she didn't see how busy she was. It can be understood in this way. Lin Feng was also not sure who the other party was. Meaning. But thinking of his mission, Lin Feng decided to be thick-skinned and forget it, the mission is the most important. If you have time, come on, come with us, relax. You must be in a bad mood about what happened just now. I'll take you out to have fun. Tell Captain Feng about that, and I'll borrow him. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng didn't care what they said, and Lu Shui didn't resist, just took Lu Shui's hand and walked out. It's just that Moiji's expression became a little weird after watching the movement of the two holding hands. But soon, Lin Feng didn't care about Sanchi 21, and subconsciously pulled Moiji alone. In this way, one left and one right, Lin Feng directly pulled the two beauties and walked out. Looking at this scene, Wan Qing and Huang Shan also felt extremely weird, but after the last two glanced at each other, they held each other's hand helplessly and suddenly laughed. I always feel that the two of us are a bit redundant. Let's go, no one is leading us, we sisters are leading each other. Show and I always come so suddenly, especially when someone pulls two people alone, and there is no share for them, the dog food is simply multiplied. The two of them didn't shy away from talking at all, both Lin Feng and Emoji listened really well. Lin Feng was alright, boys were somewhat thicker skinned than girls. But Emoji lowered her head a little shyly, and Lu Shui beside her also felt a little shy for no reason. If Lin Feng just pulled her, Lu Shui might have thought more, but Lin Feng also pulled a girl, which made Lu Shui couldn't help but give Lin Feng a blank look. If it wasn't for Lin Feng saving her, she felt that she would definitely shake off Lin Feng's hand now, and give Lin Feng a slap. Where are you taking me? Can you make it clear in advance? Don't think I'm a casual person. I won't do something to show you just because you helped me once. Sue's promise, let's get rid of these thoughts as soon as possible. Regardless of 21, after being dragged out of the bar by Lin Feng, Lu Shui said this directly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was watching, was taken aback for a moment. Emoji and Huang Shanwalking, who were following him, were also taken aback for a moment, and in the end they all stared at Lu Shui, thinking that Lu Shui's words just now seemed to be casually talking about the three of them like girls. Ahem, don't think too much, I just saw that you were criticized by Captain Feng, and you must be in a bad mood. It just so happened that my friends wanted to go to the racing track next door to relax. Seeing how irritable you are, this way of venting should be quite good. It suits you. Lin Feng was not at all afraid that his words would make Lu Shui lose his temper, so he left directly. Because her hand is still in his own, it is definitely impossible to leave. As a master, it is not easy to take care of a little girl. As for Emoji and the others, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about them, they were the ones who were going to go, and Emoji, the girl, seemed to be quite obedient, a bit like the little girl next door. Racing? Okay, let's go to racing. You have found my hobby. You can let go of this hand, let people see it, how do you want me to explain it? Seeing that Lu Shui agreed, Lin Feng didn't say anything, and let go directly. As for Emoji, Lin Feng wanted to let go, and he had already let go, but the other party was still holding onto his hand tightly, so he couldn't be blamed for that. Ahem, we've arrived at the parking lot, you guys get in the car. Lin Feng looked at the Rolls-Royce in front of him, and said in embarrassment, and then Emoji let go of his hand shyly. Huang Shan and Wanqing naturally sat in the back row. Emoji originally wanted to follow, but Huang Shan blocked her and gave her a look, meaning to let her sit in the front row. Emoji was a little shy for a moment, but Lu Shui stepped in first, opened the front door and she sat in the front row. You three sisters are so familiar, you should sit together, I can still watch this guy in front, lest he take advantage of you. When Lu Shui said this, although she spoke righteously, for some reason, after snatching the front row seat, she seemed a little happy, as if she had one in some way. Even she herself didn't notice the situation, but Huang Shan, a slightly more mature girl, saw some doubts. Emoji was somewhat disappointed, but she was not discouraged. In her opinion, Miss Lu Shui's temper was definitely not the type that Lin Feng liked. Because the former Xiao Chunmei was a lesson learned from the past, Lin Feng should not find temper tantrums anymore. Thoughtful, Lin Feng didn't notice anything, but felt that after getting in the car, the atmosphere seemed a little dull, and suddenly no one was talking. So after the car started, Lin Feng thought about finding something to talk about. It's just that Lin Feng just said 2 words, and Lu Shui next to him said something directly. Shut up, drive hard, don't be distracted while driving, I don't know, believe it or not, I will deduct points from you. After hearing Lu Shui's words, Lin Feng smiled wryly, closed his mouth obediently, and gave up. Seeing Lin Feng being treated so submissively, the 3 girls behind him became a little annoyed, and Huang Shan, who had the worst temper, spoke directly. Officer Lu, you are off work now, and you still use your identity to pressure others. You will bring a lot of pressure to others. This is not conducive to your finding a boyfriend. If I guess wrong, you should still be single. Huang Shan said with a bit of yin and yang. Wanqing immediately felt very relieved, although Emoji didn't want to admit it, but she was still a little refreshed. Lu Shui is usually a flower in the police force, and she is usually pampered by others, but when she is teased like this, her face immediately turns cold. Excellent people are phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme single, don't you know this? I'm not like you, 3 people looking for a man. Lu Shui's words were obviously aimed at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng, who was driving, suddenly sneezed. Good guy, he didn't say anything, why did he still get sprayed? Well, Officer Lu, you seem to have misunderstood. Our relationship is very pure, as pure and innocent as a classmate relationship, like a piece of white paper. And they only found out about my money today. I used to hide it. Very good, the absolute image of the poor 3 generations. Lin Feng said something very proudly, as if waiting for everyone to praise his acting skills. It's just that the 4 women acted as if Lin Feng didn't exist, and the flames of war ignited again. What Police Officer Lu said, it's not 3 people, but 4 people. If you don't agree, why don't we compare and see who among the 4 of us can take him down? What Huang Shan said in this hymn was naturally Lin Feng. Hearing that Lin Feng was 1 head and too big, cold sweat was about to break out. Compare, who is afraid of who? Lu Shui subconsciously said this directly, after she reacted, let alone Emoji and the 3 of them. Lin Feng looked at her in astonishment. Immediately, Lu Shui's face turned red, and then she stammered. No, what is the comparison, what kind of competition method is this, the ghost will compare with you? Lin Feng had gone through a lot of hardships along the way, finally speeding up, arrived at the racing club, and parked the car in the parking lot. However, most of the people who came here knew about cars. Even if Lin Feng didn't release the statuette, many people paid attention to it. After all, a car with a landing price of more than 1,000 million yuan is not something ordinary people can afford. Even this kind of club that specializes in playing cars is rare. There are only a few tens of millions of cars, and it's not a sports car, but a Lao. Okay, let me go over and tell you that we didn't come here with a sports car that can run on the track. We can't use your Rolls-Royce as a sports car for racing. I will go to an acquaintance to borrow 2 sports cars to drive. As soon as Huang Shan got out of the car, she couldn't wait to act, wanting to restore her image and make everyone happier. I'm sorry to trouble you. If you need money, just come to me. I have nothing good about me, but I have a lot of money. Lin Feng finally dreamed of it. After saying this sentence, he wanted to say it a long time ago, but he didn't have the confidence to say it. I have to say that the feeling of this costume comparison is really not ordinary. And his appearance also made Emoji and Wanqing laugh. As for Lu Shui, he snorted coldly, clearly expressing his determination that he is not interested in the rich second generation, nor in money. In fact, what Lin Feng didn't know was that Lu Shui's identity was not ordinary, and her vision was not ordinary, so it was normal for her to be a bit arrogant and cold. But in the eyes of those who don't know, this is the best example of contemporary women who are not convinced by money. If they don't look at money, how beautiful this world is. Don't worry, sisters who have a good relationship should get it done for free. After Huang Shan finished speaking, she went to work, leaving Lin Feng and others to wander here freely. It looks like, except for Huang Shan, we are all coming back for the first time. Then let's go ahead and watch their games. Lin Feng has never been in contact with these things before, but he has seen some racers racing in novels and TV dramas, and now he has the opportunity to go and see them in person. Although they are not particularly professional racers, they are all car enthusiasts and rich people. The playground of the second generation, but you can also have fun and stroll around. Buzz boom boom. The group of them just came to the racetrack, and they saw many young men and women, and even a lot of middle-aged talents, all cheering here. Accompanied by the roar of racing cars, they seemed very cheerful, and even Lin Feng felt a very relaxed mood from these people. In such a stressful time, perhaps the scene in front of them is the medical area for them to vent their emotions. The sound is so loud. The speed of this car is so fast, will it be very unsafe? Seeing this scene, Emoji said worriedly, she rarely participated in these things, so she was not used to it. Don't worry, it's not for you to drive. It's better for a slightly professional person to play. For you, isn't there a racing simulation game machine over there? You can try that. Lu Shui said with some pride, it seems that she should belong to the type of person who can play. But Lin Feng didn't care what they said at this time, he was receiving the reward from the system. The mission is completed, successfully brought the 4 girls to the Super 8 Racing Club, and rewarded 80% shares of the Super 8 Racing Club, 60 points. 80% of the shares, this is already equivalent to the big boss who controls the entire Super 8 Racing Club. As for who owns the 20%, Lin Feng doesn't care, the absolute shareholding is the boss. Just after Lin Feng received the reward from the system, the manager of the club also received a call from his big boss in an instant. In the end, after a few words, the manager was stunned. The boss actually transferred 80% of the shares, which meant that his new boss was the boss surnamed Lin. After quickly writing it down, although the manager lamented the world of the rich, he really couldn't figure out why such a good club was transferred. I didn't think too much about it, the new boss didn't show up anyway, so I just continued with my work. Lin Feng didn't know about these situations, anyway, the equity transfer document was already in his system space. And Huang Shan also found her good sister, and got 2 pretty good sports cars, both of which were worth millions. It can be seen that this relationship is good, otherwise, who would casually borrow such a high-priced sports car? Let me introduce to you, this is my good sister, In Cici. She is a racing fangirl, and she spends her days in various racing tracks. No matter which track she goes to, she is easy to mention In Cici. After Huang Shan made an introduction, In Cici patted Huang Shan on the shoulder a little, and then said a little funny. I'm not that good, but don't brag, the cowhide is going to blow up. My name is In Cici, you can call me Cici, this car is what I usually use in this club, you can use it as you like, it's okay if it breaks down, it's insured, hee hee. This In Cici's personality is quite generous, and she is also very carefree. She got acquainted with everyone almost instantly, without the sense of estrangement and unfamiliarity when meeting for the first time. Cici, don't worry, even if your car is broken, our boss, Lin Feng, can give you a new one. Huang Shan sold Lin Feng directly, and Lin Feng also smiled wryly, it's not easy to be a local tyrant. You're so proud. Let's build it tonight and try to destroy my car. I'm waiting for a new car, hee hee. Cece said with a smile, and didn't ask any more questions. It seems that she is not a girl who loves money. Therefore, it is not allowed to ask about Lin Feng's status. Everyone came in front of the two sports cars and looked at the configuration of the complete racing car. The professional tires had completely different grip from ordinary tires. Emoji and Wanqing are both gentle and elegant, so they don't dare to drive. Huang Shan wants to play, but unfortunately her skills are mediocre. So Lin Feng and Lu Shui plan to go up to have fun, and for Cece, she bought another car. So the three of them had 3 cars, waiting for the group of them to set off after the previous round of racing was over. Every time there is a race here, there can be no more than 5 cars together. In fact, there is no problem with 7 or 8 cars that are wide, but for safety, 5 or 6 cars are limited. Half of them were his own people, so Lin Feng just thought that he would just run around to enjoy himself. It's just that before this started, the windows of the 2 cars next to them opened and they honked their horns twice. Then, under Lin Feng's stunned expression, the other party stretched out a hand from the car window and picked out the car. A thumb, as if giving a thumbs up to Lin Feng, turned his wrist in the next second and pointed at the ground twice. I'll go, I didn't provoke you, but you actually provoke me. This ant can bear it, but your uncle can't bear it. Lin Feng stared at him for a moment, then he directly called up the system mall and started searching. System, bring me something that I can hang in my car. There are too many things. After Lin Feng looked through them, he finally let the system choose one for him. In the racing skills cheats, there happened to be a bug in the mysterious car skills, and 5 points are needed to redeem. So expensive? My Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini only cost 2 or 3 points, and this cheat requires 5 points? Hearing Lin Feng's endless questioning, the system replied speechlessly with something embarrassing for Lin Feng. Technical items are worth more than fixed items themselves, and the host, this is already a bug price, do you still think it is expensive? Lin Feng didn't dare to reply, he just bought this item silently. Anyway, if you don't buy it with 5 points, you won't be at a disadvantage, and you won't be fooled. As for the car next to it, the reason why it did so was actually brought by Cece. She usually loves to play, and competes with others when she has nothing to do. Her own skills are also good, so she has provoked a lot of competitive people, and she is a little bit at odds with her. Of course, it can't be ruled out that Cece's looks are online, so people are attracted to her. So it is not impossible to see Lin Feng driving her car, so there is hostility. At first I just wanted to play casually and relax, but now you insist on provoking me, so if I don't accept your challenge, I'm sorry for borrowing my racing car. I hope that after you run with me, you won't see each other again. There is a shadow in my heart when I get to the car. Sensing the writer's skills emerging in his mind, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, as if he had already anticipated something more interesting. Soon, after all the cars from the previous batch arrived at the rest area, Lin Feng and his group all came to the starting line. A very well-dressed racing girl directly held a black and white flag and waved it beside her. Counting down. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Suddenly there was a roar, and several racing cars rushed out together. Needless to say, Cece is a relatively professional veteran. Lin Feng didn't expect Lu Shui, a female police officer, to drive so neatly. I'm afraid she didn't practice it while chasing criminals. But Lin Feng didn't break out immediately at the beginning, and chose a moderate speed to start, so he fell behind all the cars at the beginning. The reason why he did this was not that Lin Feng deliberately forbeared, but that Lin Feng wanted to follow the mysterious skill of the car to make a big splash. Because obtaining the mysterious car skills is equivalent to obtaining the inheritance of the car god, he knows very well that the car in his hand is indeed not bad, but compared with the modified track cars specially prepared by the other 2 guys, its performance is much weaker. I must rely on skills to win. Even so, he was ready to pay Cece for repairing the car, because after this journey, her car, tires, hubs, axles, and engine were all replaced. Lin Feng intends to tell the other party, what is the gap? This cannot be made up by the car, the power of the car god cannot be shaken. Now that you are provoking, you must be prepared to be completely abused. Hey, this guy is not bad. This speed was so slow at the beginning, and he would be thrown away by us in a short time. He seems to be a novice. Why did Cece take a fancy to such a guy and take him to the car race? Isn't this looking for abuse? The people in the two cars knew each other. They turned on their cell phones on speakerphone and mocked Lin Feng. They didn't take Lin Feng seriously anymore. In their view, Lin Feng was not an opponent of the same level at all. Forget about this guy, look at the other car, it's also driven by a beautiful woman, and that temperament is mine. That's my dish too, don't compete with me, why don't we see the real chapter under our hands, and see who runs first and who goes to who? How about going to Cece for the second one to try his luck? Okay, let's do this. I hope this beauty won't refuse so simply like Cece. Obviously, Cece's relationship with these two people was also hitting a wall everywhere, so they put their minds on Lu Shui. It's a pity that they still don't know that Lu Shui's character is much more ruthless than Cece's. 5 cars galloped on the track at high speed. The straight track at the beginning was okay. Everyone basically maintained that Lu Shui and Cece tied for the first place, and the other two guys followed closely behind. And Lin Feng was also behind, not falling much behind, but he always gave the other party a feeling that he was being suppressed by them. What they didn't know was that Lin Feng's right foot was swinging regularly on the gas pedal, while the engine was fluctuating at an extremely fixed frequency. It didn't take long before the whole car was running at a very stable speed. In terms of shape, it adapts to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme pressure resisted by the front car and reduces the resistance to itself. It seems that he is still lagging behind, but Lin Feng saves a lot of effort in driving compared to the cars in front, and the engine consumption is also extremely small. Everything is accumulating energy for the final big move. If he is not in a good state, Lin Feng will not be able to use this car to perform one of the secret skills of the chariot god. Only at the most critical moment, giving the opponent a head-on blow can truly cause the opponent to suffer stronger psychological damage. Sure enough, there's nothing else I can do except some money. It's been a long time and I'm still hanging around at the end. Seeing that Lin Feng's car was still at the end, Lu Shui pouted and said. At the same time, she also showed a smile. She finally felt much more comfortable. Today, Lin Feng was criticized and put into danger. Her whole mood was extremely bad, and she was almost depressed. But Lin Feng brought her to the racing car, which made her feel more comfortable, so she paid more attention to Lin Feng. Otherwise, she usually wouldn't pay attention to what happened to other boys. 5 cars passed through several corners in a row, and the ranking changed quickly. Just like what Lin Feng said, the two men's cars had been refitted, and their performance surpassed the other 3 cars, so when they came out of the curve, they couldn't help but get nervous very quickly. He started to speed up, quickly overtook the 2 women, and rushed directly to the front. These 2 guys actually modified the engine. Although the speed has increased, it hurts the engine. You won't be able to play many games, so you have to change the engine. How rich and willful. Cece also saw the situation, and immediately muttered angrily, this is not relying on technology at all, but relying on external forces to cheat. But this is also an advantage of others. Anyone who plays cars knows it. They know it's a bit unfair, but they can't explain why. Cece felt a little helpless, and Lu Shui stepped up the gas pedal directly, as if fighting the opponent. This girl is crazy. If you fight a straight line with someone's modified car, the engine will explode if you step on it like this. Lin Feng noticed the situation in front of him, and immediately screamed that something was wrong. This Lu Shui was still too impulsive, young, and vigorous, not as calm as himself. If this continues, danger may arise. If the cylinder explodes at such a fast speed, the car will almost be scrapped. If the control is not good, it will stop safely at least, but it is possible to overturn the car at worst. With strong inertia, it may not be so easy to control when it comes to a sudden stop. At least from Lin Feng's point of view, Lu Shui's driving skills are not up to par. I have to find a way to stop her before the car has problems. It's not the right time yet. This method of acceleration should last for a while. They will definitely slow down at the final corner. I will overtake it and completely occupy the corner beforehand, forcing them to slow down. With me now, no one wants to overtake on a curve. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng was not in a hurry anymore. Looking at the condition of the cars, Lin Feng could tell that the quality of these cars was good, and nothing would happen for the time being. Sighing, he continued to stabilize the state of his car, followed closely behind Cece's car and borrowed strength to keep his car in good condition. After a while, he would have enough power to overtake and grab the lane. Time passed little by little, and finally everyone drove to the last corner. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly changed, and a sharp and extremely serious state appeared. The right hand quickly switched gears. This kind of racing car is naturally manual transmission, and it is impossible to use automatic transmission. At this moment, with the switching of the clutch, accelerator and gear, Lin Feng's car began to vibrate violently, and then a terrifying hum resounded throughout the Super 8 Racing Club. This movement is not like the sound that an engine can make, it is like a thunder, and it is like a dragon's roar. But what is really terrifying is that with the loud noise, Lin Feng's car suddenly increased in speed. In just a split second, Cece felt a shadow suddenly rushing past him. The taillights of the car could not be seen clearly, and Lin Feng the car disappeared from his field of vision. Because at this time, Lin Feng's car actually overtook the cars of everyone present in a few breaths, directly and instantly passed the straight track, and entered the curve area before everyone else. The two modified carmen who were just about to enter the bend were startled when they saw this scene, and they were given a goodbye by Lin Feng, who forcibly slowed down at the entrance of the bend, and the cars after that were also directly forced slow down. After all, this is a curve. If one car slows down, the other cars behind will be very dangerous if they don't slow down. As for overtaking in this curve, the risk is even higher. This is a series of S-shaped curves, and the distance between each curve is extremely short. If you are not careful, you may scratch or even crash. But they didn't have time to say a word to Lin Feng. They all stared at Lin Feng's car in a daze, and staged a scene that they could never have imagined in their dreams. It keeps sliding through various curves. At this moment, not to mention the people on the field, even the spectators at the beginning of the track were all exclaimed for a while. There are cameras everywhere in this club, which can ensure that everyone can see the situation on the track through the big screen, and observe the situation in various parts of the track from time to time, so as to ensure that the excitement will not be missed. Therefore, everyone present witnessed such a historic scene. The limit surpassed the modified car, and the speed exploded to an astonishing degree. Then, in the continuous short and narrow curves, like a dragon wagging its tail, it rushed out of the continuous curves without any damage. This cornering speed can definitely be said to have broken the club's history record, and it's still crushing by several big gaps. How is this possible? Why did this kid go through the curve faster than me in a straight line? Am I hallucinating? A man in a modified car suddenly said in a daze that he forgot to turn off his car due to the situation. Don't be dazed. This is a curve. In the end, another man suddenly yelled, but it was too late. The guy in front didn't pay attention and hit the guardrail directly. Lu Shui and Cece behind him didn't expect the car in front to be so stupid. At this time, he was in a daze, but at this speed, although he tried his best to slow down, he still hit the rear of their car, and all four cars rear-ended. Fortunately, Lin Feng grabbed the road just now, so they all slowed down a lot in advance, otherwise the situation would be even worse. Finally, Lu Shui's car did not explode and stopped safely. It's just that the car has some scratches and some small pits, nothing serious happened. In the end, only Lin Feng reached the finish line alone, but when he reached the finish line, his car stopped, and there was a big cloud of heat. It was a miracle that the engine was running at an overload, and nothing happened in the middle of it. It was a miracle. It's so cool. What level does it have to be able to corner like that? Professional racing drivers are nothing more than this. It's simply that the writer is alive. Writer. That's right, the absolute car god. I watched the game phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme, and I have never seen such strong racing skills. Amidst the shouts from the surrounding people, Lin Feng slowly got out of the car. Looking at the few cars that had stopped safely in the distance, Lin Feng showed a smile. The two modified cars, as well as Lu Shui's and the other three's cars, were actually overloaded. If they drove for no more than half a minute, there would be an accident. Lin Feng had saved his life. Of course, only a very professional person can see this. Lin Feng also discovered this with his mysterious skills. As for the few of them, I am afraid that they have not discovered this, and maybe they have to blame Lin Feng. Woolen cloth. Lin Feng, are you alright? You scared us all to death just now. How dare you pass such a narrow curve so fast? Were you a professional racing driver before? Both Moji and Wanqing ran up to Lin Feng nervously and asked. No, it's my first time too. After chatting for a while, there are not many people. Lu Shui and Cici, and the two men drove back to the destination. The car was fine, and there was no problem in driving back slowly. The problem is the compensation of the car. I said, how do you drive, you kid? Look at the good things you did. Tell me, how do you plan to pay for it? Our cars are worth millions, and it doesn't look like you can afford to pay for it. Yes, get ready to sell the iron. After the two men got out of the car, they came directly to Lin Feng excitedly, pointed at Lin Feng and questioned him. Lu Shuan and Cici followed from behind, but neither of them blamed Lin Feng. They were all on their own. And from Cici's eyes, not only could she see that Lin Feng was a racing car expert, but she could also see that there must be some reason why Lin Feng deliberately helped them slow down and stop. Oh? I saved your life, you don't thank me, and now you still want me to sell the pot? If I knew it earlier, I would have left you alone, and now I have no chance to stand in front of me and yell. Lin Feng sneered, turned around and left without explaining too much. This clubhouse is a leisure area, you can take Moji and the others to play in it. They don't dare to race cars, but this racing game machine is safe. Brother Wei, what does this guy mean? What's the point? If you want to run, stop him for me. These cars are all rented by us. Although we have the right to modify them, we have to pay some in addition to the problem and insurance compensation. We can't suffer. Let this kid ran. The two made up their minds that they would definitely not let Lin Feng go, and hurriedly chased after him. But at this moment, the manager of the Super 8 Racing Club came out from the building next to them, watched them speak directly. What's going on? I heard there was a car crash. Are you all right? How's the car? The manager is not in a hurry, because this kind of thing happens once in a while. Bumps and scratches are normal, as long as the person is fine. Of course, even people are fine, because everyone who comes to the racing club will sign a waiver agreement before driving, saying that personal safety has nothing to do with the club. Of course, this thing is voluntary to fill in, but if you don't fill it out, you can't go on the track. This is for the benefit of both parties. However, the track here is already very safe. Even the guardrails are made of rubber materials, which can greatly reduce the resistance after a collision and ensure the safety of people in cars. Manager Tian, you came at the right time. We are all fine, but the car had some collisions. But it's not our fault, it's all this guy. He suddenly grabbed the road, so we didn't have time to react, and it ended up being packed together. He has to take full responsibility. The two people surnamed Wei pointed directly at Lin Feng and said. Manager Tian also looked at Lin Feng. It turned out that the other party was an unfamiliar face, and it was really possible for this to happen, especially the other party's clothes were a bit poor, and he didn't look like someone who used to play racing cars, so he immediately guessed about the situation just now. Is what they say true? Manager Tian came to Lin Feng and asked with a frown. Half truth, half false, I'm also doing it for their own good. If you don't believe me, go to a few repairmen to see how their cars have been modified. Talking about the car, everyone is in danger. They don't understand, but find a professional, check it, and now they will know the condition of the car. Lin Feng spoke very confidently. Manager Tian waved to the maintenance engineer on duty beside him hesitantly. You go and check these cars to see if there is really a problem. Although what Lin Feng said was a little sinister, it sounded like it was true, and he had to check it out more or less. After all, it was a club car, so he had to take a good look at it, otherwise the boss would have no way to explain it, especially now there is a new boss. If someone came over to take a look and found that so many cars in his club broke down at once, then the boss's first impression of him would really be over. After a professional inspection by the professional maintenance engineer, he ran back quickly and reported the condition of these cars. It can't be done, the engines of the two modified cars are already useless. If the speed exceeded per hour and then ran for a few seconds, the cylinders would definitely explode. Moreover, the modification was not done properly, and the oil pipes cut corners and materials, and they are already showing signs of cracking. I'm running with all my strength, and there will be an accident. There is also the car of the little girl next to her. The engine speed is too fast, and the cylinder almost exploded, but fortunately it was collected in time. What the mechanic said shocked everyone present, especially Lu Shui. The mechanic was talking about the car she was driving, and he was so dangerous just now. Unexpectedly, he was rescued by Lin Feng again. Yin Cece was also a little surprised and couldn't help muttering to himself. Could it be that you have discovered this a long time ago, so you suddenly shot at the end and forcibly slowed them down? Yin Cece's words woke everyone up. What kind of person is this so that he can easily discover this? Coupled with the absolute driving skills shown by Lin Feng just now, Yin Cece found that Lin Feng and this person were really more and more interesting. It's actually true, but even so, you can't use this method. You have to compensate us for the loss, as well as the club's loss. Isn't it, Manager Tian? The man surnamed Wei has another guy, who is still relentless, perhaps because he feels that being rescued by Lin Feng makes him lose face even more, so he wants to get back, % no matter what. Even if they actually did this, they were simply repaying their kindness with revenge. Manager Tian was also taken aback when he heard what they said. However, this person surnamed Wei also has some background. His uncle is one of the minority shareholders of this club, controlling 5.0% of the shares, although it is not large. But it's not something he, a manager, can compete with. This gentleman, although you have good intentions, but this matter has already happened, you are still more or less responsible. Why don't you make a point so that I can explain to the higher authorities? This is one of the shareholders of our club, Wei nephew who understands. When Manager Tian said this, he was also explaining the situation to Lin Feng, so he also hinted to Lin Feng, don't confront this guy, he can make him pay less, and just treat him as a face. But Lin Feng doesn't like to give face to people who offend him, not to mention that this guy provoked him just now, and he even saved them once, so why should he back down? Why are he and the boss so shameless? Oh, the nephew of shareholder Wei? I'm not interested. Even if his uncle really comes, it's useless. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme let them drive to die again, or just stay with me. I can treat you as young, no compete with you. It was appropriate for Lin Feng to say this. It can be said that he was a bit old-fashioned, as if he was old, and he was obviously not much older than them. Boy, what are you pretending to be a wolf with a big tail? Let me tell you, if you don't pay for your car, I will prevent you from leaving the gate of this club today. Believe it or not. Maybe it was because Lin Feng was too arrogant to show face at all, and now that guy actually chose to fight to the death with Lin Feng. Seeing them like this, Emoji and others next to him sighed. Lu Shui didn't take it too seriously. Even Lin Feng could solve the gang of criminals. It was not easy to deal with these little mentally handicapped loose. Only Yin Cece didn't know much about Lin Feng's details, so she pulled Huang Shan over and said worriedly, "This guy surnamed Wei has a bit of a knack here, and his uncle is also a shareholder of the club. If he conflicts with him here, I'm afraid it will really cause trouble. This guy is the smallest. After arriving at him, he directly broke a leg, and I can no longer come to play with the car." It can be said that Yin Cece's words scared Huang Shan a little, but when she thought of Lin Feng's background, she shook her head immediately. It's fine. Lin Feng is fine. Although I don't know how rich and powerful he is, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with someone of this level. Thinking of Lin Feng's villas and mansions, helicopters to deliver yachts, sports cars, etc., it is completely crushing these rich second-generation guys. Manager Tian, keep an eye on him. If he leaves today, you don't even want to be a manager. I'll let my uncle expel you and go home right away. It just so happens that my uncle called and he might be coming. He. The man surnamed Wei ran to the side to make a call after finishing speaking. Someone called him on his cell phone just now. Seeing the playful smile on his face after answering the phone, he might be his uncle who called him. Young man, you should give in a little bit. Wei Xiao is really capable of anything, and I don't dare to offend him, or my job will be ruined. Manager Tian said earnestly. This is a rare look, which made Lin Feng speechless for a while. But he also knows that this is reality. The official level crushes people to death, not to mention that he is the nephew of the shareholder. It's okay, don't be so cowardly for a while. In fact, I am also a shareholder of this club. The surname Wei cannot remove you from your position. Lin Feng patted Manager Tian on the shoulder and didn't explain much, but his words made Manager Tian stunned for a long time, wondering if he doubted the authenticity of what Lin Feng said. Not long after, the person surnamed Wei walked back directly after making the call, with a smile on his face, as if he had won the lottery. Hey, don't even think about leaving. My uncle is coming. Manager Tian, please prepare well for me. I'm going out in a while. Find me a decent car. The one surnamed Wei didn't regard himself as an outsider at all, and actually asked Manager Tian to be his current person. You are not the manager of the club. What right do you have to use the car in the club? The shareholder surnamed Wei gave you the right? The car of one's own club is used by outsiders casually, and the people of one's own club are used by others casually. Lin Feng could tell that this shareholder's shareholding was not large, and he did a lot of cheap things. That's right, it's the right I gave him. Young man, my nephew told me just now that you caused them to crash and want to leave without paying compensation. I want to see who of you can take this step today. A middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from behind. When everyone looked back, they found a slightly wretched guy in a formal suit with a mustache walking towards him. There are also a few bodyguards in suits behind him, really like a local rich man. Uncle, you arrived so soon, I thought you had to wait for a while, but I didn't expect you to call me already at the gate. This nephew Wei immediately ran over to meet him with a smile on his face. If I didn't arrive earlier, you'd probably have gone out in the wild by car. Let me tell you, you don't even want to go anywhere today. Come with me to see the world. I managed to discuss with the club owner and invest more. I bought 5.0% of the shares, but suddenly got the news that the club's former major shareholder owner suddenly sold the shares to a boss named Lin. You can accompany me to meet the new boss in a while. People. It is said that Boss Lin is a young man, don't you offended him that day, and made your uncle and I implicated. The shareholder surnamed Wei said happily, not paying attention to Lin Feng and others at all. From his point of view, this is all a small matter, and there is no need for him, a shareholder, to deal with it. Although he is only a minority shareholder, Manager Tian dare not lose face. Okay, uncle, you said you were going to meet the new boss. I'm sure I'll be like the past. Maybe we're about the same age and have similar interests. If we become friends, we can help you win over the relationship. The shares will definitely be better discussed by then. Strength. These two uncles and nephews really thought very beautifully. Lin Feng, who was watching the excitement, didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment, whether it was funny or not. He has bullied himself, but he still ignores him from here, talking about trying to win over him. It's true that Mount Tai is right in front of him, but he doesn't see Mount Tai with his eyes. Lin Feng, what are you laughing at? You don't know the new boss they are talking about named Lin. Your surname is also Lin. Could it be that you are relatives? Emoji had already noticed the strangeness of Lin Feng next to him. After hearing the two people's deliberately awkward conversation, Lin Feng had a look of suppressing a smile, which really made people feel a little puzzled. I know, of course I know, not only I know, but you also know, you all know. As soon as Lin Feng said these words, all the girls were stunned. Manager Tian next to him raised his eyebrows after hearing these words, and his eyes widened. He seemed to understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Based on the information I got, the new boss, surnamed Lin, is a young man. Both of these points fit Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was not afraid of the shareholder surnamed Wei at all. All of these together formed an answer. Thinking of this, Manager Tian suddenly showed a smile even more exaggerated than Lin Feng's. Finally, he made a decision from the bottom of his heart, and it was precisely this decision that made him successful and able to continue working in this club. And also became the acting store manager here. Dr. Wei, young Master Wei just modified the club's cars without authorization, which caused an accident and damaged several sports cars. Besides, Wei Xiao used your name to privately call the track sports cars in the club. These things have seriously affected as for the management of the club, as a director and also Wei Xiao's guardian, shouldn't it be time for you to give the club an explanation? There are still a few people who are still waiting for compensation from Wei Xiao. The 3 cars are all rented by Miss CC of Manager Tian's sudden change, not to mention the 2 surnamed Wei, even Lin Feng and the others didn't realize it. However, Lin Feng was also very relieved. At least this manager Tian was not stupid, and he was not on the wrong team, so he barely met the standard line of candidates for running a club in Lin Feng's heart. In fact, if only this person surnamed Wei was smarter, and kinder. Maybe there is a chance, but it's a pity that Lin Feng really doesn't have any affection for him, so he can only clean up. Members of many clubs around here are acquaintances here, and they know the identities of these people in front of them. Seeing such a scene, they all started to gather around and looked lively. Club manager, for the sake of fairness, don't be too violent in this drama. Manager Tian, are you crazy? Don't you want to do it anymore? Say what you said again if you have the ability. Shareholder Wei also looked at Manager Tian in astonishment. In the past, this guy was always as good as a grandson, so why is he so bold all of a sudden? But Shareholder Wei, who was used to being respectful, just didn't believe in evil, and directly yelled at Manager Tian angrily. So, Manager Tian said again directly in front of everyone. I said that you two, your uncle and nephew, abused your power and privately used the club's sports cars, causing a lot of losses to the club. And just now, they saved your nephew's life, but you also asked him to pay for the car. You almost died. If you don't learn your lesson, you will never repent. If I see the new boss, I will definitely let him remove you as a shareholder. Hearing Manager Tian's words filled with righteous indignation, many people around immediately applauded. It was wonderful, it was so wonderful. You, good, I really underestimated you, Manager Tian. From tomorrow onwards you won't come, and you still want to meet the new boss. I won't give you a chance. I will contact the new boss in advance, tell him that you are the guy who ruined the club. I will call the new boss right away. I have already found out the contact information of the new boss from the previous boss. Shareholder Wei sneered, then took out his mobile phone and started calling. Soon after 2 busy tones, Lin Feng's mobile phone rang in his pocket. Although it was a bit of a coincidence, when Lin Feng took out his mobile phone worth more than 1,000 yuan, everyone was speechless. This guy definitely just called just in time. The 1,000 yuan brand name mobile phone almost made them misunderstand that the other party might be going to stage a scene where a poor guy counterattacks the boss. Shareholder Wei naturally didn't pay much attention to it, but Manager Tian beside him was trembling with excitement, and he felt that a good show that he had dreamed of was being staged. Although there was some suspicion of speaking for Lin Feng just now, in fact, many of what he said just now were the truth that he wanted to say, so he was able to say it so happily and with a sense of substitution. Hey! After Lin Feng turned on the phone and clicked the answer button, Lin Feng said a word. As for Wei's shareholder, they finally got through and heard a word of hello. Shareholder Wei didn't pay attention to such subconscious words when answering the phone, and soon he said flatteringly, Boss Lin, I'm the shareholder Wei of the Super 8 Racing Club. I want to treat you to dinner tonight. Is it convenient for you? Dinning, of course I'm free. I'm at the Super 8 Racing Club, but I have to help you pay for the car first, otherwise you won't let me go. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but at this moment the audience was silent, and everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Just now everyone felt that it was a pity that the plot did not appear, but now it actually appeared, not to mention how exciting it is. This melon, people who eat melons, said it is really fragrant. And their happiness is entirely based on Wei shareholders Tian Lingai at this time. Because shareholder Wei could hear clearly that the person he called was really the young man in front of him who had been offended by his nephew. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead, and he secretly screamed in his heart that something was wrong. Because of Lin Feng's huge equity, he is fully qualified to remove himself as a shareholder and directly expel him from the Super 5. 00 Racing Club. You must know that the income in this kind of place is not small, even if it is only 0%, it is enough for him to squander. But this 0% is simply dispensable to Lin Feng, the % new boss. Boss Lin, the flood really washed into the Dragon King Temple, and the family didn't recognize the family anymore. I'm really sorry just now, Shareholder Wei said that he was cowardly, and then begged Lin Feng for mercy with a look of licking the dog, wanting to say that it was all a misunderstanding or something. And his nephew, and that friend, were all frightened and dumbfounded. They never thought that the person they were holding on to and trying to bully just now was actually someone that their old uncles would compliment. At this time, they can be said to be remorseful, and tremblingly want to say something, but they can't say anything when the words come to their mouths, and everyone is frightened. And Lin Feng didn't give them time to talk nonsense at all. He directly interrupted Wei Wei's words, and said with a sneer, "Okay, it's useless to talk too much. I'll give you face, so I won't deal with you. Go on your own, and talk to Manager Tian later. Oh no, you should sign a share revocation agreement with Deputy Store Manager Tian, and then you can leave. For the sake of the former store manager, I will give you back the money from the shareholding, and save it for retirement." Lin Feng's words were spoken casually by a gentleman, but to Wei shareholders' ears, they sounded like thunder. Soon he was like a deflated ball, and he sat down on the ground limply. After being so stimulated, after his nephew walked over tremblingly, he wanted to comfort his old uncle. As a result, his old uncle looked at his face directly, and couldn't get angry, so he slapped him directly. "It's all about you, bastard. I told you to restrain yourself. You must not listen. It's all over now. Get out of here and don't let me see you again. I have nothing to do with your family in the future. Go back to me." After slapping him, the shareholder Wei fainted out of anger, and the nephew was also treated as a fool by the people around him, so he couldn't stand it and ran away. His friend saw that the situation was not good, so he didn't have any interaction with the two of them, and just sneaked away. Looking at this scene, Emoji and the others are really knowledgeable. This is the so-called crushing. In Cece opened her mouth in surprise. She never expected that the matter would be resolved in this way. Even Lin Feng didn't do anything at all. The whole process was caused by the other party looking for abuse. "Well, I'll just say he's fine." Huang Shan poked in Cece, and said frightenedly, it was as if she was the one who abused the uncle and nephew Wei just now. "Quite honorable. It's true that he has some skills. It's really rare for such a young man to have such a deep city and so much power and wealth without showing it off. Shanshan, give me his contact information later." In Cece smiled slightly, looked at Lin Feng a few more times, turned around and left. She knew that the more proactive, the cheaper it was, so she wasn't in a hurry to get acquainted with Lin Feng, and it was better to observe slowly. Watching In Cece leave, Huang Shan suddenly smiled helplessly and sighed. "It's over, Ji, you have another rival in love, but it's not my fault, who made Lin Feng so good." Huang Shan said something silently, and then didn't remind Emoji anything. Both sides are her good girlfriends, and it feels wrong for her to help the other side, so it's better to wait and see what happens. "Deputy Shop Manager Tian, you can handle the rest. That In Cece is my friend. If she plays here in the future, please take care of her. Of course, if any of them come, you will also take care of her." Lin Feng took care of them for a while, and when they come to play in the future, it can be regarded as taking care of them. "Don't worry, boss, I will definitely complete the task." After finishing speaking, Deputy Store Manager Tian cheerfully led the people to move the shareholder Wei and several cars away. The movements were quite slick, and order was restored in the racing track soon, and everyone started playing with laughter again. The exposure of Lin Feng's identity also attracted many young people and girls to strike up a conversation. Of course, the girls are for striking up a conversation, and the boys just get to know each other, because they are also the second generation of rich people. The custom of the circle of people, many friends have many paths. Although Lin Feng said that after talking with them, he didn't even remember their names and faces. He didn't say much. After dealing with it for a while, Lin Feng took Emoji and the others to the club to play games for a while. After eating something, Lin Feng was ready to leave. "Let me take you back. Do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme outside or in a dormitory now?" Lin Feng opened the car door, let the four girls get into his Rolls-Royce, and asked directly. Of course, this is to ask Emoji and the others in the back row. They are all students at the same school, so most of the girls will share rent outside or phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in the school. We all phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme on campus, and the campus is safe. Emoji said with a smile. She looks like a good girl, very cute. It is true that the school is safe. Renting a house outside is very dangerous. We phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme encounter cases involving students who rent a house outside. Send them back to school first, and then you send me to the Jinghai Villa area. Lu Shui said directly, although Lin Feng didn't ask, but she also reported a place, which was to tell Lin Feng where she lived, and she didn't know if there was any other meaning. Jinghai Villa District, I didn't expect you, a policewoman, to be a rich little woman. That's the largest wealthy district in Jinghai City. What do you do at home? Do you have a mine? Lin Feng was a little surprised and said, this Jinghai Villa area, also known as the Jinghai Wealthy Area, can be said to be very famous in Jinghai, and it is one of the most luxurious residential areas. As for Lu Shui's monthly salary, it might be difficult for her to afford where she lives. There is no such thing as renting out there, and all of them are bought directly. Don't worry about me, drive honestly, or be careful. When I get home in a while, I'll ask my brother to teach you a lesson. My brother is a master, and he's very good at hitting, so you have to be careful in front of Miss Ben. Humph, Lu Shui made a look, don't mess with me, and said as if I had a backer. After getting a little familiar with Lin Feng and the others, she, who had a cold personality, had a slightly different expression. Apart from smiling, she also started joking. This change made Lin Feng feel that this Lu Shui is definitely a Capricorn, slow to heat up type. Laughing and laughing all the way, time seemed to pass by a few minutes, and everyone was still chatting, and found that they had already arrived at school. Jinghai University, one of the better private universities in Jinghai City. Although it is private, it is a university with a very high employment rate. Its majors can eventually obtain very good employment resources. However, if you want to be admitted here, you need a lot of requirements, and the scoreline is very high. There are also talents with special talents, as the so-called 360 lines, the best in every line. This is what Jinghai Private University does, cultivating talents. Okay, slow down on your way, we'll go back first. Let's play together another day, bye-bye Sister Lu Shui. After the three daughters of Emoji got out of the car, they greeted Lin Feng and Lu Shui, and then walked in step by step. After Lin Feng waited for them all to go in, they had already left his sight, so he started the car and left. The Rolls-Royce statuette that had been hidden for a long time was finally released by Lin Feng. The security guard at the gate, who didn't pay attention at first, was drinking water. As a result, seeing such a luxury car suddenly drive away from the door, I almost choked. This is a real luxury car that is not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme seen in TV dramas. It turns out that you are also a student of Jinghai University. I thought you were a rich second generation with nothing to do. Speaking of Lin Feng, what does your family do? You are so rich and let you spend so much. Lu Shuixian was bored, and remembered Captain Fang asking him to inquire about Lin Feng, and immediately began to inquire about Lin Feng's situation intentionally or unintentionally. I'm an honest student, okay, and I started making these things recently. I have always declared myself a struggling poor boy. As for my family, they are ordinary rural people, and I am not the rich second generation. To be precise, you should call me the rich generation. Lin Feng gave himself a thumbs up without shame, but Lu Shui gave him a white look. Because according to what Lin Feng said, isn't it because he is still a student and has earned tens of millions of assets by himself? How can Lu Shui believe this? She can only think that Lin Feng is joking with herself. Because if this is true, Lu Shui feels that she is too stupid. After graduation for so long, let alone tens of millions, she didn't even earn hundreds of thousands. People earn so much without graduating or still as students. Isn't this a joke? Okay, you are a rich generation. Since you are so good, then do you know anyone who knows medical skills? Any kind of particularly powerful quack doctor will do. Lu Shui seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and suddenly asked Lin Feng positively. Although Lu Shui didn't know the division of warriors and cultivators, she knew through Captain Fangjing that there are some powerful experts in this world, and some of them are proficient in peerless medical skills. As for Lu Shui's family, her grandfather's health was very poor, and he had even started to lie in bed. I have consulted a lot of doctors, but they can't see any way to do it. They just see the lack of energy and blood, and the body is weak. There is no reason for the etiology in illness, and the family has been running around for a long time, but it has no effect. So Lu Shui saw that Lin Feng also had this asset. He seemed to have good skills, and seemed to be someone related to the warrior circle. So she asked with a hopeful attitude. Of course, she didn't hold out too much hope. After all, Lin Feng was too young, a few years younger than herself, so how capable could he be? Of course, this is just her own idea. In fact, personally speaking, Lin Feng is completely crushing her now. It's just that Lu Shui is a little arrogant and doesn't know it yet. A person with medical skills? I know this one, and he is also a very powerful medical expert. What, is there any friend of yours who is seriously ill? While driving, Lin Feng asked curiously. And the medical expert he said he knew was not someone else, but himself. If Xiao Shui knew that Lin Feng was talking about himself, she wondered if she would get mad on the spot. How thick-skinned this person is to be able to be so shameless, to show the essence of narcissism openly and above board. Do you really know each other? Then can you contact me? My grandfather has a physical problem recently. No matter how hard he checks, he can't find the cause. He is getting weaker and weaker. All of them are supported by expensive old age supplements. See, many doctors are useless. Our family is in a hurry to go to the doctor, otherwise we would not ask a young student like you. Lu Shui got a little excited, but she calmed down very quickly. In front of Lin Feng, she was so excited that she lost her image. Don't look down on young people, we are all hope for the future. Let's go. When we get to your house, I'll go up and check the situation for you first, and then I can ask the doctor for you later. Lin Feng didn't directly say that he knew medical skills, because according to Lu Shui's temperament, he would definitely not believe him. After all, in her impression, he was a scumbag, and she didn't have a good impression. What a horrible first impression. Okay, but be honest, don't cause any trouble at my house at night. I have found out that if you change places, there will be some trouble. The bar is the same, and the racetrack is also the same. Being familiar with Lu Shui for a while, Lin Feng felt a little speechless. He really wanted to cry. I didn't provoke these things, okay, and what happened in the bar was not caused by you, so don't care about me. In the end, Lin Feng could only sigh, maintaining the central idea that good men don't fight women. Lin Feng said that it was the best choice not to explain himself. Seeing Lin Feng's aggrieved look, Lu Shui suddenly laughed lightly, feeling that she had finally won Lin Feng once. And Lin Feng also succeeded in completely changing her depressed mood today. The most important thing is that Lin Feng knew a medical expert, which brought new hope to Lu Shui. Not long after, under Lu Shui's guidance, Lin Feng drove Lu Shui to her house. Looking at the wealthy area in Jinghai, Lin Feng suddenly felt that his seaside villa was not much different. It seemed that he had reached the level of a rich man. Miss, you are back. Who is this gentleman? Lin Feng didn't expect that Lu Shui's family would have butlers and servants, so Lu Shui's background is fine. Uncle Fu, how many times have I told you not to call me miss? It feels so awkward. This is my friend Lin Feng. I will take him to see Grandpa. He knows a doctor with good medical skills. He can bring him back later. Grandpa is going to see a doctor. Lu Shui said with a smile. It can be seen that Uncle Fu is quite old. He should have stayed in Lu's house for many years. Lu Shui actually felt a little like a grandpa and granddaughter when talking to him. So that's it, little friend Lin Feng, welcome to Lu's house as a guest. Just call me Uncle Fu, that's what everyone calls me. This Uncle Fu was quite easy to talk to, and Lin Feng also felt that Uncle Fu still has some skills in him, and he is actually a master at the peak of the day after tomorrow. It's just a pity that although the day after tomorrow has a strong breath, there is no sign of becoming a congenital at all. I have been stuck in this bottleneck for many years. And this situation made Lin Feng a little confused. Since Uncle Fu is a warrior, it means that the Lu family and the circle of warriors should have some connection. Unexpectedly, no powerful medical experts were found to treat them successfully. It seems that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme the circle of Lu family warriors is not deep enough, or there are too few people with excellent medical skills in the current circle of warriors. Lin Feng analyzed some situations in this way, and his analysis ability is still very good. "Hello, Uncle Fu, you can just call me Shaolin." After greeting Uncle Fu, Lin Feng didn't reveal his identity as a cultivator. The first level of Grandmaster can be said to be the starting point of a journey of cultivation, but in the eyes of many people, this is the boundary between heaven and man. "Okay, let's go in and see how Grandpa is doing." After saying this, Lu Shui pulled Lin Feng and walked inside, not holding hands of course, but pulling Lin Feng's sleeve. And Uncle Fu, who was next to him, followed up, and said to the two of them, By the way, Miss, Master Lu Chuan also came back today, and he brought an old Chinese doctor. I heard that it is Xia Chuanxiu, a master doctor who was rumored to be the master of Chinese medicine. There should be hope for the old man's illness this time, and maybe he doesn't need it. Please trouble Mr. Lin to invite a doctor. Uncle Fu seems to have a kind of self-confidence about Xia Chuanxiu, but this is normal, because even Lin Feng, who has little knowledge, has heard of Xia Chuanxiu's reputation. China's #1 master, Xia Chuanxiu, known as the medical fairy, is a leading figure in the medical field, but his reputation is too great. There are tens of millions of people looking for him to cure diseases. His whereabouts are uncertain, and few people can invite him. But even if he only invited his disciples, it was a kind of luck, and it was not an exaggeration for a family with medical skills. So after hearing this name, Lu Shui completely forgot about Lin Feng's so-called expert, and said while grabbing Fu Bo's sleeve with excitement, "Is it true that the medical sage Xia Chuanxiu came here in person? Grandpa is really saved this time." "That's great." Seeing Lu Shui's excited appearance, Lin Feng was not discouraged because he had no use for himself, but was happy for her. Uncle Fu also replied with a smile. He was no less excited than Lu Shui when he saw Xia Chuanxiu coming in person. You must know that although he and Mr. Lu are masters and servants, they are actually brothers who have died. It's true. It's really Xia Chuanxiu, the medical sage. He looks exactly the same as the photo. This is because Master Lu Chuan accidentally met Mr. Xia. It's really luck. It seems that the old man should not die, otherwise that's such a coincidence. Uncle Fu also said happily, as if everything was predestined. It's just that the authorities are obsessed. Listening to all this, Lin Feng on the side always feels that something is wrong, but he can't tell what is wrong. I couldn't help but say something in my heart, is it really just a coincidence? Lin Feng didn't think about it, anyway, he would know after looking over. A group of 3 people quickly walked up the stairs of the mansion, and came directly to the 3rd floor. Forbes led them to a room. The treatment should have started now. Let's keep our voice down after we go in, so as not to disturb Mr. Xia. Uncle Fu respected Xia Chuanxiu, and after making a silent gesture, he gently opened the door and walked in with Lin Feng and Lu Shui. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Feng saw 3 people in the room. The old man lying on the bed should be Lu Shui's grandfather, Mr. Lu. The old man in white next to him should be Xia Chuanxiu. There was a young man at the side, who took a look when he saw Lin Feng and others entering the room. When looking at Lin Feng, he paid attention to it more or less, and didn't say anything, just made a gesture of silence. It means to tell them not to talk, lest they disturb Xia Chuanxiu's treatment of the old man. And Lin Feng and others also quietly came to the side to watch, and saw that the Dr. Xia was taking the pulse of old man Lu, and there was no change in his expression, with a calm expression on his face. It's just that others couldn't see anything, but Lin Feng suddenly frowned. Since he obtained the Book of Medical Sages, Lin Feng has basically obtained the inheritance of the real medical sages of all worlds. This is the most basic skill. But looking at the face can be like a fortune teller, you can see the misfortunes and fortunes of the day and night, but you can also see a lot of things through the other person's face. For example, the other party's complexion and physical condition, but when Lin Feng looked at the face of this genius Dr. Xia, he felt a burst of surprise inexplicably. Because he couldn't see anything about the other party, which was completely contrary to what he had learned from the holy scriptures of medicine. Of course, Lin Feng also thought about whether this miracle Dr. Xia is really a contemporary medical saint with his own unique way of recuperating. But the answer the system gave him was that his medical skill book was the strongest medical book in the world, and there could be no more powerful medical master than this. Lin Feng still believed the words of the system, so he had to think in another direction. Maybe there was something wrong with the face of Miracle Dr. Xia. I took a look. I already have a general idea of Mr. Lu's situation, and I can start treating him next. It's just that when I'm treating, I'm afraid others will disturb you, so please go out and wait. This genius Dr. Xia directly issued an order to drive everyone away, but no one suspected anything, because genius doctors more or less have their own rules and quirks. It doesn't matter if you don't allow onlookers. However, after Lin Feng observed carefully, he found that Miracle Dr. Xia's eyes were erratic, which clearly did not look like the expression that a gentleman could have. So he didn't care about so much anymore, and said directly, "Miraculous Dr. Xia, I'm fortunate to have heard of your name. I also know a little bit about medical skills. I wonder if I can watch it from the sidelines and learn a thing or two. It's a worthwhile trip. Don't worry, I will keep quiet, not even breathing." When Lin Feng said this suddenly, Uncle Fu and the others were taken aback, and Lu Chuan frowned at that time, because Lin Feng's request was not at the right time. This is their Lu family, saving talents is the first priority. Can't we change the time to study or something? It won't waste time. Xiaoxue, this is the friend you brought, right? You should take him out to the living room to eat something. It shouldn't be a problem to wait for Dr. Xia to cure Grandpa's illness, and then teach him some medical skills. But for now, let Xia let the divine doctor heal the disease first. Lu Chuan still gave Lin Feng face. After all, Lu Shui brought someone home, and this was the first time that his younger sister brought someone home, so Lu Chuan did not act too aggressively, only thinking that Lin Feng was eager to study, so he lost proper. "Lin Feng, let's go out first." Lu Shui also felt that Lin Feng was a little strange, and even blamed Lin Feng for making troubles at any time. As expected, Lin Feng couldn't stop wherever he went, and something would always happen. But Lin Feng directly interrupted Lu Shui's words and said directly, "No, I've heard about Miracle Dr. Xia's reputation for a long time. If I don't see Miracle Dr. Xia make a move today, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see him in the future. I can't miss this opportunity, so I ask Miracle Dr. Xia to agree to my request. Your medical skills are superb. Old Taoist, I'm sure you won't make a professional mistake just because I'm someone else. By the way, Dr. Xia, I don't know what kind of disease Mr. Lu is suffering from, but if you talk about it a little bit, it will give us a lot of insight." What Lin Feng said this time made Lu Chuan's face darken. If it could only be said that he was careless just now Lin Feng is looking for trouble and talking to Miracle Dr. Xia like a troublemaker. Lu Shui also looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. She couldn't figure out what happened to Lin Feng suddenly. Could it be that because she failed to help her, she felt that she was taken a step ahead and lost face? All kinds of ideas popped up, but they always felt that something was wrong. Lu Shui. Please, this friend of yours, go out and don't disturb Xia Xinyi's treatment. Lu Chuan suddenly said something in a cold voice. Lu Shui suddenly became embarrassed, and went to pull Lin Feng's sleeve, trying to pull Lin Feng away. But as soon as she tried hard, she found that Lin Feng was motionless like a mountain. No matter how much she pulled it, it was useless. I'm talking to Miracle Physician Xia, let him answer my question first, and then talk about the rest later. Lin Feng didn't give Lu Chuan and Lu Shui any face, and he didn't directly express his doubts, because he didn't have evidence, and saying so directly would only deepen the misunderstanding. Hee, kid, it's normal to be young and energetic. But Mr. Lu is not a big problem. It's just that he is getting old and his blood is a little deficient. He needs my special recuperation method. It's just a matter of recuperating. It's not easy to follow. Outsiders see it, after all, it can be regarded as my patent. Miracle Dr. Xia said very calmly, with a serious look on his face. It's just that Lin Feng quickly sneered and laughed out loud. Oh, it turns out that Dr. Xia made the diagnosis in this way, but I have a different opinion. Mr. Lu seems to be poisoned, the vitality of the internal organs has been completely suppressed, it is obvious that toxins are affecting his body. Didn't you even see this? Do you think I should say that you are not good at learning, or should I say that you are not good at Xia Xinyi at all? Accompanied by Lin Feng's words, the miracle physician Xia suddenly trembled, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab his clothes, and a cold light appeared, directly attacking Mr. Lu on the hospital bed. Grandfather! Lu Shui and Lu Chuan didn't expect Dr. Xia to make a sudden attack at all. They thought that Lin Feng was messing around, but it was too late when they realized that the dagger in the opponent's hand was about to stab Xia. The old man is on it. Fu Bo also rushed out very quickly, but although his speed was much faster than ordinary people, he was still slow, and he had no time to stop the attack that was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand. The fake Xia genius Dr. Killer already showed a bleak smile, as if he already had the chance to win. It's just that when the dagger was about to fall on Mr. Lu, he suddenly felt a pain in his wrist, as if he was suddenly clamped by iron tongs. The more I struggle, the more painful it is. I really can't stand the instigation, so I wanted to do it directly in a panic. It's a pity. If you had done this earlier, before I came, you might have succeeded. Now that I have met you, I can only say yes, it's your misfortune. Tell me, is it you who poisoned Mr. Lu, and who are you? It was none other than Lin Feng who stopped him. While speaking, the strength in his hand increased a little, and the dagger fell to the ground in pain, and Lin Feng directly dislocated his wrist. You interfered with our plan, sooner or later you will have to pay the price. What shocked Lin Feng and others was that after this guy suddenly said such a sentence, he sneered strangely and fell to the ground suddenly, with a stream of black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth at the same time. Lin Feng quickly leaned over to look, and after checking, he frowned and said, "This guy has been poisoned, and he's so ruthless. Who did your Lu family offend? All the dead soldiers have been sent out." While speaking, Lin Feng circulated a little jinchi in his hand, stroked the opponent's face, and then a leather mask was taken off. The killer suddenly revealed an ordinary middle-aged face. This person is actually a fake. How could this happen? Lu Chuan was already in a daze. He never thought that the miracle Dr. Xia he thought he was lucky to meet was actually a fake killer. And he almost let the other party succeed. Just now, he actually had that kind of attitude towards Lin Feng who was so good to them. Yanagawa suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Brother, look at the good things you did. It almost caused a catastrophe. Next time, can you check carefully before bringing someone here? If it wasn't for Lin Feng this time, what do you think Grandpa would have become now?" Lu Shui was also a little embarrassed facing Lin Feng, so Lu Chuan was miserable, and was directly used by Lu Shui as a shield to scold him. Looking at the two brothers and sisters, Lin Feng gave a helpless wry smile, then turned around and said to the butler, "Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, you should clean up this man, and it's up to you how to deal with him afterwards. I'll check on Mr. Lu first to see how he is." After getting rid of this killer, Lin Feng can be said to have gained the trust of everyone in the Lu family, and no one stopped him. Lin Feng quickly began to feel the pulse and look at Mr. Lu. It's just that after he finished the diagnosis, his whole face was full of sadness. Lu Chuan and Lu Shui, who were waiting on the sidelines, panicked. Could it be that something happened to Grandpa, and Lin Feng had nothing to do? As for Fu Bo, he had already dragged the killer out to deal with him, and he was not around. "Lin Feng, what's the matter? Is my grandfather okay? Could it be that the killer just did something wrong?" Lu Shui said anxiously, because Lin Feng's expression didn't look like something good happened. Seeing Lu Shui and Lu Chuan looking anxious, Lin Feng shook his head, and then said, "It's okay, I can cure it. The doctor I said I knew earlier was actually talking about myself. You are lucky. It seems that I am your savior, Lu Shui. I saved you twice and your grandfather once. Are you sure? Thank you very much. But the treatment is not that simple. Find me an empty room. I need to adjust and prepare. Remember not to disturb me. After I come out, I have a % chance of saving your grandpa." Hearing Lin Feng's request, Lu Chuan spoke first before Lu Shui spoke. "It's simple, let's just take the next room. Just prepare, we will not disturb you. Xiao Xue, you are a good friend. It is the first time to come to our house. I am very satisfied with your brother. I have passed this level. Dad, by the way, I will help you buy confidential ones, huh?" Lu Chuan's words made Lu Shui blush for a while, and she hurriedly explained. "No, I don't have that kind of relationship with Lin Feng, brother, don't think about it. Lin Feng, you go over here, leave this place to us. Before you come out, we won't let anyone come near this house. Lin Feng smiled wryly and nodded, then went directly to the next room. As for what the members of the Lu family were doing, Lin Feng had no time to worry about it. The reason why he wanted this private room was not to prepare anything, but to temporarily cultivate his spiritual power. Although I have already learned the Holy Medicine Book and the Johua Golden Needle, based on my current situation, in terms of true energy, the power of the Grandmaster realm is enough to display, but in terms of spiritual power, it is not enough. Although Shisui Dan helps I reshape my body and mind has been strengthened, and my spiritual power has also improved, but I haven't learned how to use it, and I haven't refined it thoroughly. Next, I will perform the treatment of Johua Golden Needle and Medical Sacred Book, which requires high intensity. The spiritual power assists the acupuncture, and must use the spiritual power meditation method to meditate and refine it. Whatever he said or did, Lin Feng sat directly on the bed in this room, imitating the cultivators in those fairy tale movies on TV, and directly sat cross-legged in meditation. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng slowly began to meditate according to the operation method of the mental meditation method. Soon Lin Feng felt a sense of coolness emerging from his mind, which quickly calmed down his mood and thinking. And Lin Feng also felt that his whole body was suddenly empty, and a sense of weightlessness appeared, as if his soul and body were about to be separated. But this feeling only appeared for a moment, after which Lin Feng felt that he had entered a very wonderful state. It's as if one's own thinking has become an independent individual, condensed in one's own mind. Not long after, Lin Feng's consciousness came to his spiritual space, that is, in his mind, which can also be called the sea of spiritual consciousness. After the spiritual body appeared, Lin Feng observed it, as if he was manipulating his own body. It's just that the mental power has no sense of gravity, and there is a light blue shimmer all over it. And Lin Feng also saw the appearance of his own sea of consciousness, a light blue ocean. Of course, it can't be called an ocean, and now his sea of consciousness can only be regarded as a small pool at best. In the pool, most of them look like muddy water, without luster. And there is a part of it that Lin Feng feels can be mobilized, the water glowing with light blue light. Of course, this is not real water, but an incarnation of spiritual power. Spiritual power is a thing of all kinds and strange things, and it can transform all things. Lin Feng has seen all the introductions about spiritual power in his spiritual power meditation. Therefore, Lin Feng chose the most intuitive and simple way of transforming seawater into form to embody spiritual power. These turbid parts are the parts that I have not refined. Now there is no need to continue to increase the amount of spiritual power, but to refine this part first, so that my spiritual power will be enough for the time being. The rest, the only thing I can do is to improve slowly with meditation and my myriad realms Ju. Lin Feng knew that the most taboo thing in the journey of cultivation was greedy for meritorious deeds. Only by playing steadily can we have a good foundation. Of course, he directly crossed the realm of acquired and innate, and jumped to the realm of the master, so he didn't feel stable at all. But who made his myriad realms Ju, starting from the first level, be the top skills of the master? Soon, Lin Feng began to use his mental power to meditate, and began to concentrate on refining these muddy mental powers. The speed is very fast, after all, it is the original spiritual power, just waiting to be refined. However, such a large beach also took some time. Lin Feng spent more than half an hour refining in the room before finishing. This made both Lu Chuan and Lu Shui wait a little anxiously. After all, what kind of preparation is this? It took so long. Why don't they just prepare medical equipment? According to common sense, this is the case, but they also understand that the skill that Lin Feng showed just now proves that Lin Feng is not an ordinary person, and there may be some special treatment methods. Xiao Shui, who the hell is this Lin Feng? He is so good at medicine, he actually knows medicine. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? It can't really be your little boyfriend who hides secrets. I can't tell, sister, he actually likes old cows to eat tender grass and play with siblings. Lu Chuan said with an expression as if he had discovered a big secret, but he didn't notice at all that Lu Shui's face was black and her fist was clenched behind her back. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will ask my father to revoke your bank card and let you drink the Northwest phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals win wine slash phoneme. To deal with Lu Chuan, Lu Shui has many ways. The best way is to directly freeze his card, so that he has nothing to do. This trick can be said to be tried and tested. Lu Shui has used it many times, and Lu Chuan was subdued by his sister. While they were talking, the door of the room was opened, and the person who walked in was none other than Lin Feng, who had already refined his spiritual power. At this time, he was full of vigor and energy. Looking at his special spirit, if he didn't know who to describe the word vigorous at the beginning, it would be most appropriate to use it for Lin Feng now. Lin Feng, are you ready? But no matter how you look at it, you haven't brought anything? What have you been preparing for so long? Seeing how Lin Feng went out and how he came back, and there was nothing around, Lu Shui suddenly asked a little strangely. I'm going to adjust my state. I'm going to give acupuncture in a while, and I can't stop in the middle. So I have to adjust my state. You prepare 2 basins of water for me, 1 basin of hot water and 1 basin of cold water, and then you are outside. Just wait. I am afraid that the treatment method for a while will scare you. Lin Fengshan said something mysteriously, but both Lu Chuan and Lu Shui said it directly. We are not so timid. If possible, let us wait and see here. If there is any situation, we can also help you. Seeing the resolute look of the two, Lin Feng didn't refuse, and nodded directly. Okay, let's go get ready. By the way, take 2 towels. For clean ones, gauze is fine. After Lin Feng finished explaining, Lu Shui and Lu Chuan went to prepare, and Lin Feng was not idle. Although he had diagnosed with the Holy Book of Medicine, he still performed an identification technique on Mr. Lu just to be on the safe side. This identification technique can not only identify objects, but also creatures and people. Appraisal target, Lu Chunfeng. 79 years old, life experience. Current status, toxins have entered the body, and the energy and blood are deficient. Without effective treatment within a week, life will be in danger. The toxin is a neurotoxin that interferes with the body's nerves, causing a coma and dying state. The result of the appraisal was exactly the same as Lin Feng's diagnosis. There was no other problem, so Lin Feng felt at ease. Taking advantage of no one, Lin Feng directly took out the Jiuhua golden needle in the system space. When the Jiuhua gold needle system was given to Lin Feng, it was packaged with a needle made of a very special gold and silver thread, which looked like a gorgeous handkerchief. Set off by 9 different and unique gold needles, the strange gorgeous atmosphere is extraordinary at first glance. If it is placed in a museum, there is absolutely no doubt that this is an extremely precious antique. It looked more delicate than a work of art. When Lu Shui and Lu Chuan came back with what Lin Feng asked for, they were all amazed when they saw the Jiuhua golden needle that Lin Feng had placed beside the bed. Even if they don't know medicine, the golden needle looks extraordinary, and they have a little more confidence in Lin Feng's medical skills. And for the sake of safety, they didn't want any other killers to mix in Lu's house. The 2 brothers and sisters carefully prepared their own things and sent them over. Although Lin Feng only wanted 2 things, the 2 of them came over with some basic medical equipment and a few medical boxes just in case. Lin Feng sighed while watching. This is really enough to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals live / phoneme. He can use these things to do some minor operations. You guys have too much stuff, you won't need it this time, but give it to me later. The things in my hands are not as accurate and comprehensive as yours. With the collection of medical skills, Lin Feng's medical skills are astonishing. In the future, he will definitely save lives not only once or twice, so Lin Feng's favor of the pile of things prepared by the Lu family can be regarded as more protection. No problem, as long as brother Lin Feng can save my grandfather, let alone these things, as long as brother Lin Feng likes the property under the Lu family, you can choose whatever you like, and it's not a problem to give you a few for nothing. Lu Chuan said this very grandly, but in fact he can't be the master, but if his father knows that the old man's illness has been cured, he will definitely agree to this way of repaying. Compared to the assets of the Lu family, giving away a few properties for free is nothing at all, just a drop in the bucket. I don't need those, but although I have superb medical skills, I don't have the qualifications to practice medicine. Later, you can help me make up some professional documents. It will save me from being treated as a liar when I practice medicine to save lives in the future. With the strength of the Lu family, these small things can definitely be done well, and Lin Feng does have this strength, but he has no time to do these things, and Lin Feng does not have the context to do these things now, so it can be said that he is only in the early stages of development. There is still a long way to go. No problem, I'll let Lu Shui send it to you when it's done later. Lu Chuan agreed, and by the way, he also pulled Lu Shui on, obviously to create opportunities for Lu Shui and Lin Feng to meet. Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention to these things, as long as he could do it. Nodding slightly, Lin Feng moved his hands. I'm going to start. The poison of Mr. Lu is spread all over the body. It will be more troublesome to remove it all, so I will directly use the heart as the source, speed up the creation and reproduction of new blood, and expel the poisonous blood at the same time. Lu Chuan, you put Mr. Lu take off your shirt. As soon as the words were finished, Lu Chuan went directly to open up Mr. Lu's clothes, and Lin Feng also moved instantly. Seeing his right hand shake suddenly, Lu Shui and Lu Chuan fell blurred before their eyes, and then saw that there were 3 golden needles in Lin Feng's hand. Before they could react, Lin Feng swung his right hand, and a ball of true energy slid across the golden needle. Lin Feng used his true energy to sterilize the golden needle, and at the same time, it dropped instantly. There were 3 more golden needles in the heart of Mr. Lu, and they were fast and ruthless. It landed directly on the heart, and Lu Chuan and Lu Shui, who saw it, almost cried out in fright. This place is one of the most important parts of the human body, and if you are not careful, you will die. But Lin Feng struck so quickly, it almost made people feel like he just hit it casually. But if you look closely, you will find that these few stitches by Lin Feng are all inserted in exactly the same size, and they are all even. You must know that these gold needles are of different lengths, but after piercing them, they appear to be parallel on the surface. The most important thing is that this is only done in an instant. What a precise force and experience this is. To do it. It can be said that Lin Feng's move is enough to scare too many people. I used golden needles to protect the old man's heart and blood, to ensure that he has enough blood to function, and then I will start to release poisonous blood. I will use golden needles to open the old man's finger. Lu Chuan, you can take hot water, soak the old man's hands to speed up the release of the poisonous blood. Lu Shui, after the old man's poisonous blood is drained, that is, after the black blood is drained and becomes normal color, you can use cold water to cool the old man's hands. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he continued to perform acupuncture. After the two agreed, they began to do what Lin Feng said. After that, Lin Feng began to concentrate his spiritual power to mobilize his true energy. Under the absolute control of his spiritual power, Lin Feng controlled his true energy extremely finely. Just like changing the scale from meters to millimeters, it takes a lot of energy to control the true energy so finely. That's why Lin Feng deliberately refined his mental power, otherwise his mental level would really not be able to withstand such a drain. After controlling the true energy of the golden needles, Lin Feng started to pick up 2 golden needles and cast them again. One was pierced directly on the head, and the other was pierced at the dantian. While feeling the pulse, Lin Feng found out that Mr. Lu was also a warrior. The day after tomorrow, around the 5th level, it was precisely because of this that he didn't die so quickly after being poisoned. Otherwise, if you were an ordinary person, the toxin would spread all over your body, and you would be finished a long time ago. How could you survive until now? With the help of golden needles, Lin Feng directly sent his true energy over there, stimulating his own dantian ability. Although Mr. Lu is only an acquired martial artist, and there is no true energy in his dantian, all martial artists will have the most basic power of energy and blood. It is generally referred to as strength. Hold your breath, and your strength will increase. As for Hotian warriors, there is energy and blood in the dantian, which can help warriors exert greater strength and require more energy and blood. Lin Feng is stimulating the power of qi and blood, increasing his own recovery ability, and maintaining his state. Otherwise, with so much poisonous blood coming out, even if the heart veins are protected, Mr. Lu's body will not be able to bear it at such an advanced age. If Mr. Lu is not a warrior, then Lin Feng will definitely find some herbs to assist him, but Mr. Lu is a warrior, so it is much simpler. The color of the blood is normal, and the toxins are exhausted. Lin Feng, what should we do next? Lu Shui helped Mr. Lu ice his hands with cold water, stopped the blood flow, and saw that Lin Feng did not continue to give acupuncture, but stayed aside, so she asked aloud. There will be nothing wrong with this. Most of the toxins have been removed. My golden needle will purify the remaining toxins. After 2 minutes, you will be cured. You can also wake up, don't worry. Lin Feng's Jiuhua golden needles are not ordinary golden needles, each of the 9 golden needles has its own unique function. Just now, I used a golden needle with strong defense-breaking ability to pierce my finger, and the one on the dantian is for enhancing vitality, and the one on the head is for clearing the mind. The 3 needles in the heart are the hemostasis needle, the blood circulation needle, and the detoxification needle. 3 needles protect the heart veins, 1 prevents poisonous blood from entering, 1 activates the birth of new blood, and finally mixes the ability of detoxifying needles into the blood and transports them to the whole body to clean up the remaining toxins. This is the power of the Jiuhua golden needle. It can deal with various situations. In addition to healing, it can also attack. It can be described as a powerful tool. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Lin Feng. From now on, you will be my Lu Chuan's brother. In this Jinghai city, you can come to me for anything, and I will settle it for you. Lu Chuan said very excitedly. His guarantee was not just talk. The status of the Lu family in Jinghai city was extremely high, it could be said to be the highest existence. Keeping pace with them, there are only a few forces. With the support of the Lu family, Lin Feng is able to call the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and reign in Jinghai city. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it also describes the status of the Lu family. Otherwise, the Lu family would not be so powerful, and there are still so many warriors. Okay, let's go and tell the old man to prepare something to eat. Judging by his appearance, he has been in a coma for a long time. Although I helped him restore a lot of energy and blood, he still hasn't eaten. More supplements, make up for it. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, as a response to Lu Chuan's kindness, and then he and the other party added a WeChat message and asked for a mobile phone number to facilitate contact. Then Lu Chuan went to prepare meals, and Lin Feng happened to be able to have dinner. As for Lu Shui, Lu Chuan purposely stayed her behind under the pretext of being with the old man, but in fact, she wanted to create opportunities for her and Lin Feng to get along. Because Lu Chuan knew that his girl's character was too arrogant, and it was very rare for her to find opportunities by herself. And Lin Feng is not only capable, but also kind-hearted, so he is a good choice. Lu Shui was a little embarrassed and shy, and didn't know what to say. She had already said her thanks to Lin Feng many times. Fortunately, just when she was about to say something, Mr. Lu, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly coughed, moved his eyelids, and woke up. Grandpa, you woke up, you finally woke up, you really scared us to death. Seeing that Mr. Lu woke up, Lu Shui immediately ran to the bed and began to speak excitedly. Xiaoxue, what's wrong with me, why do I feel a little dizzy? Mr. Lu said while covering his head. And before he was about to wake up, Lin Feng took back all the golden needles. And he cleaned it up without any trace of true energy, and then put it into the system space. Hearing what Mr. Lu said, Lu Shui thought something was wrong with her grandfather, so she quickly looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Lu is fine. It's just that he has released too much poisonous blood, and he is temporarily weak. In addition, he has been in a coma for a long time and has low blood sugar. It will be fine if he eats something. I have checked, and now Mr. Lu has no health problems. Tomorrow you will be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme like a dragon and a tiger. Lin Feng said very confidently that Lu Shui was relieved, and Mr. Lu was completely awake. He turned his head to look at Lu Shui and Lin Feng. He also guessed it after listening to Lin Feng's words. It seems that he saved him. It was the young man in front of him. This result made him very surprised, but he didn't show it on the surface. Looking at his granddaughter and Lin Feng, he suddenly smiled. His granddaughter has good eyesight. If Lin Feng knew what Mr. Lu was thinking at this time, he would definitely sigh secretly. The Lu family's paranoia turned out to be a family inheritance. Lu Chuan was like this, and Mr. Lu was like this. He couldn't explain it clearly. Xiaoxue, who is this? Hearing Grandpa's question, Lu Shui immediately reacted and quickly introduced it. Grandpa, this is my friend Lin Feng. He is the one who just exposed a killer pretending to be Dr. Xia and rescued you. After Lu Shui's introduction, Mr. Lu was even more surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Feng not only saved him, but also exposed a killer pretending to be a doctor. In my unconscious clarity, according to the temperament of my grandchildren, I would definitely not be able to guess this situation. If it wasn't for the coincidence that Lin Feng came back, thinking about the result of this matter would make people feel chills behind. So that's how it is, my little friend. I, Lu Chunfeng, have written it down. In the future, if you need me, even if you come to my Lu's house, I dare not speak to other places, but in Jinghai City, my Lu's house guarantees that you will run amok without any hindrance. We can help you sort things out. Mr. Lu directly gave Lin Feng a guarantee. Although the words had the same meaning as Lu Chuan, different people had different meanings. In the case of Lu Chuan, he can only represent himself, but Mr. Lu can represent the entire Lu family. Now Lin Feng is equivalent to directly getting the guarantee from the Lu family, so he has a power in his hands. Old Lu's words are serious, so I'll thank Mr. Lu for his kindness first. During this period of time, Mr. Lu should take care of himself and be careful. This killer can pretend to sneak into Lu's house this time, and his methods are tricky. Directly take poison and commit suicide. The style of doing things is vigorous and resolute, it is definitely not good. I hope the Lu family will pay more attention to prevent accidents. The Lu family is very powerful, but the origin of the enemy is also extraordinary. Judging from their actions, the opponent is definitely a professional killer, but his strength is a little weaker. What Lin Feng can do is to remind a few more words. As for the others, it depends on the luck of the Lu family. Of course, when they need help, as long as they find him, Lin Feng will also help. How can the Lu family be regarded as half of his own power? However, Lin Feng also knew that the Lu family's fortune was huge, and this was only limited to ordinary people. If calculated according to the level of warriors, the Lu family can only be regarded as the middle level of Jinghai City. As long as acquired warriors sit in town and there are no masters who can use true energy, the gap is not 0130. As for those who are in the realm of masters, Lin Feng also knows that it is not common. After all, such masters are basically practicing hard. It seems that he is still wandering between cities without any problems. Thank you for the reminder, little friend. I will handle this matter properly. It's just that little friend helped our Lu family this time. Although the matter has not been spread, the fact that you have been to the Lu family must have been seen by the other party's eyeliner. Maybe it will implicate little friend. If little friend is in need, our Lu family can use our relationship to contact friends on the road to help prevent one or two. The Tao that Mr. Lu said naturally did not refer to the Tao of ordinary people, but warriors. The meaning is obvious. I want to find a powerful warrior to protect Lin Feng's safety, but Lin Feng is a master, and he needs some acquired and innate protection. The master is not so easy to hire, so Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. There's no need for this. The kid has his own way of self-defense. I just hope that these guys will not be so impulsive, otherwise they will not be able to bear the consequences. Lin Feng's indifferent appearance made Mr. Lu couldn't help being startled. He looked at Lin Feng carefully, seeing his confident appearance and tone, as well as the temperament around him that was different from ordinary people. Grandpa Lu suddenly had a guess that Lin Feng was also a warrior. It's just that he couldn't see Lin Feng's depth, so he could only doubt it, but he felt that it was almost inseparable, and Lin Feng's strength was probably much higher than his own. Turning around, Mr. Lu planned to ask Uncle Fu to see if he saw anything. Okay, be careful, I know you are powerful, but you must also pay attention. Jinghai City has not been peaceful recently. Although Lu Shui doesn't know much about the world of warriors, as a member of the police force, she also knows something about the current situation in Jinghai City. So I reminded Lin Feng, because she had found out that Lin Feng would get into trouble wherever he went. Even if she doesn't look for trouble, trouble will find him. But thanks to this, Lin Feng happened to come to the Lu family and help them solve a life and death crisis. If Mr. Lu falls, their Lu family can be said to have lost half of the country, and the Lu family will be restrained by other family forces in an instant, and they may suffer a big blow. Okay, stop chatting, come and eat. How are you, Grandpa? Can you get out of bed and eat, or let me bring the food for you? After Yanagawa got ready from the outside, he came back to greet everyone. I can come down now. I've been lying down for so long, so it's time to move around. And I haven't been so hungry for a long time, huh? There is nothing serious about Mr. Lu, he is just a little weak, and there is no problem with going to the ground. Soon, with the support of Lu Shui and Lu Chuan, the group came downstairs and had dinner in the restaurant. This meal was cooked by Uncle Fu himself. After dealing with the matter, he came to work. As for the others, he was not at ease. Although the people staying at home in the Lu family are all old people for many years, but the killer can pretend, so Uncle Fu felt that he had to guard against it. Fortunately, Fu Bo's craftsmanship is very good, with a lot of skills, superb cooking skills, and good taste. Fu, let's sit down and eat together. There are no outsiders, so don't be so restrained. Sure enough, Mr. Lu had a good relationship with Uncle Fu, so he called Uncle Fu directly to have dinner together. The group of people ate quite comfortably, especially Mr. Lu, who looked like he hadn't eaten for several days and had a big appetite. Apart from Lin Feng, he suddenly became the person who ate the most food. As for Lin Feng, it wasn't that he was a big eater, but that as a cultivator, after he reached the realm of a master, his appetite was astonishing. Of course, he doesn't need to eat. The Grandmaster realm can achieve the effect of long-term Bigu in one fell swoop. As long as the true energy is enough, there will be continuous energy replenishment. But after all, Lin Feng has just stepped into the realm of a master, and he still considers himself an ordinary person. This desire to eat, Lin Feng feels that he can't quit, and he doesn't want to quit. There are so many delicious foods, why don't you eat them? Isn't this missing one of the great joys of life? Besides, with the system in place, he can do whatever he wants, be free and unrestrained, and this is Lin Feng's own way. Old Lu, take a good rest. If you have any problems, you can contact me at any time. I don't have many other people. I just have a lot of free time right now. After the meal, the relationship between the people became more harmonious. Before Lin Feng left, he said to Mr. Lu who sent him off, "This is also a guarantee, and the Lu family can ask him for help if they have any problems." As for the so-called free time, Lin Feng also sighed in his heart, thinking that before, he had to worry about a little money every day, and he was busy running around every day. Now I don't have to worry about anything, and I really feel relaxed all of a sudden. Basically, I don't have much to do, except for cultivation. However, in terms of cultivation, in Lin Feng's system mall, there are also pills to improve strength, just wait for the system bug to drop the price. All that's left is to see if some new system tasks can appear, get more rewards, and the like. Okay, then we will send it here first, and come to play when we have time. My Xiaoxue is also in contact when I have time. You young people, you can play together, huh? Mr. Lu was very persistent and gave Lin Feng a look that you know, which made Lin Feng smile wryly. I couldn't help but thought to myself, your granddaughter has such a stubborn temper and always likes to cause trouble, so forget it. It was too late for me to hide, but Lin Feng didn't dare to speak out. He nodded slightly, and after greeting everyone, he drove away in his Rolls-Royce. Looking at Lin Feng's car, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The sports car he drove was only a few $1,000,000, and Lin Feng's car directly broke through tens of millions, which really made him envious. The Lu family still strictly controlled his funds, except for Lu Shui, who spent whatever he wanted, which made Lu Chuan envious. However, Lu Shui's expression at this time was a bit weird, because she always felt that when Lin Feng glanced at her just now, that look seemed a little bit disgusting. I don't know if it's my illusion, anyway, Lu Shui has made a plan, and I will find out when I look back at Lin Feng. System, help me keep an eye on the things that can speed up the cultivation speed and improve the strength. As long as there are bugs to reduce the price, let me know. Of course, you can also remind me of any other items that I am suitable for in need. While driving, Lin Feng said to the system. After a busy day, I gained a lot. The time I got the system was very short, but I got something that I couldn't get in my whole life. Financial resources, power, strength, and power are all obtained by themselves in just one day. This made Lin Feng feel the power of the system, and he became more and more hopeful about the future. Of course, the system said that it was helpless, something went wrong, and the host was actually stuck with its own bug, enjoying various discounts. I actually have to remind him that this is simply bullying the system to act wildly. Ignoring the system's complaints, Lin Feng hummed a ditty all the way back to his seaside villa, and the car parked behind the parking garage. Just as Lin Feng wanted to enter the door, his figure suddenly swayed, and a few sharp thorns suddenly appeared in the position just now. It doesn't seem to be my illusion. I always feel that there is someone behind me. It turns out that I was really being followed. Tell me, what do you mean by this? It's not enough to deal with the Liu family. Do you even have to clean up the guests who go to the Liu family? Lin Feng said calmly, not surprised at the appearance of the other party. Since refining his spiritual power, Lin Feng felt that his senses had become more acute, whether it was the five senses or perception ability. It's as if I am like a radar, and I can perceive some things centered on myself. In terms of scope, it is not very wide now. According to Lin Feng's feeling, it was only within a radius of about 5 meters. As for higher operations, Lin Feng still can't do it now. The mental power is not strong enough. Only by continuing to meditate and practice according to the meditation method can Lin Feng unlock more abilities. The same is true for the myriad realms Jew. Along with his strength, in addition to what ordinary masters can do, Lin Feng will also have some special skills when he successfully breaks through each major realm and completes the myriad realms Jew. Ability. Of course, this will not be possible until Lin Feng has completely cultivated the first layer of the art of myriad realms and raised his realm to the peak. You discovered my existence long ago. It's amazingly vigilant. But it's a pity that no matter how vigilant you are, it's useless. Although I don't know if you just happened to escape my sneak attack. But then come down, I won't give you another chance. Boy, remember, don't meddle in things that shouldn't be meddled in the future. Otherwise, my life will be gone, but the gain will outweigh the loss. At the door of Lin Feng's garage, a guy in a black cloak came out, not to mention, he was quite stylish. His strength is also good. He is actually a peak-acquired master who has almost touched the threshold of the innate realm. It's just that with such strength, in Lin Feng's view, it's almost like a high school student bullying a kindergarten child. And this killer obviously doesn't know Lin Feng's strength yet, and is still getting carried away with his acquired peak strength. Little did he know that what he was facing was a master-level master who overwhelmed him in 2 major realms, otherwise he would have started running away long ago, let alone being frightened here. Well, this threat is so good, I almost scared me. Lin Feng patted his heart with a smile, and said as if he was frightened. It's just that his expression didn't look like he was scared at all, and the killer immediately felt that he was being provoked. Boy, you are courting death. Accompanied by the killer's roar, dozens of iron thorns were thrown out by him directly, and all of them hit Lin Feng. The speed was so fast that there was a swishing sound directly in the air. If it was hit, even if it was a cement wall, several holes would be punched out. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of these things at all. With a wave of his hands, the speed was so fast that several afterimages appeared in the air. The next moment, under the astonished eyes of the killer, Lin Feng directly grabbed all the iron spikes he threw, and none of them was missing. You're so fast. I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. Your strength is not weak. I can't even feel your realm. Could it be that you have some secret method to hide your breath? If you hand it over, I might let you go. One horse. A greedy look flashed in the killer's eyes, and he never thought that Lin Feng would be better than him. Because Lin Feng was much younger than him, and he was still a stranger. If it is really a cultivation genius, they should have heard about it to some extent. But Lin Feng was a complete rookie and had no information at all. You know how to think, but it's a pity that you guessed wrong and there is no reward. I'll let you take a good look at it. What is the real difference in strength? Think of it as exercise after dinner. It was too easy for Lin Feng to deal with that Nieshu last time, so he didn't have a good time. Although the guy is still very weak this time, he is at the peak of the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng still wants to spend more time in the battles of warriors to train himself. Because now, he doesn't know how powerful he is, he can only feel powerful, and he doesn't know the specifics. So he needed to find someone to practice his skills. He could only blame the killer himself for bumping into Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, his whole body suddenly swayed, and he started to move at a speed that was several minutes faster than the iron spike thrown by the killer. Almost in an instant, Lin Feng crossed a few meters and came directly in front of the killer. Before the killer could react, he swung his palm directly. It didn't use any real energy, just an ordinary palm. Because Lin Feng was really afraid of using too much strength, this guy died directly. The killer was directly thrown out of the black robe by Lin Feng, and landed directly at the door of the garage, and barely got up after rolling on the ground twice. With a look of horror on his face, he looked at Lin Feng as if facing a formidable enemy. It's so strong, but you don't have true energy in your palm, which means that your realm has not reached the innate realm. At most, it is the same as me, but it is the level of the acquired peak. Although I am a little surprised, you can't keep me. Wait until we meet next time, I will bring a helper. You will definitely die if you interfere with our plan. Although the killer said so, he had already noticed that Lin Feng's speed and strength surpassed his own, so he planned to run away. Want to leave? It's not that easy. My house is not a place where you can come and go whenever you want. Leave it to me. Seeing that the other party wanted to retreat, Lin Feng didn't hold back anymore. Since the other party said that he has no true energy, let him feel the power of true energy. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, a ball of true energy rose from his palm and radiated directly. The killer who was about to escape suddenly felt a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme pressure in front of him, and he was immediately pushed back. Let your true energy out. You are a master. How is this possible? Seeing the light blue aura still lingering in the air in front of him, the killer froze on the spot. As for running away, he had no motivation at all. Facing the strong in the innate realm, he might try desperately, but the master, with his true energy released, has the ability to overwhelm mountains and seas. Where he can handle it, even if he escapes, he won't have a chance. Are you from some hermit sect or a family in the capital? It's the first time I've seen such a young master. I'll admit it if I fell into your hands. But don't underestimate our organization, even if you are a master, but our organization is not something you can provoke. I will wait for you below, haha. After the killer finished speaking, he was about to commit suicide by taking poison, just like the killer of the Liu family. Their methods are ruthless enough, and they don't give others a chance to interrogate them. It can be seen that this organization is indeed extraordinary, otherwise it would be impossible for everyone to die so willingly. As long as they are human beings, there must be cowards, but they still did this without hesitation. It can be explained that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme they are really dead men, or the organization behind them is too terrifying. If they leak the news, they will only die worse. Suicide by taking poison. I didn't pay attention to this method last time, and let the other party succeed, but this time, don't think it's so easy to die. Detoxification golden needle. Lin Feng had inspected the opponent's poison. They, the killers, hid the blood-sealed throat poison in their back teeth. Although it is indeed effective quickly, it takes a few seconds to be fatal no matter what. So this time, Lin Feng directly used the detoxification golden needle of Jiuhua golden needle, and flew towards it, directly controlling the opponent's poison. In front of him, the number one medical saint in all worlds, it is very difficult to want to die. How come? The poison won't work. Lin Feng's golden needle directly pierced the killer's skin. The killer is only an acquired martial artist, without true energy, and can't get the golden needle out of his body at all, so he can only watch Lin Feng come in front of him in astonishment, and he has nothing to do. Stand up. Humph, it's not that easy to want to die, just lie down obediently. With a direct punch, the killer was stunned and fell to the ground and passed out. At the same time, his fangs were directly knocked out by Lin Feng. After slapping him, Lin Feng directly used his true energy to control the detoxification lily needle, purifying the toxins. The opponent's enemy didn't need to be soft-handed at all, so he didn't rescue him slowly and peacefully like Mr. Liu, but directly solved it violently. After doing all this, Lin Feng put away the golden needle, took out his mobile phone, and called Lu Chuan. Hey, brother Lin Feng, you called me right after you left. Are you in any trouble? When Lu Chuan received Lin Feng's call, he immediately guessed that Lin Feng might have encountered something, and his tone became a little nervous. Well, it's not too much trouble. It's just that there is a killer who followed me all the way to my house. Now that I have subdued him, the other party is a master of the day after tomorrow. He should be able to get some useful information. His poison and Dantian have been killed. I'm abolished, I don't have much fighting power, you send someone to deal with it. Lin Feng said slowly, and then heard a coughing sound from the other end of the phone. It was the voice of Mr. Liu. It seemed that he was also listening to Lin Feng's phone call, and he was a little irritated when he heard that Lin Feng had dealt with a master of the day after tomorrow and said that this guy was not troublesome. He also heard from Uncle Fu that Uncle Fu didn't see Lin Feng's level of strength, which meant that Lin Feng was probably already a master of the innate level. Such a young innate master, Mr. Liu was really more and more optimistic about Lin Feng. He couldn't help pulling Lu Shui over, and kept instilling in her the idea of getting in touch with Lin Feng more in the future. Lu Shui was ashamed and angry when he heard it. Dare to speak. Okay, I'll ask someone to deal with it. I'll take care of the rest. If I get any information, I'll let you know. After Lu Chuan finished speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone, looked at the killer who passed out in front of him, and stretched out his hand to press the killer's temple. Then he mobilized some mental power to shock the other party's spirit so that he couldn't wake up for a short time. Then Lin Feng left the other party on the spot and went back to the house by himself. My spiritual power is not strong enough now, otherwise I can try the soul search technique in the mind power meditation, directly use the spiritual power to check the other party's spiritual consciousness and get the information I want. It seems that I still have to try to seize the time to practice. You can't just wait for the training items in the system mall to have bugs. I don't know when you have to wait, it depends on luck. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng took a shower, and finally went directly to practice. Sitting cross-legged, with the operation of Wan Jiaju, the whole body's true energy circulated, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng into the Dantian in his body and continuously refined. At the same time, Lin Feng was also running spiritual power meditation, and began to continuously improve his spiritual power. The double practice started, but Lin Feng didn't get tired because of it. Instead he became more energetic because of these two kinds of practice. Wan Jiaju strengthens the body in true energy, meditates, and enhances spiritual power. It directly replaced sleep and gave Lin Feng a more comfortable way of resting. Even after Lin Feng was running properly, he didn't need to pay attention to it, and completely entered a self-circulating cultivation mode. Early the next morning, after Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation state, he immediately felt his progress. Although not much, the progress is clearly felt. After washing up a bit, Lin Feng did a little Bajikwan to stretch his muscles and bones. After all, although meditating is not tiring, it would be more comfortable to maintain a movement and stretch a bit. Oh, I'm so hungry, I forgot to buy something to eat again. I'll prepare some ingredients and snacks later. After Lin Feng opened the refrigerator, he saw that the refrigerator was completely empty except for a little fruit left from yesterday, and said with some emotion. By the way, let's take a look at what to eat in the system mall. This thing is much easier to use than online shopping software, and it will arrive in seconds, hee. Just like that, Lin Feng opened the system mall, and found a list of food items. Lin Feng gulped down his mouth when he saw thousands of delicacies. He couldn't see them all. My God, why are these foods so expensive? Are they made of gold? Lin Feng looked at it, and found that it was fine at first, but later, when there were dishes worth tens of hundreds or even thousands of points, Lin Feng was suddenly a little surprised. These are delicacies from 10,000 realms. Ordinary delicacies are cheap, but there are also many delicacies. They have various effects and will bring many benefits to the eaters. For example, increasing physical fitness, strengthening the epidermis, even whitening, increasing intelligence, comprehension ability, and so on. So the price will be relatively higher, but definitely worth the money. After a systematic explanation, Lin Feng understood the reason. That's it, it's normal for these things to be more expensive than gold. Let me see what's delicious. Now there is a bug. Let me try the delicacies of other worlds, hee. Leakage Wang Lin Feng showed a shameless expression again at this time, and began to look for system bugs. Fortunately, there are still many bugs in the system. Lin Feng browsed for a while and saw a lot of good food, so he ordered a few and spent 10 points. The original price of these items cost hundreds of points, but now 10 points are enough points, which makes Lin Feng feel a bit dark. Well, this taste is perfect. I can't taste what it is, it's indescribable, but it's very novel. If this is sold out, it will definitely sell well. This drink is also good, and this one is also good. While eating Lin Feng, he kept feeling emotionally, and at the same time, he could feel a strange aura starting to disperse in his body after eating the food. This made Lin Feng feel that his physique had improved again, and the true energy in his dantian was also increased. After a night of practice, the true energy in Lin Feng's dantian was already full, but it wasn't that he couldn't bear more, but that if there was more, the quality would be improved. Just like compression, the energy is compressed and the volume is reduced, but the volume is increasing. The principle is similar to that of compressed biscuits, which are small in size and high in energy. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Feng put the bowls and chopsticks on the smart dishwasher and was ready to go out. I need to change my outfit, as well as my mobile phone. There are too few points now, so I don't want to waste it. Anyway, I don't need money now, so I can just buy it myself, otherwise the money will go to waste. Looking at his clothes, Lin Feng realized that he had a lot of things to buy now. Apart from daily necessities, he had to buy some clothes, shoes, and watches. The inside of my closet is now more empty than the refrigerator. Walking to the garage, Lin Feng looked at the two cars, hesitated for a while, and finally didn't drive them. Instead, from the system space, he took out the Harley limited edition motorcycle he got. After getting this motorcycle, it has been useless since Lin Feng got two luxury cars, and the novelty has not yet passed. In addition, Lin Feng needs a more convenient means of transportation. This motorcycle is the best choice. You must know the current road conditions, there are too many people driving, and there will be traffic jams if there is nothing to do. If there is something urgent, this motorcycle is the most convenient. However, when Lin Feng took out the motorcycle, he was really shocked by the cool appearance of the motorcycle. If this thing is driven out, it may not be much worse than the coolness of a sports car. It is a retro model, and there are several modified accessories on it. The overall match is almost handsome and cool, and there are no other adjectives. The most important thing is that this is still an out-of-print car. It should be an old model, but it is the same as a new car. If someone who knows cars sees it, I don't know how much they will marvel. This is how well maintained it is to achieve this. This car owner must cherish the car like his life. This is true fan. It's still a bit exaggerated, but forget it, convenience is the most important thing. The documents are complete, and two cool folding helmets are given. I thought this was the pendant on this car. It's amazing. There are two helmets on the motorcycle. Lin Feng feels that this does not look like a modern design. It may be that the system got it from 10,000 realms or other worlds. Putting on the helmet and traveling safely, after riding the Harley motorcycle, Lin Feng drove directly out of the area of the seaside villa. Along the way, it can be said that Lin Feng was once again appreciated as a gorilla in the zoo. However, Lin Feng found that he was a little used to it. Anyway, as long as there was no hostility or killing intent, Lin Feng would be automatically immune. Driving all the way, it didn't take long for Lin Feng to come to the commercial street. The distance was not very far. Although this is called a commercial street, it is not just a street, but the entire area, all of which are selling things, whether it is the small stalls outside, the shops next to it, or the shopping malls inside, they are all countless. Next to it is the snack street, which is roughly the same. There are street snacks, shops, and a food court. It can be said that the planning around Jinghai City is quite good. One area does one thing. It's been a long time since I visited here, and the changes are quite big. Slowing down, Lin Feng looked at the surrounding commercial street. Basically, he didn't come to this place very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme before, but he did come here a few times with Zaya Kunmei. Every time I spend all my savings, and sometimes I overdraw a fortune. Now, in retrospect, Lin Feng always felt that he was really fascinated by the authorities at that time, and he didn't see Xiao Chuanmei's true face. Even if the other party regrets it now, Lin Feng would not give her any chance. Didn't talk to her. He found a place, stopped the car, and saw many people watching his motorcycle. Lin Feng smiled wryly, folded his helmet in front of everyone, and hung it on the motorcycle. Then went straight into the mall. It is still a holiday, so there are quite a lot of people here. As soon as Lin Feng entered, he saw that the mall was full of people. Of course, it was not crowded, but no matter where he went, there were basically more than 10 people around him. It can be said that there is really a lot of traffic. Looking around at the shops one after another, Lin Feng started to wander around, basically didn't go in much, just glanced at the door with his sharp eyes, and he got a general idea of the styles of clothes inside. Lin Feng prefers more casual styles. He didn't choose styles before, but now he wants to improve and comfort himself, and find something good looking and high quality. So after looking at a few stores, Lin Feng thought about it, and walked directly to the third floor. The third and fourth floors of this shopping mall are all high consumption areas, and it's not a problem for a suit of clothes to cost over 1,000. There are also some shops selling famous watches and jewelry. When Lin Feng passed by, he was not as restrained as before, but rather casual. After walking to a pretty good clothing store, he walked in. Just now, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that the clothes in this store were pretty good. Although he hadn't seen their brand, this style was quite novel and opened at this level. There is basically no problem with the description quality. Hi sir, do you want to choose clothes? You can look at the styles at will. If you have any favorite styles and requirements, you can also tell me. We can not only recommend for you, but also support private design and customization. Of course, the fee is charged a little higher because it needs to be redesigned and manufactured. The size of this store is okay, not too big or small, but there are not many shop assistants inside. There is only one boss and 2 shop assistants, and there is no one at the cash register, which means that the 3 of them are responsible for collecting money. Although there are few people, the quality is very high and the quality is very good. Although Lin Feng's attire could not be called sloppy, it was extremely ordinary, and basically he did not look rich at all. But the clerk didn't discriminate at all, and his attitude was still very respectful and smiling. Let me take a look first. I seem to have seen some pretty good ones just now. By the way, you are such a big store, are only the 3 of you busy here? Why didn't you recruit more people? This store has both men's and women's clothing, as well as a lot of clothes and shoes. After Lin Feng came in, besides the clerk, there were several other guests in the room. They seemed to have taken good care of them, but it was enough for them to be busy. To tell you the truth, this store was opened by me and my friend, and it just opened not long ago. Now the capital is a bit tight, so we don't continue to recruit people. We will hold on first. After a while, the income will be better. Say I might consider recruiting a few more. The receptionist, Lin Feng, turned out to be the female owner of this store. She was not very old, not even in her early 20s. But it looked like a mature and capable girl. The reason why Lin Feng could see through the other party's actual age was all thanks to the medical sage's book. With his medical skills, he can basically see a lot of things just by looking at the other person. If you ask him to take a pulse again, it will basically be more detailed than going to the hospital for a complete checkup. Oh, that means you're just starting here. Are you short of money? Have you ever considered letting others buy shares? I can invest a little for you. The styles of clothes here are pretty good, and I like them very much. You can seriously consider my proposal. Lin Feng said with a smile. He really likes the style of clothes in this store, so he intends to help Pierre, and this is also a good investment opportunity. Lin Feng felt that this was just a trivial matter for him, but it might be the key to alleviating the financial strain for them. It's just that Lin Feng is a little too young. The female shopkeeper looked at Lin Feng, who was only about years old. She looked like a student and she was dressed in ordinary clothes. So the female shopkeeper more or less thought that Lin Feng was joking with herself, but she didn't say anything, just smiled, and then took Lin Feng to look at the clothes first. Lin Feng also saw that the other party didn't quite believe what he said, so he smiled bitterly, as if he didn't look like a rich man at all. Why did he lose his price like this? Hee hee, I didn't expect such an unnamed small shop to squeeze in such a high-end place. Sure enough, this Jinghai Mall has fallen, and anyone can open a shop in this kind of place. What about the shopkeeper? What about your position? We have taken a fancy to it, and we will give you an extra % of the rent, so you can open a shop in another place. You haven't even done much decoration, it seems that you are really short of money. While Lin Feng was still choosing clothes, he suddenly heard an unharmonious voice coming from the door. The female shopkeeper, who was helping Lin Feng choose clothes, frowned a little when she heard the voice. Listening to the tone of the speech, the other party was not a nuisance, but rather rude. Sir, you look at the clothes first, I'll go and see what's going on. I'm so sorry, I'll be back soon. The shopkeeper apologized to Lin Feng briefly, and after Lin Feng nodded, she hurried to the door. Lin Feng didn't join in the fun phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme. Looking at the clothes in front of him, Lin Feng smiled slightly, picked them up and started playing with them in the mirror, to see what effect it would have after wearing them on his body. After comparing the results, Lin Feng immediately felt more and more satisfied. The clothes and designs in this store are very unique and look like they have great potential. It's just that they lack a chance to develop now. As long as they are given enough help, I believe they should have a good development prospect in the future. Lin Feng was actually in a good mood. When buying new clothes, most people would be in a good mood. But after a clear slap came to Lin Feng's ears, Lin Feng's expression changed. Others couldn't hear it, but Lin Feng was not an ordinary person, his ears were very sensitive. Immediately, Lin Feng put down the clothes in his hands, and was about to go towards the door. He really didn't expect that the other party would actually make a move, which was a little too arrogant. It is simply lawless. Trigger ordinary tasks, teach the villains who caused trouble, drive them out of the shop, and rescue the beautiful shopkeeper. Task reward, 10% equity in Jinghai Mall, 60,000 points. Ding! An unknown error occurred, and the task reward was changed, 10% equity of Jinghai Mall, 24 points, and a tenfold acceleration card for cultivation, 24 hours. This card can increase the speed of cultivation by 10 times within hours. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw the mission popping up all of a sudden. He was really lucky that there was a bug in this mission. It's just that among the rewards given this time, the points have not changed, but an extra item has been rewarded. It seems that after the bug appeared, the changes that occurred were also unpredictable. How can you beat people with your hands? In broad daylight, you forced us to sign a transfer agreement. Is there any law for you to do so? When Lin Feng came, 2 shop assistants were supporting the female shop owner, and they spoke angrily to the 2 men and 1 woman who came. Hee hee, it's your fault that you have no strength, and still occupy such a good place. Obediently sign this contract and leave, at least you can get a sum of money. Otherwise, believe it or not, I can make you get nothing, you have to leave. The woman standing behind the 2 men seemed to be the instigator of this matter, and said to the female shopkeeper and the shop assistant with a smile on her face. Impossible. The money you gave is not enough for us to pay. Our simple decoration still has so many goods that cannot be sold. If there is no store, it will be smashed. Why do you say that if you take the store, you will take the store away? The female clerk said with some stubbornness. As for the female shopkeeper, there was blood on the corner of her mouth at this time, and there was an obvious slap mark on her face. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but turn his eyes cold. It was a bit too much to do so. It's just because I can make you unable to get along in the entire mall. To tell you the truth, my father is the shareholder of this mall and owns 1/10 of the shares. That is to say, in the entire mall, there are 10. One of them belongs to me. Tell me what you can do, ha ha ha. The woman smiled arrogantly, and the face of the female shopkeeper and the female shop assistant already had expressions of despair. They were looking at the 2 men's hulking backs, and there was no room for them to resist. I'll sign. But give us some time, let's pack up. I still have guests here, don't scare them. Let's do this, one day, give us 1 day to clean up. The female shopkeeper chose to compromise, but the other party still said a little bit. 1 day? No, I'll pack it up before noon at the most, otherwise, after 12 o'clock, what's in your shop, what do we smash, including people? After hearing what the other party said, the female shopkeeper gritted her teeth immediately, but she didn't say anything, which was regarded as acquiescing. Seeing the dissatisfaction of the female shopkeeper and others, the three of them all laughed, and then they were about to leave. But before they went out, Lin Feng suddenly said a word from the side. "Yo, you're so arrogant, you want to smash shops and people, why don't you go to heaven?" Lin Feng's words could directly attract the attention of the audience, and the one woman and two men also turned around, looking at Lin Feng, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At this time, Lin Feng was still wearing his tattered body, so the three guys laughed when they saw Lin Feng. "Where do you come from, you little brat? You can just watch the fun, but be careful not to let the misfortune come out of your mouth." The woman looked at Lin Feng and muttered something, not taking Lin Feng too seriously at all. "Really, I'd like to see what's wrong. And I just fell in love with this store, and I was planning to invest in it, but in the end, you guys came to mess with the situation and beat up my partner. Do you think this is the case? You should do the math to let you go. If there is no explanation today, none of you will even think about leaving." Lin Feng said casually and arrogantly, "This posture is much more arrogant than these three people. It's just that whether it's the three of them or the shopkeeper, they all feel that Lin Feng is putting on a bit of pretense. Sir, forget it, I know you are fighting for us, but they are powerful, we still won't confront them, thank you for your kindness. We can't implicate you, sir, because of our own affairs." The female shopkeeper, she didn't really want to say that, but she was afraid of hurting Lin Feng. The two men looked like thugs at first glance, and they were afraid that Lin Feng would be beaten together, which would be troublesome. "It's okay, don't be afraid. I'll ask you now, if you want to cooperate with me, and I will inject capital into you as a shareholder. If you are willing, I will keep your store safe and sound, and even help you expand the scale. If you are not willing, it doesn't matter, I can still help you deal with this matter, after all, I'm an enthusiastic and good-natured young man." Lin Feng's words stunned the female shopkeeper. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes and expression at this time, she suddenly found that this young man didn't mean to be joking at all. She was so serious that she couldn't help but have the idea of believing in the young man in front of her. Sometimes the opportunity is in an instant, and it was also because of Lin Feng's persistence and kindness that the female shopkeeper gritted her teeth and made a decision. If the husband really has the ability, I agree with the financing of the husband. Hearing what the shopkeeper said, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The female shop assistant next to her looked at her shop owner in astonishment. She agreed to such a stunned young man for financing. Isn't this completely selling the future of the shop? Sister Lan Mei, what are you? The shop assistant wanted to dissuade her, but the shop owner, Lan Mei, shook her head. The current situation, no matter which side she believes, the result is the same, and it is completely out of her control. Instead of letting the other party continue to bully and oppress them, it is better to try to be careful of this young man, Lin Feng. Anyway, the result now is that they are destined to go bankrupt, and how bad can it be? Since this is the case, then this store is also my store. Since it is my store, then I can't let you be so presumptuous. And you beat my people, then I will make you pay for it. Lin Feng stood up, walked up to the other three and said. It's just that when he said, my people, Lan Mei couldn't help but blush a bit, the words felt a bit ambiguous no matter what. Boy, it's a bit too much to be pretentious. So I'd like to let you have a good memory, know what is called, don't meddle in other people's business. Give it to me. The woman suddenly muttered something, and the two men next to her punched Lin Feng directly. When Lan Mei and the others saw that the other party had actually made a move, they all screamed in fright. But soon, their voices stopped abruptly. It wasn't because of anything else, it was precisely because these two people were slapped to the ground by Lin Feng's two slaps as soon as they made a move. The crisp sound of the slap and the clearly visible slap marks on his face all proved the great strength Lin Feng used. The two fell directly to the ground and passed out. After all, it was Lin Feng who made the move, not an ordinary person. How come? Both of them are thugs on the road, why are they so useless? Boy, if you have something to say, don't come here. Let me tell you, my father is a shareholder here. If you are right, I'll take the shot, believe it or not, I'll let this store in this shopping mall, and you can't rent a storefront. Don't cut off people's livelihood just because you are happy for a while. The woman took a few steps back in fear, but suddenly thought of something, and directly threatened again. Sir, don't worry about us. Even if you really can't open a store here, it doesn't matter. At worst, you can change the place and start over. You can go directly to the street stall. You must not let these people continue to be arrogant. And you also said, sir, that we invest. If we can't do it, we will open it in another place. Not only is this Lanmei female shopkeeper beautiful, but she is also broad-minded enough. Regardless of the consequences, she desperately wants to let her shop go, and let these people know how amazing she is. Well said, you have the guts to be qualified to form a joint venture with me. I will take care of your affairs today, but I don't like beating women, so I will give you a little time, and you can call your backstage come out. Let's see who can have the last laugh. Doing something, of course, is the fastest way to deal with things, and Lin Feng also has this ability. But the other party is just an ordinary person, so it's meaningless to bully others like this, and it can't fundamentally solve the trouble. Instead of letting the other party keep pestering her, it is better to directly pull out the forces behind her and solve them together. Lin Feng likes to do things once and for all, and he doesn't like to procrastinate. Okay, good boy, you are still a man. Then you just wait here for me, and I will call someone right away. The woman didn't expect that Lin Feng would pass up such a good opportunity and ask herself to call someone. This was something she couldn't be happier about. After saying something quickly, she picked up her cell phone and started making calls. Lin Feng didn't care much about this person, and asked her to find someone casually. But he turned around and looked at Lan Mei, the female shopkeeper. Go and help me pack the clothes I just selected. Of course, you can help me choose a few more suits according to my size, and pack them for me. I will take them away later. As for the matter here, I will leave it to you. Just give it to me, you go and do your work, there are still many customers waiting. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and stayed at the door of the store. At the same time, he looked at the woman who was calling outside, and Lin Feng suddenly smiled. Because he heard the sound of the system, the task just now was completed. It is enough to drive the villains out of the store, and now that the three of them are not in the store, the task is considered complete. With 0% of the shares in this mall, 10 points, and a training bonus card. Lin Feng directly chose to use it, the card disappeared from the system space, and Lin Feng also saw a 24-hour countdown, and his cultivation speed suddenly increased tenfold. The most important thing is that I have not been affected in any way, and my Myriad Realms Ju is running at the same speed. But after each big cycle is completed, the infuriating energy gained is 10 times that of before. According to the current speed, the time it takes for true Qi to transform from a gaseous state to a liquid state should be shortened a lot. According to the introduction of Wanjia Ju, as long as I refine my true Qi to the point of forming a liquid state, I can go to the 10,000 realms. You have reached the second stage of the Grand Master's realm. The Wanjiju practiced by Lin Feng can be said to be incomparably mysterious. Not only does it generate real energy and practice extremely fast, but it also has many special characteristics of the technique. Just like other people's exercises also have their own abilities, it is naturally impossible for Wanjiju to not have it. However, the reason why Wanjiju is the strongest exercise in Wanjia is because he has a lot of abilities, basically taking over the characteristics of all the exercises in Wanjia. Whether it is recovery ability, explosive power, etc., as well as martial arts with various attributes, they can all be used, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are omnipotent. Lin Feng is running the training cycle of Myriad Realms Ju all the time, even when he is eating and walking in normal times. This is the most powerful point of Wanjiju, which is equivalent to the mode of on-hook cultivation. So the cultivation speed is very fast, especially when you concentrate on cultivation. You can also speed up the flow of true energy, making the cultivation speed a little faster. In this way, Lin Feng was practicing, and the time seemed to pass quickly. The ever-increasing true energy and mental strength gave Lin Feng more sense of security. And the woman outside finally called her father, but obviously, this is not her own daughter, but her godfather. As for how to tell, it's too obvious, it's completely a lover's attitude. This is the kind of good girl in the legend. Hey, the world is going down, I said. Can you stop being so disgusting at the door of my shop? It's almost noon. Can't you let me go to have lunch in a while with peace of mind? Lin Feng saw that everyone was here, so he didn't stay idle any longer, and acted preemptively, directly interrupting their reminiscence. Suddenly being disturbed, the middle-aged man who came, and the clamoring woman just now all looked over. The 4 uniformed thugs following behind them also looked eager to fight, as if they felt that they would be needed soon. Where did you come from, you dare to talk to me like that? Do you know who I am, Gujin? Keep your mouth shut and don't make trouble for yourself. This man was arrogant enough, he acted as if he was not afraid of anything. Lin Feng finally knew why the woman next to him acted so ostentatiously, so she learned from this guy. Godfather, it's this guy who bullied me just now, and you see, he knocked out the person you sent to protect me, and he hasn't woken up yet. The woman said in a coquettish voice. Only then did Gujin realize that there were 2 people lying on the ground next to the corner of the wall. Good boy, those who dare to hit me are really brave enough. You guys, give me a good lesson on this kid. I want him to have a better memory. It's okay to be young and energetic, but don't come in front of me to find trouble. Gujin said with a sneer. The thugs next to him ran towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was too lazy to entangle with ordinary people, so he simply walked a few steps quickly, before the 4 of them could react, just a few slaps. The 4 of them were directly sent flying. The speed was much faster than their rushing speed. Just like the 2 who were lying down at the door, they passed out after falling to the ground, without any reaction, and those who didn't know might think they had died. A bunch of trash. It's really useless, Master Ji Chang. Come out and help me out, get rid of this kid, so we can have a drink and have fun together. I will pay for all your consumption today. Gujin was also surprised when he saw that his 4 subordinates were easily dealt with by Lin Feng. But he didn't panic. Even though Lin Feng seemed to be able to play, he seemed to have other cards. After yelling directly to the side, a figure flashed out from the corner. The speed was absolutely unmatched by ordinary people. Hee, Mr. Gujin, you have caused a lot of trouble this time. The person in front of you seems to be in the same way as me, and you should not offend him. But today is considered a fate between you and me. Transfer 30 yuan to me, I can help you solve this trouble. Ji Chang sneered, and directly made his request. Lin Feng could also see that this guy was a warrior, and his strength was not weak. He was at the th level of the day after tomorrow, and he had caught up with Nia Shu, who he dealt with in the bar last time. Okay master, it's alright. Hearing Ji Chang's words, and knowing that the young man in front of him was actually a practitioner, Gujin was startled, and quickly agreed. This situation is not something he can handle, and he is not a person from the same world at all. Let them solve it with the people of the world. Fellow Taoist, I'm going to Ji Chang, a disciple of the outer sect of the Black Star sect. His family teacher is the deacon of the outer sect of the Black Star sect. He is now a master of the innate realm. I hope that fellow Taoist will show you some face and forgive Mr. Gujin rude. Although what the other party said was good and he was very kind to save face, but in fact he was using the sect behind him and his innate master to suppress Lin Feng. In the mouth of the killer last time, Lin Feng heard him say about the aristocratic family and sect. So Lin Feng knew that there were still such cultivation forces in this world. The one in front of him seems to be such a sect disciple. Lin Feng himself didn't want to cause trouble, but with the other party's playful smile and threatening attitude, Lin Feng felt that if he didn't teach the other party a lesson, the reputation of this cultivator would be ruined by people like him. Black Star Gate? I haven't heard of it. Also, why should I give you face? Is it important to me who your master is? It's not impossible to let this matter go today. You let the 2 of them, each other slap each other 10 times, and I'll let them go. Lin Feng suddenly sneered, and said more arrogantly than all of them. Boy! You are really looking for death. How dare you insult my Black Star Gate? Let me tell you, the head of our Black Star Gate is a master of the innate 5th level realm. Now you apologize obediently, and I can still let you go. Otherwise, if we follow the rules of the road, you will lose your life. Ji Chang didn't expect that Lin Feng would be so disrespectful to himself, and directly use his sect to suppress others. He also told the fact that he is in the 5th level of innate realm in order to frighten Lin Feng. Let him know how to advance and retreat. Put. What's the matter? Your head is only in the 5th level of innate realm, and you can be the head of this kind of cultivation. Then you Black Star sect is really miserable. But you all have this strength, and you still have to share what is inside and outside the door. It is really superfluous. Laughing unscrupulously, Ji Cheng's face turned livid from anger. Glaring at Lin Feng angrily, he clenched his fists and suddenly roared. Ah! You are looking for death, the boy will give me a punch. The fist is fast, at least it is difficult for ordinary people to hide. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, it was extremely slow, and his realm was too poor. With a slight dodge, he dodged directly to the opponent's side. Without making a move, he just stretched out his foot and tripped the opponent directly. The charge is too fierce, you don't pay attention to your feet, and your combat awareness is too poor. You must not have fought against other monks who are stronger than you. You should bully warriors and ordinary people who are weaker than you. Lin Feng said bluntly, but it made Ji Cheng go crazy on the spot. After getting up on the ground, he punched Lin Feng again. After a series of fists and kicks, he didn't even touch Lin Feng's side. It's too slow. Your strength is really weak. It's not even as good as those acquired masters in the secular world. Your sect system is useless. Ji Chen looked at Lin Feng angrily, but he did not continue to attack, and even took 2 steps back in fear. How is this possible? What kind of strength are you, and the speed is so fast? Because Lin Feng dodged too easily, and Lin Feng didn't report his family background, the combination of these unknown conditions made Ji Chen finally become jealous of Lin Feng. Gujin also felt that there was something wrong with the situation. He pulled up his woman hesitantly, and then wanted to run away. Stop for me, shall I let you go? Before I let you go, whoever dares to run, I will break their legs. For Gujin's actions behind him, Lin Feng didn't need to turn his head at all. He could feel the other party's actions with a little mental awareness. Gujin trembled in fright, immediately pulled his female companion, not daring to move anymore, trembling on the spot, looking at Ji Cheng helplessly. Can only rely on this guy. Okay, Ji Cheng, right? How do you plan to deal with today's matter, haha? Lin Feng smiled casually. I don't believe it anymore, you kid is not as old as me, how can you be so powerful? Give me a trick. Black Star. The sect in Jiqing is called Black Star Sect. The name was not chosen casually, but because members of their sect will practice something similar to a hidden weapon. Its name is Black Star. This thing looks like a thorn ball the size of a glass bead. It is made of pure iron and has great lethality. If it is hit, several bones will have to be broken. It can be said to be a very vicious hidden weapon, and it can even be painted with poison, so this Black Star Gate is also well known in the Tao, and few people have nothing to provoke them. Of course, it can only scare ordinary warriors, and Lin Feng doesn't care much at all. Silent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme walk. Seeing the Black Star thorn balls flying in front of him, Lin Feng jumped up again, looking leisurely and content, as if he was strolling after dinner. Ji Cheng threw several waves one after another, no less than 50 or 60 black stars were thrown out, but in the end Lin's clothes were not even touched. At this moment, his heart tightened, and he immediately felt bad. Knowing that Lin Feng's strength was definitely far superior to his own, he hurriedly threw a handful of black stars out, and at the same time prepared to withdraw first. Boy, if the green mountains don't change, the green waters will flow forever. I've written down what happened today, and I'll settle the score with you later. The strength is not good, and the speed of escape is quite fast. Without further ado, he climbed over the guardrail of the shopping mall. There is a hollow area in the middle of the shopping mall, surrounded by circular elevators and stairs. On the 3rd floor, his behavior was no different from jumping off a building. At that time, many people downstairs were frightened, thinking something was going to happen. As a result, the guy rolled over and started running out like a normal person. It slipped away pretty fast, but it would be embarrassing for me to just let you go away unharmed. I'll give you back the rubbish you threw. Seeing Ji Cheng's escape behavior, Lin Feng sneered, and then picked up a black star on the ground. Fortunately, there was no poison on this thing, maybe it was too late. Even if it is poisonous, it is useless to Lin Feng. As long as he pricks it with a golden needle for detoxification, he will be fine. After picking up a black star, Lin Feng squinted his eyes, locked onto Ji Cheng's disappearing figure, and threw the black star out with a swish. The speed was so fast that Gujin and the others next to him didn't see the shadow of Black Star. Anyway, almost at the same time, there was a scream from downstairs. Ji Chang, who was about to flee to the door, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right leg the moment he felt the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme behind him. Falling to the ground, with the inertia of running, he rolled directly on the ground several times, and finally hit the wall next to the door and stopped. The severe pain didn't make him faint. After all, he is still a warrior, and he still has a little willpower. But seeing the familiar black star on his right leg, he felt extremely aggrieved. I was actually taken away by the other party with his own weapon, which was really shameful. Damn it, my right leg was directly broken. This guy has so much strength. No, I must escape from this place quickly. I must find Master to avenge me. Glancing viciously in the direction behind him, enduring the pain by force, Ji Chang scrambled and fled outside. But Lin Feng didn't continue to take care of him. In fact, if he wanted to, he could have shot him in the head just now, but Lin Feng didn't do that. After all, there are too many people here, and the other party is not guilty of death, but he just offended himself a little, so just teach him a lesson. That guy ran away, but I broke a leg. Now it's time to talk about our affairs. How do you want to solve today's matter, Director Gujin? I heard that you seem to be a shareholder of the small, percent 10% of the shares, right? Lin Feng with a smile on his face came to Gujin and said to them. It's just that this smile, in their eyes, scares them no matter how you look at it. It's not heartwarming at all, but rather scary. Gujin understood Lin Feng's intentions. If this matter is to be resolved, it must be settled with shares. But this thing is the foundation of his foothold. He is really reluctant. After all, this is the largest Jinghai shopping mall in Jinghai City. Percent profit is enough to keep him happy for a lifetime. If it is so handed over to others, he really can't accept it. Even if he is allowed to keep the shares, he will not want anything else. It is worthwhile for 1,000 families to become property. Little brother, we were wrong. Your lord has a lot to let us go. I will share half of the shares with you, plus all my money, okay? I still have 3 or 4 million yuan. This share or something, the income is too slow. No. Facing the unfathomable Lin Feng, it would be impossible for him not to bleed at all. So Gujin gritted his teeth and handed over half of his shares, plus others. I want to keep half of your shares for 3 to 4 million yuan. Gujin, you are probably dreaming. I think you still don't plan to have a good chat, or I'll send you to find that guy just now. Maybe I can give you some money in the future. The orthopedic hospital got a ward to recuperate. Looking at Gujin, Lin Feng sneered, and then made a gesture to move forward to deal with him. No, little brother, we have something to talk about. In this way, let me leave, percent of the shares, and I will give you, percent. I will give you this woman. It is all caused by her. It really doesn't matter. My business. Gujin immediately became cowardly, and even directly pushed the woman next to him out.